Thin smoke covers the deck of the Blackbeard pirate ship. A middle-aged sexy beauty wearing light yellow sunglasses and a yellow-striped admiral's cloak appeared out of thin air, standing out of nowhere among the elders. Feeling the sudden and wonderful changes in his body, even Kizaru couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Is it the ability of sick devil fruit? The old man is so old. This kind of thing that will make the little devil excited, let's forget it. The yellow ape turned into a woman, looked at Poison Q not far away lying on the sick horse, his lazy eyes suddenly sank. The powerful armed domineering instantly covered the whole body, forcibly dispelling the strange virus contaminated on the body. He changed into a wretched old boy again. As expected of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, sure enough, a virus of this level won't work. Poison Q let out a feeble exclamation. At the same time, Badgers, who was being suppressed by Fujitora's gravity, roared, his leg muscles swelled, and his veins were entangled. Resisting the terrifying pressure forcefully, he lifted Fan Oka beside him and threw it out of the coverage of the purple light circle. Whoosh! The moment his body was lifted from the restriction, Fan Oka disappeared like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fujitora. Holding a sniper rifle, he aimed at the back of Fujitora's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The smell of gunpowder smoke filled the air, and the cold bullet burst out, hitting Fujitora at an extremely fast speed. Through the incomparably powerful and domineering look, Fujitora, who had already expected this scene, raised the staff knife in his hand, and slowly drew out the scabbard. With a sound of boom, the domineering long knife with armed colors accurately blocked the sniper bullets also attached with armed colors. Viruses, strange powers, and teleportation are all unreasonable devil fruits, Blackbeard pirates. With his eyes closed, Fujitora sighed with emotion. As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he probably knew the fruitful ability of the officers of the Blackbeard pirates. While speaking, Fujitora waved the long knife in his hand, and cut several purple light circles towards the sky above his head. Thief, ha ha ha. You admirals who are as strong as monsters are not qualified to say that other people's devil fruits are unreasonable. Although Blackbeard was still in a state of gravity suppression at this time, the expression on his face was very relaxed, and he looked up at the sky with a crazy smile. Through the thin smog, one can vaguely see the huge shadow covering the sky and the sun, pushing away the thick clouds and descending slowly into the world with an incomparable posture. It was a super meteorite the size of a small island. On the other side of the Crusaders' Union battleship, Doflamingo, who blocked the first attack of the Green Bull, was stunned. In front of him, among the dense green vegetation, a giant piranha with a diameter of 10 meters grew unexpectedly. The piranha opened its bottomless giant sawtooth mouth, its roots swayed, and it devoured Doflamingo on the spider web. Doflamingo waved his fingers, and was just about to strike back, but his head was stomped hard by someone. Candle flame breathing. Mr. 3 stepped on Doflamingo's head and jumped high, and swung the huge fist of the burning candle in his hand at the giant piranha. Boom! The terrifyingly powerful blasting candle exploded deep in the mouth of the giant piranha, and the scorching heat instantly burned this terrifying plant to death. Doflamingo, are you all right? Mr. 3, who had dealt with the piranha, stood on the spiderweb, turned his head and looked at Doflamingo with concern. It's just a flower. I can solve it in minutes, Mr. 3, you bastard must have done it on purpose, right? Thinking of the shoe prints that might remain on his head, Doflamingo's face became extremely gloomy. The situation is urgent, there is no time to worry about these things. Mr. 3 pretended to be stupid, and yelled at the little pirates on the deck, attention everyone, get ready to enter the battle state. Whoosh! A sharp slash erupted from a naval warship in the distance, covering a distance of hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, and appeared in front of Mr. 3. It was the eagle-eyed Seraphim standing on the bow of the naval warship, holding a cross-shaped black knife. Black light wheel of evil slash. Accompanied by a low shout, the sexy black figure jumped out, brandishing a long knife in his hand, offsetting the menacing attack with a pitch-black slash. Ayasha's body was filled with thick black mist, and her emerald-green pupils had turned into scarlet in a battle state. Nice job, Ayasha. Mr. 3 gave Ayasha a thumbs up, and slowly withdrew the high-level Liuying floating on his arm. Although the current him can easily block the slash just now, but for the little fangirl, praise is still indispensable. It's a great honor to receive your compliment. Ayasha was normal 1 second, but the next second her painting style changed as expected, with shining stars shining in her sharp eyes. This is what I should do as a subordinate. You don't need to specially get a full-length wax figure as a reward. Mr. 3. When did I say I would reward you with a full-length wax figure? Before he raised his hand to give Ayasha a sober knife in his dream, a strong and dangerous aura came over his face. Die. Mr. 3. The green bull came along the seagrass continent in an instant, raised its right arm that turned into a tree root, and in an instant, it evolved into a super wooden fist the size of a warship and swung it down violently. Meet you again, Admiral, LVNIU Green Bull. Even though the coercive blow made the skirt of his body sway wildly, the expression on Mr. Three's face was not too turbulent. After fighting the Green Bull once, facing the Admiral again, his confidence is obviously much stronger. Candlewall. The off-white Candlewall stood tall, lying in front of Ming Ge and Ayasha, blocking the Green Bull's super wooden fist. Boom. The super wooden fist and the Candlewall collided and offset each other, sawdust and wax shavings flew, and violent impact waves swept across the entire sea area. The Green Bull was not surprised by this. He did not choose to continue chasing after the one shot missed, but retreated quickly surrounded by vines. Because, high above the sky, the meteorite, which has lost the restraint of the purple light circle, has already broken through the clouds, wrapped in dazzling flames, and falling downward at an extremely fast speed. The huge shadow instantly covered the light, and everyone in the Crusaders and the Blackbeard pirates were shrouded in this terrifying dead darkness, their eyes full of shock. This is the true strength of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Thief, ha ha ha, since that's the case, let me show my strength a little bit. The Blackbeard in the shadow laughed and stepped forward, swinging his right arm behind him, making a fist and swinging movement like the white beard. That is the posture of the shaking fruit ability activated. The huge meteorite fell extremely fast, and the strong wind pressure arrived first, causing the two large pirate ships on the sea to shake continuously. This meeting gift from the Admiral is given to you, the Cross Union. After finishing charging, Blackbeard punched the falling meteorite violently. With a hum, the shock of space shattering spread in all directions in the form of spider webs. Affected by this terrifying natural force, the falling meteorite stagnated first, and then cracked into several huge stones, and was pulled by the strong impact to attack the Crusader Union battleship not far away. Blackbeard looked proudly at the huge boulder that changed direction, wanting to see the Crusader Union warship smashed to pieces just like that. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Because of that man, he made a move. Hum. With a flash of black light, the green slash shattered the void, and countless sword lights exploded, cutting the huge stone into tiny particles in the blink of an eye. Insignificant small stones smashed on their faces, and the blood of the pirate boys from the Cross Guild was boiling. They looked at the figure standing on the bow and holding the supreme sword Haidao Ya. Their eyes were full of excitement. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, officially joined the battle as their super reliable partner at this moment. Hey, he looks cold and aloof on the surface, but he is actually a passionate man who can't resist the desire to fight. Mr. 3 glanced at Hawkeye, who took the initiative. Thanks to this guy, when he agreed to this voyage, he said that he would not make a move until the critical moment. Although he complained so much in his heart, on the surface, Mr. 3 wisely did not disturb Hawkeye's rare interest. Hawkeye is willing to take the initiative to participate in this melee, and the pressure he needs to bear will definitely be much easier. Badges, it's not very beneficial for us to get the pirate ship to the island. After witnessing Hawkeye's terrifying combat power, Blackbeard turned around and gave orders to the power fruit user Badgers. Facing the Admiral of the Navy and the world's #1 swordsman, even he who has the ability of double fruit, dare not trust him. Badgers, who was aware of the current situation, did not hesitate. After squeezing out the sick poisonous Q, he turned over and rode on the sick horse. The sick horse roared loudly, its white wings fluttered, and a pair of slender angel wings were born. That's right, even a sick horse, in the circle of core members of the Blackbeard pirates, can also eat the top devil fruit, the animal-type phantom beast Pegasus fruit. Wait a minute, the old man didn't agree. The dazzling light shone, and the yellow monkey drew out the Tiankongyun sword constructed of pure light body, and swung a slash at the flying Pegasus. It's sizzling. The cool lightsaber was blocked by the armed fist, and the corners of Blackbeard's mouth slightly raised, representing the power of destructive vibrations erupting from the fist. Junjen fruit, what a terrifying power. Kizaru increased the energy of the lightsaber to withstand the raging shock, and his eyes under the light yellow sunglasses showed a touch of emotion. In the top war 2 years ago, he had experienced the most destructive fruit power from Whitebeard. Seeing the yellow monkey being pinned down by the Blackbeard, Fujitora not far away was about to make a move, and the attack of the big wine barrel Basque Chote and Fan Oka had already arrived. At the same time, the mysterious and strange virus is also eroding Fujitora's body, trying to reverse and change his gender like the previous yellow monkey. The 3 cadres of the Blackbeard pirates teamed up to slightly block Fujitora's attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Badgers, who came to the bottom of the Blackbeard pirate ship, stepped on the sick horse and screamed strangely. He raised the pirate ship high and threw it to the nearby beach of Juguo Island. Boom! Huge water jets soared into the sky, stirring up waves. On the shore of Juguo Island, water splashed all over the sky, dripping like cold rain on the faces of Blackbeard, Yellow Monkey, Fujitora and others, bringing a chilling depression. The battlefield between the two sides has officially shifted from the sea to the island. In this way, you can use your abilities without any scruples. Standing firmly on the ground, the Blackbeard laughed loudly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his whole body. I saw him raise his 2 arms over his chest, and his bent 5 fingers kept releasing vibrations, tightly clasping the surrounding space. "See this move, Admiral!" Blackbeard yelled violently and waved his arms violently. Click, click, click. In an instant, the earth trembled, the seawater poured back, and the whole Juguo Island seemed to be toppled under the unimaginable force, and a frightening roar erupted. This is Blackbeard, who got the fruit of shaking and practiced for 2.5 years. Mr. 3 stood on the bow of the Crusader Union warship, staring solemnly at the huge and trembling island in front of him, and couldn't help sighing softly. Even if they were separated by hundreds of meters, they could still feel the destructive power that made them palpitate. Now he can still entangle with the Green Bull for a while, but compared with the Blackbeard who has double fruits, there is still a big gap. That gap will soon close, though. The emotion in Mr. 3's eyes is fleeting. The reason is very simple. Just now, the reminder that the system has successfully recruited Moria has sounded in the back of his mind. Once again, the domineering lecture hall will be upgraded, and the domineering entanglement will no longer be an illusory existence. It's a pity that in this kind of three-way confrontation, there is no extra time to receive rewards and open the domineering lecture hall. In fact, Mr. 3 does not intend to expose all of his cards in this battle. Just like the analysis before the war, whether it is the Admiral or the Blackbeard pirates, there is suspicion and suspicion between each other. In order to avoid being attacked by a third party after losing both sides, they will basically not gamble their lives and go all out. This is the so-called triangle has stability. What's more, it is impossible for the Navy headquarters to bet on the highest combat power of the 3 generals regardless of the risk for Acharos. Although I don't know if it means the Red Dog, or the 5 old stars of the world government, or both. But what is certain is that the Navy's dispatch of such a gorgeous lineup this time is more of a tough attitude towards the Tianlong people, rather than insisting on fighting the 2-4 emperors to the end. They just want to tell the whole world that if they move the Tianlong people, they will be hunted down by the 3 generals, and the 4 emperors can bear it. If other pirates do this, they can only die. While Mr. 3 was thinking, 3 dangerous auras had already followed the vines and seaweeds of the Green Bull, and arrived at the battleship of the Crusade Union at an extremely fast speed. It is the Seraph of Hawkeye, Hancock, and Bear who looks like a boy. At the same time, Ayasha, Weevil, Doflamingo from the Cross Union, and Moria, who just joined, made a joint attack and used their own methods to block these 3 super weapons. The 3-party melee has entered a period of intense heat. Juguo Island trembled violently, beasts fled, birds flapped their wings, and many beasts entrenched on this island ran desperately, trying to escape the core area of the earthquake. However, in the battle between the general and the 4 emperors, no matter where they escape to, as long as they don't leave this island, their fate is already doomed. Facing the terrifying tremor of violent shaking, the admiral's cloak behind Fujitora fluttered violently. The admiral of the Navy headquarters looked calm, raised his staff and knife, and lightly tapped it on the ground where there were flying sand and rocks. Hum. The ultra-wide purple light circle spreads in all directions, followed by a huge gravity that is enough to bend the big trees on the island. An unimaginable pressure covered the entire island, just like that, suppressing the earthquake created by Blackbeard. The turbulent Juguo Island returned to calm again. Of course, this calm lasted only a few seconds. The eyes of the Yellow Monkey swept across all members of the Blackbeard pirates, and the tall body turned into elements, turning into spots of light all over the sky. The light spot flew upwards in the shape of a meteor, and recondensed into the entity of the yellow ape in midair. Bachi Chonggu Yu. Kizaru's lazy voice became a little more serious. The most direct expression is. The laser beams in the sky were intense and dense like a storm, shooting towards Blackbeard and others on the ground. If the darkness is so intense that it can swallow up even the light. Dark cave. A frenzied smile appeared on the corner of Highbeard's mouth, and a large amount of black mist spewed out crazily from his feet, rendering the entire land in a dark and depressing tone. At the same time as the dark cave was formed, the laser light from the yellow ape whizzed towards it. Whoosh whoosh. The light that was supposed to cause a large-scale explosion fell into the depths of the darkness, but it didn't make any waves. Blackbeard shook his hand back, and the moment the dark acupoint was released, there were roars in all directions away from the area where they were. That is Kizaru's 8-foot Chonguyu, thief, ha ha ha. The black beard who successfully deflected the attack laughed loudly, then his eyes sank, he raised his palm filled with black smoke, and grabbed the yellow ape in midair. Dark water. An irresistible invisible suction acts on the yellow ape. The yellow ape's lips moved slightly, and the reaction was extremely fast. It immediately turned into dense light spots and moved, avoiding the attack range of the dark water. Bang bang bang. Several sniper bullets fired one after another pierced the air, carrying a murderous intent. As soon as Kizaru condensed into a human form again, the sniper bullets pierced through his forehead, heart and other fatal places. A sniper with teleportation ability is really scary. The eyeballs of the yellow ape hidden under the yellow sunglasses slowly rolled and landed on Fan Oka, who was holding a gun and shooting in the distance. The pierced body parts were shining brightly. As a matter of course, he dodged all the sniper bullets by elementalizing them in advance. The Admiral's knowledge can really predict the future. Fan Oka, who failed in the sneak attack, sighed regretfully. In the next second, his pupils suddenly widened. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru turned into a ray of light and appeared behind him, raising his charged light speed. Kick. Whoosh. Fan Oka hurriedly used the ability to teleport fruit, moved to a further hill, and through the scope on the sniper rifle, stared at the yellow monkey who was standing still and caressing his chin leisurely through the scope of the sniper rifle. If he didn't have the teleportation fruit, he would probably have been hit and lay down just now. The short-term confrontation between the two sides had just ended. Over there, Badgers with scarlet eyes ran fast, raised his elbow and went up to Fujitora. Die. Admiral. Strange elbow. Fujitora stepped sideways, raised his pitch-black stick and knife across his body, and collided violently with the oncoming elbow. Strange power, plus a virus that can temporarily improve physical fitness. Feeling the terrifying power transmitted from the stick knife, Fujitora frowned slightly, showing a rather troublesome expression. Then, he stepped on the ground with one foot, and with a backhand, he made a gravity slash, blasting Badgers into the air, and smashed into the hill hundreds of meters away with a boom. Boom boom boom. Sand and stones were flying, smoke and dust filled the air, and deep shadows spread, enveloping Fujitora. Badgers, who possessed strange strength, took advantage of the situation, raised a mountain that was as big as several warships high above his head, and slammed it violently at Fujitora. Gravity knife tiger. Fujitora bent slightly to exert strength, and swung out a tyrannical giant tiger transformed by horizontal gravity. The strong and heavy mountain met the gravitational tiger, and it exploded like tofu in an instant, unable to survive even a second. What? Badger's eyes widened in surprise. Compared with Fan Oka, who has no teleportation ability, he can only watch helplessly as his body is penetrated by the aftermath of the gravity tiger. Puff. The impact raged through the body, and Badgers dropped to one knee, blood spurting from his mouth, becoming the first injured cadre in the three-way clash. The Blackbeard pirates fought fiercely with the two generals, and on the opposite coastline, the battle between the Cross Union and the Green Bull and Seraph was equally fierce. Looking around, the offshore sea area of Juguo Island has become a white and green man-made land. On the hard and thick candle ice floes, violent explosions came and went, resounding throughout the sea. In order to prevent the battleship from being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, Ayasha, Doflamingo, Weevil and Moria consciously led 3 seraphs with huge lethality to the candleland made by Mr. 3. With the blessing of Ayasha's malicious fruit ability, the 4 of them whose strength had been slightly increased were barely able to draw with the seraphs. Seraphim was created to replace Shisabukai, and each of them basically has the fighting power of Shisabukai level. Of course, Moria, the big fat mansion, should be excluded. In this high-end game without shadow bonuses, Mariah was simply a mobile punching bag, beaten black and blue by the seraphs. Thanks to this guy's blood bar is not low, barely able to play an anti-injury effect. In this sense, Moria is the second injured person after Badgers. Damn, why are these damn machines so hard? If there is a strong shadow, let me see if I don't turn you into scrap iron. After being hit and kicked by Hancock Seraph, Moria, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, stood there impotently and furiously. Following his gaze, he saw that after a fierce battle, the 3 seraphs' coats were only broken. The main body inside is not even scratched at all. These big guys are so hard to chop. Weevil, who was holding the guan knife, stared round his eyes, and looked at the seraph in front of him in amazement. This is the scariest thing about world government. Doflamingo's face was gloomy. Obviously, the 3 machines in front of him were more difficult than he expected. Here we come. Ayasha clenched the black long knife tightly and reminded, After the words fell, the three blazing angels quickly attacked, and once again started a fierce confrontation with them. As for Hawkeye, who had the highest fighting power in the audience, after cutting up the meteorite, he took back the black knife again. He just stood on the Crusader Union battleship and watched the battlefield situation, and he didn't throw himself into the battle as Mr. 3 had previously judged. But thanks to this, there is no need to worry about the warships of the Crusades being attacked and destroyed. Boom. A deafening bang came from the other side of the sea. A candle giant soldier more than 10 meters high stands proudly. In front of him, a giant wooden bowl made of trees and vegetation roars mournfully. Every time the two sides of equal size collide, a terrifying shockwave will erupt outward. Fist to flesh, full of violent beauty. The boys of the Crusade Union stood on the deck with their heads up, watching the even-handed confrontation between the two behemoths with shocking eyes, and their blood boiled uncontrollably. Although they knew that in the Chambord Islands, it was the third brother who used the fruit ability to restrain the General Green Bull, so the kidnapping of the Tinlongren could proceed smoothly. But in the subconscious of this group of pirates with a bounty of more than million, it was just a means of delaying time, rather than being tough. Now seeing the third brother fighting with the General Lu Niu to such a degree of anxiety with his own eyes, he will naturally be extremely excited. Not only President Buggy and Hawkeye Mihawk, but their third brother also has the terrifying strength to compete with the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The top-level mind that crushes a group of powerful people is not weak to the strength of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This is the Chief of Staff of our Cross Union. Choosing to join the Cross Guild at the beginning was simply the most correct choice. I can't even imagine the picture of a pirate group with this lineup being defeated. Third brother, from now on, you are my god. As if receiving the endless admiration and blessing from the younger brothers, Mr. 3 in the head of the giant candle soldier swung the giant candle fist violently, breaking through the giant wood bull of the green bull, and raised sawdust all over the sky. The green ox standing on the back of the wooden ox didn't panic at all. Instead, it jumped high and hovered in the sky. I saw a strange flower spinning rapidly on the back of the green bull, which gave him the ability to fight in the air. The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters is full of perverted abilities. Mr. 3 stepped forward slowly, left the giant candle soldier's head, stood outside and stared at the green bull above his head. In terms of fruit destructive power and arrogance, he is not much inferior to the green bull now. The gap between the two sides is mainly reflected in resilience. As a person with the ability to absorb random nutrients and turn them into used ones, and to regenerate them many times, it would be almost impossible to take down the green bull in a short time without a domineering attack that breaks the defense instantly. What's the matter, Mr. 3, so you can't do anything? The green bull floating in the air is calm, breathing steadily. It doesn't look like it has just experienced a war. Although I really want to agree with Ni's statement, it's a pity. Mr. 3 withdrew his thoughts, raised his head and looked at the green bull. ZZ. Wrapped in pure white candles, a pair of slender and holy angel wings slowly grew from his back. The wings of freedom are stretched, and the wings are fluttering, bringing a stable ability to stay in the air. Aerial combat is also my field of expertise. Whoosh. Using Mr. Kaido's previous domineering lecture, Mr. 3 has already mastered the control method of Wings of Liberty. While rushing towards the green bull at an extremely fast speed, dark gray candles spew out and condense on his arm. This speed. The green cow's pupils shrank suddenly. He never expected that Mr. 3's wax fruit would have such a terrifying ability to fly. In the confrontation of masters, a short stupor will become a fatal flaw. When the green bull, which was full of knowledge and arrogance, reacted, the vision in front of him was completely occupied by the burning candle fist. Candle flame breathing. The strong touch came through the candle liquid. Mr. 3 punched with all his strength, and with the help of the power of the candle's fire-breathing energy, he forcibly knocked the green bull out of the air and landed heavily on the giant pot island. Boom. The violent impact set off a billowing cloud of dust. The earth trembled, and even the Blackbeard pirates and Kizoru Fujitora who were in the fierce battle were shocked. Third brother, he actually knocked the general into the air? As plump as an angel's wings, damn it, how can this man be so handsome? On the Crusader Union battleship, the little pirates have been completely conquered and have become loyal and steadfast fans of Mr. 3. Ayasha, who was fighting with Seraphim, was even more staring, completely trapped in the posture of Mr. 3 at this time and couldn't extricate herself. Too fierce. Pressing down on the Admiral of the Navy headquarters and beating him, the third brother is really too fierce. This time, even Hawkeye, who was calm throughout the whole process, couldn't help but look sideways slightly, and sighed in his heart. The candle avatar that can inherit part of the strength of other strong men, and the candle wings that move freely in the air. Mr. 3, this guy has really developed his fruit ability to the extreme. Looking at Mr. 3 floating in the air like a god, for a moment, Hawkeye, who has always only practiced swordsmanship, became interested in devil fruits. Meanwhile, on Giant Pot Island, in the billowing smoke and dust generated by the fall of the Green Bull, 3 tall figures stood side by side, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Whoosh! A gust of sea breeze carefully blew away the smoke and dust, and the cloak of justice behind the figure fluttered, revealing its true face. It was the calm-faced yellow monkey, Fujitora, and Green Cow. At this moment, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters have completed their rendezvous. Mr. 3, bastard, what kind of good deeds have you done? Blackbeard cursed angrily with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He teamed up with several cadres, and he was barely able to guarantee a draw with the 2 admirals without going all out. But if the Green Bull is added, the situation will be very bad. Although there is a cross-union watching behind them, the 3 generals will probably not completely let go of their hands and feet, but this sense of oppression facing each other is really heavy. To Blackbeard's surprise, the surprise that Mr. 3 will give him is far more than the General Green Bull. Mr. 3, hovering in midair, looked down at the giant pot island that had become devastated in the fierce battle, and sighed in a low voice, only the island is injured in the world. On a whim, his 2 arms continuously spewed out dark gray wax. Liquid. The outcome of this tripartite conflict is already doomed, and no one will die to the end. Since that's the case, it's going to be a big scene anyway, so why not just show them your current limit? In the Akainu way. Mr. 3 pushed the awakened wax fruit to the extreme, raised his hands to the sky, and sprayed flying candles and flames. Countless candle giant fists penetrated deep into the clouds. Under the action of gravity, they changed direction at the highest point and continued to accelerate, falling to the ground like Fujitora's meteorite. At the same time, the explosive properties of the candles are drawn out, causing all the candle giants to burst out with terrifyingly hot flames. In an instant, endless flames poured down from top to bottom, completely covering Juguo Island. Like a swarm of candle meteors erupting from a volcano, they crashed to the ground. Boom 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 boom. Countless candle fireballs containing explosive energy fell on the giant pot island, exploding with roars. The flames raged, deep pits emerged one after another, and the entire island was instantly covered by scorching heat. The scene was like a purgatory on Earth. On the candle land above the sea, Doflamingo and others worked together to repel Seraph for a short time. A move similar to Akainu. Mr. 3, how far has he developed his fruit ability? Moria, who had never seen Mr. 3 fighting before, stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open. Explosions kept coming from his ears, and all he could see was raging flames. The scene in his heart was the one that caused heavy damage to the Whitebeard pirates 2 years ago with the Top War Red Dog. Meteor Volcano. Although Moria saw a lot of news about Mr. 3, a rising hero in the chaotic era, from the newspapers during this period, most of them were descriptions of his high IQ. But it has never been mentioned that this man has such a devastating ability. Mr. 3. Why do I feel that he is so much stronger than a few days ago? As an old Shichibukai, Doflamingo was also full of horror, and he couldn't accept the scene in front of him. After the end of Operation Advancing Sincerity, he once teamed up with Crocodile to take retaliation against Mr. 3 for teasing himself. Because it was in Kale Bali, the 3 of them didn't use their real skills, but Mr. 3 floating in midair at this moment has changed too much compared to that time, right? Could it be that this bastard has been hiding his strength from the beginning? Doflamingo thought of the only explanation he could accept. After all, Mr. 3 was a ruthless man who disguised himself as a little pirate for more than 10 or 20 years before the chaotic period when the Shichibukai uniform was abolished. In the eyes of outsiders, it is true. Compared to the shock of the 2, the silly weevil stared blankly at Mr. 3, clenched the big knife in his hand, and compared his combat power with Mr. 3 in his heart like a child. As for the loyal little fangirl Ayasha and Hawkeye, who had expected it for a long time, they behaved much calmer. Call out. Suddenly, on the giant pot island that was flooded by the impact of the candle meteor and the flames, a little cold light flickered, and then the dazzling light flourished. If you keep messing around like this, the Tianlong people on the pirate ship will not be able to survive. Please don't cause trouble for the old man. Before the lazy and casual voice spread, Admiral Kizaru came to Mr. 3's side in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, he kicked out a flash kick that sped his power at an unavoidable tricky angle. In a hurry, Mr. 3 raised his knowledge-colored arrogance to the extreme. After barely catching the attack trajectory of the yellow monkey, he raised the arm with the high-level Liuying in front of him. Boom. Although the flash kick was successfully blocked, the impact that followed knocked Mr. 3 into the air, and fell heavily on the Candleland next to the Crusader Union battleship. Bachi Chonggu Yu. The yellow ape took advantage of the victory and pursued, and his whole body turned into a beam of light, emitting dense laser light. Hum. The green saber light soared into the sky from the battleship of the Crusade Union, with fierce power, cutting through the light spots all over the sky, roaring and attacking the yellow ape in the sky. The yellow ape's pupils contracted, and his expression was rare and dignified. He decisively drew out the Tiankongyun sword and slashed at the green one. Boom. The yellow lightsaber and the green slash collided together, wearing away each other, and finally dissipated into nothingness. The world's #1 swordsman, the naval hunter Mihawk Hawkeye, is really terrifying as an opponent. Kizaru stared at Hawkeye standing at the bow of the boat holding a black knife. His eyes gradually became serious. Facing an opponent of this level, even he dare not be careless. It's been a long time since I've been so excited, Paluzolino. Let me see the true level of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Hawkeye's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, and the silent momentum rose rapidly like a volcanic eruption. Perhaps influenced by Mr. 3's Candle Meteor Volcano, just now, he finally wants to fight seriously. On the other hand, Giant Pot Island. Due to the departure of the Yellow Monkey and the random entry of the Green Bull, the Blackbeard pirates still have to face 2 admirals. The difference from the previous situation is that compared to the lazy Yellow Ape, the Green Bull supporting the Tinlongren is obviously more aggressive, and all kinds of moves are extremely fierce, trying their best. Humans have survived by stepping on lower species than themselves. You pirates are lower than the lower non-member countries. Stamp all of you under your feet, so that people can live with peace of mind. This is the right of the noble Tianlong people in the world. As for Blackbeard, you dare to unite with the Cross Trade Union to attack and kidnap the Tianlong people. It's an unforgivable crime. After a short fight, the Green Bull's eyes were full of anger. While speaking, countless giant vines and vines intertwined behind him, condensing into a bull-shaped monster that blocks the sky and the sun. As an admiral who resolutely defends the world government and the Tianlong people, at this time, he has a strong killing intent towards the mastermind, Blackbeard, of this incident. I said it all, old man. Just as Blackbeard was about to speak, the dark brown bull monster with red eyes was already charging towards him with a crushing attitude. The terrifying power of the forest poured out unreservedly, and the resulting shock blasted a deep and terrifying crater on the Giant Pot Island where Blackbeard and the others were standing. Buzzing. At the bottom of the deep pit, violent vibrations spread in all directions at a distance visible to the naked eye, forcibly resisting the big move of the Green Bull. Just like the rumors, Green Bull, this damn guy, is a complete lunatic. There was bloodshot from the corner of Blackbeard's mouth, and the double pain attached to the dark fruit made him grin in pain when he was injured by blocking the Green Bull's ultimate move. This is what your navy is serious about first. The Blackbeard's face was gloomy after he had recovered from his strength, and endless black mist spewed from his body, covering the surface of the bull-shaped monster and weakening its strength. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his right fist tightly, and the vibrating circle of terrifying energy was crazily accumulating, reaching the limit and then swinging it out with all his strength. Boom. This punch even shook the space, and the terrifying shock cracks spread wildly along the body of the bull-shaped monster, and finally acted on the Green Bull at the end. Time stood still at this moment, and one could clearly see the astonishment on the Green Bull's face, as well as the defensive action of raising his hand. In the terrifying energy of the shaking fruit, the body of the Green Bull twisted and collapsed little by little. Click click. Suddenly, the frozen image of the space was shattered like a glass window, and the flow of time returned to normal. The Green Bull who was hit by this blow only felt his throat itchy, and coughed up a smear of bright red blood with a wow. As a person with the ability of dense fruit with great vitality, he has not shown the slightest fatigue in the fierce fight with Mr. 3, but he was injured in the full-strength punch of Blackbeard. The Blackbeards and his gang, who deflected the bull-shaped monster's attack, jumped out of the pit one after another, and walked slowly among the sawdust flying in the sky. The strength of the Blackbeard pirates cannot be underestimated. Fujitora, who was blind in both eyes, held his stick and sword across his body, and focused all his attention on the Blackbeards, not paying much attention to the injuries of his colleagues. Like the Green Bull, he is an admiral who has been promoted from the world conscription, and he has an understanding of each other's combat power and capabilities. Even when the confrontation between the two sides was about to start a big fight, the fierce and ferocious battle fluctuations moved towards this side at an extremely fast speed in the coastal waters of Juguo Island. It was Hawkeye and Yellow Ape. At the same time, Mr. 3, together with Doflamingo and others, also blasted the 3-day Seraph into the open space between Blackbeard and Fujitora Green Bull. At this point, the three forces that have been fighting on their own since just now gathered together, and an unimaginable melee is about to break out. Exploding candles, violent earthquakes, chaotic slashing, raging gravity, falling giant trees, silk fangs, light and darkness fighting against each other. In an instant, this three-party battle evolved to its peak. The landform environment of the entire Juguo Island has been completely changed, forming an artistic picture full of abstraction. The outside world is turned upside down, as if the end of the world is coming. And on the Blackbeard pirate ship that was stranded near the beach and was blown up by the previous Mr. Three Candle meteor volcano. Locked in a cage by several thick iron chains, Charos the celestial dragon huddled in a corner and shivered. The huge roar that resounded in his ears, the blazing flames in front of his eyes, etc., all frightened the cowardly man to the point of peeing. All out. There was a foul smell in the air. As an incomparably noble celestial dragon, Charos, who was affected by the aftermath of the explosion, was very lucky not to die on the spot, but only paid a small price for half of his body being bloody. If you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that there are two incomplete tentacles on his forehead, and brown cockroach wings faintly appear behind him. That's right, the man who was forcibly fed the devil fruit by Mr. 3 is now a cockroach fruit power user. In a sense, this fruit harvested by the Crusades is quite in line with the noble temperament of Charles Rose. Thanks to this, he, who gained Xiaoqiang's vitality, was able to survive the bloody and serious injuries. It's just obvious that such a life would be worse than death for Charloise, who is used to being aloof. As for why Mr. 3 specially gave Charlos a devil fruit, the reason is obvious. It is precisely to deal with the dark water that Blackbeard specifically targets ability users, and to ensure that the most critical step of escape the shell of the golden cicada can be carried out smoothly. What Blackbeard captured was not the wax figure of Hancock, but Charles Rose wrapped inside. Damn, the Cross Guild, and the Blackbeard pirates. How dare you make me look like this? Kill you, I will definitely kill you. Charlos's eyes were full of resentment, and the remaining half of his body shook violently, pulling the iron chain on his body and making a clanking sound. It's a pity that the admirals he regarded as his saviors didn't have the extra energy at this time, so they were able to get away and run over to rescue him. In the three-party melee, although the Crusaders and the Blackbeard pirates had friction to some extent, most of their attention was still focused on the Admiral and Seraph, who had the highest comprehensive combat power in the field. This made the three of them feel pressured. Especially the Green Bull, who chose to play aggressively, suffered injuries of varying shades one after another. This melee, which was comparable in intensity to the Battle of the Valley of the Rocks and the Battle of Roger the Golden Lion at Wall, shocked the entire New World, and was destined to leave indelible traces in the torrent of history. The battle lasted a whole day and night. When the orange-red afterglow of the setting sun shone down the next day, Juguo Island had already become a dangerous island mixed with various elemental powers and sword cuts. The protruding hill in the middle of the island was flattened, forming a huge bowl-shaped pit full of deep cracks. At this moment, in the huge bowl-shaped pit, the Crusaders, the Blackbeard pirates, and the Navy form a triangular situation facing each other, guarding each other. Because there is a tacit understanding and bottom line between each other, even after a day and night of fierce fighting, there were no deaths, and few were even seriously injured. Among them, the admirals of the Navy have the strongest sense of sight. The Green Cow was seriously injured, Fujitora was slightly injured, and the Yellow Monkey's clothes were slightly dirty. It seems that there is no result if we fight like this. With his hands in his pockets, Kizaru casually glanced at the Cross Guild and the Blackbeard pirates in front of him, and finally set his gaze on Blackbeard, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Teachy, can't you obediently hand over the celestial dragons to us? Thinking of working overtime all night this time, Kizaru, who just wanted to touch fish, couldn't be in a good mood anyway. I have to talk to that guy Sakaski in the future, and we need more subsidies. Thief, ha ha ha. Does Lao Su look like the kind of philanthropist who does all the good things? Blackbeard showed a sinister and cunning smile. He is a very intelligent strategist. After calming down and thinking during the fierce battle, he realized that it was difficult to explain the plot of attacking the Tinlongren, so he decided to use his tactics and hold the Tinlongren firmly in his hands. Although he needs to bear part of the pressure of the world government, but has he, Blackbeard, done few things against the world government? In contrast, the benefits he can get are actually quite a lot. First of all, it is to be able to use Tianlong people to exchange resources from the world government. They regard Tianlong people as the most noble existence, and most of them will choose to compromise. Secondly, the prestige and reputation of the Blackbeard pirates can be enhanced through the shocking event of attacking the Tinlongren. Attract those strong men who have been persecuted by the Tianlong people to join them, and then strengthen the overall strength of the entire pirate group. Furthermore, as the mastermind of the incident, the status of the Blackbeard pirates hiding behind the scenes as seen by the outside world is higher than that of the actual Crusaders. Publishing relevant information as an article can, to a certain extent, hit the aura of the cross-trade union. The last point is that he brought Moria out for a deal with Blackbeard, and he was beaten for no reason. Anyway, there must be some trophies, right? And the price to be paid for the above benefits is just to offend the world government again. No matter how you think about it, it will be bloody. Therefore, after clearing his mind, Blackbeard will never hand over Charles Rose easily. On the side of the cross union, after seeing Blackbeard's sudden change of attitude, Mr. 3 quickly guessed the sinister thoughts in Blackbeard's heart, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, in this incident, they also reaped a lot of benefits. On the bright side, not only did Mariah, the original Shisabukai combat power, be obtained at zero cost, but he also got rid of the main responsibility for attacking the Tianlong people, so he didn't have to deal with the crazy revenge of the Tianlong people of the world government. Secretly, it is also the biggest benefit, that is, Mr. 3 has successfully completed the recruitment of Moria, and obtained a system reward that can upgrade domineering. His current Overlord color domineering is in the powerful stage, and if he goes further, it will be the standard configuration of the 4 emperors. The Overlord color is entangled. Domineering confrontation tearing the sky. This scene, just thinking about it is exciting. As for the interests gained by the Navy headquarters in this conflict, it is naturally prestige and deterrence. They can completely declare the 3-party melee to the outside world as the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters confronting the Double 4 Emperors alliance head-on, so that Blackbeard had to make concessions and, actively, sent back to the Celestial Dragon Man Charles Rose Saint. Even the alliance of 4 emperors is like this. How dare other pirates, underground forces, and even people who want to join the Revolutionary Army to resist? If the operation is good, this incident can save the Navy a lot of face and prestige that was suppressed by the revolutionary Yandi Sabo. Mr. 3 believes that with Akainu's acting style and strategy, it is not difficult to achieve this effect. Even from the time when he decided to send the 3 generals, he, or Wu Laoxing, has been making such plans. Such a comprehensive plan can be run out of a sudden attack on the Tianlong people. It has to be said that none of these guys standing at the top of the world are simple characters. What's even more ridiculous is that the cause of this incident was actually a slip of the foot of God Buggy. Overlord colored luck, really terrifying. All in all, a win-win situation for the 3 parties is an inevitable trend. If you have to say who was injured in this conflict, there is no doubt that it has become the big wrong species of the cockroach Charos. Then keep fighting, the celestial dragons must be rescued. Even though his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, Green Bull's attitude was still tough, and he didn't intend to just take advantage of Blackbeard, let alone see the Tianlong people encounter any accidents. Forget it. Green Bull, we won't be able to take them down in a short time. Kizaru, who was eager to get off work, persuaded. Aramu. What Paluzolino said is good, and the battle has been a bit long, you should have noticed it with your knowledge, right? Fujitora also stood up at this time, with a solemn expression, the strong men who keep gathering towards this island. Even so, we have to give priority to ensuring the safety of Saint Charos. The Green Bull strode forward, determined to fight. The atmosphere that finally fell silent suddenly became tense again. Just when the Green Bull was about to strike, a deep and terrifying dark red lightning suddenly exploded from the calm sea in the distance. What followed was an unparalleled domineering arrogance. Its scope is so wide that it can completely cover the entire Juguo Island. Feeling the palpitations of domineering arrogance, all the strong people present were shocked. The Green Bull's eyes widened even more, and the surging fighting spirit all over his body quickly dissipated, and he shrank back. Shocked. A domineering figure with a black cloak fluttering slowly has arrived on the battlefield and came before everyone. It won't do anyone any good to keep fighting. Everyone, please give me a face and stop the war. It's the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. On his resolute and steady face, there were 3 hideous scratch marks. As Shanks walked slowly, the arrogance emanating from his body became stronger and stronger. Different from the domineering look that made people feel daunted before, this domineering aura born from the heart is more like Shanks' own temperament. Shanks, after the war, we haven't seen each other for 2.5 years, right? Your arrogance is stronger than that time. Seeing this enemy of life, the corners of Blackbeard's mouth raised, revealing his broken teeth. Sure enough, those 3 scars are very suitable for you. Tichi, your changes have also exceeded my expectations. The red-haired eyes were slightly condensed, but the calm voice carried enormous pressure. Thief, ha ha ha. I am strong now, right? This is enough power to destroy the world. Blackbeard clenched his hands tightly, and white energy halos appeared in his fists, shaking the surrounding space to continuously emit surging roars. While demonstrating his own strength, he skillfully used his ability to shake the fruit to resolve the deterrence and pressure brought by the red-haired domineering color. If you still want to fight, I can accompany you. The red hair decisively pulled out the saber griffin at his waist, and dark red lightning swirled around, covering the entire blade in an instant. Blackbeard was a little taken aback by the redhead's determination not to hesitate to fight. A little bit of cold sweat dripped from his forehead when he wanted to sarcastically say a few words. Turning his gaze away from the members of the Cross Guild who had a good relationship with the red hair, he thought for a few seconds and took the initiative to remove the fighting spirit from his body. Forget it. Now is not the best time to fight you. Blackbeard didn't dare to be careless, and kept watching the red hair all the time, until he passed by the red hair without incident. Then he said to the cadres, "Little ones, get out first." Hearing this, Fan Oka and others, who were on high alert, put away their attacking stance, followed Blackbeard one after another, and walked towards the pirate ship on the shore. Walking out of a relatively safe distance of tens of meters, Blackbeard turned around again, looked at the expressionless three Navy generals, and left this sentence. Tianlong Ren Laozi temporarily accepted it for you. If you want to get him back, let Akainu exchange it with something of corresponding value. Such rampant and arrogant words fell into the ears of Kizaru and Fujitora, and they couldn't make any waves at all. On the contrary, the aggressive Green Bull was full of displeasure, and wanted to rush over to grab it. It's just the appearance of the red-haired Shanks that made him afraid to put this idea into action. Since the red hair appeared here, behind him must be followed by the red hair pirates known as the Iron Wall. A conflict with them is much more terrifying than the Blackbeard pirates or the Cross Guild. On the side of the Cross Union, Mr. 3 also did not speak, allowing Blackbeard to take the Tinlongren away. Although he really wanted to unite with the red-haired pirates and get rid of the Blackbeards here, but after calm thinking, he finally gave up on this impossible idea. The current situation is somewhat similar to the war on the top, with various forces intertwined. Putting aside the question of whether the two arrogant guys, Red Hair and Hawkeye, will join forces, we also need to consider the three admirals of the Navy who may make a move at any time. After a day and a night of fighting, he more or less realized the horror of Blackbeard's strength. After all, he can scratch the existence of the red hair when there is no fruit and the red hair is not careless. Moreover, among the current Blackbeard gang, there is also Fan Oka who can teleport in an instant. If you really want to work hard, you will only give the Navy and other forces lurking around Juguo Island a chance to pick up the leak. From the soaring strength during this period, it is not difficult to see that with the system, he can definitely become stronger in the future, and it is only a matter of time before he stands at the top of the world. His growth rate is unparalleled, so there is absolutely no need to force a black beard here. There are too many risks and uncertainties in doing so. Red-haired Shanks, a pirate that even the 5 old stars must treat seriously. Kizaru still kept his hands in his pockets, and after expressing a sigh of emotion as if talking to himself, he turned and left slowly. Fujitora also sheathed the stick and sword, and the clogs under his feet made a rattling sound. Neither of them had the will to fight. No matter how unwilling Green Bull was, he could only choose to retreat helplessly. Immediately after the 3 generals, several lieutenant generals of the naval headquarters left with Seraphim with only a few scars, returned to the nearby warships, and soon disappeared at the end of the waters of Juguo Island. So far, the 3-party melee caused by the Tianlong people has finally come to an end with the appearance of the red hair. Saxi doesn't care about Shanks. It wasn't until Blackbeard and Navy both left the field that Hawkeye, who was silent the whole time, stepped forward slowly and took the initiative to say hello to the friend and foe with red hair. "Yo, Mihawk." Sassy ignores it. The redhead retracted the saber griffin into its scabbard, the coercion that filled her body dissipated, and she smiled brightly. Looking at Hawkeye with the crossed black knife on his back, he asked curiously, "I was really shocked when I heard the news. Have you really joined Buggy's pirate group?" Hawkeye crossed his arms and said in a casual tone, "I just want to save a lot of trouble. If I really want to talk about it, it can barely be regarded as an alliance." Thinking of the many crazy incidents that have been done by the Cross Union headed by Buggy and Mr. 3 recently, the eagle-eyed sharp pupils turned slightly, and added, "At the same time, I also want to see how far this wonderful force that has gathered several Chi Wuhai can go." The red hair stretched his brows, showing an expected expression, and laughed. "Sure enough, I mean, how could a man like you join Buggy? If you want to join, you have to join my pirate group." "I won't join you either, Shanks." Hawkeye responded very simply. "Huh? I haven't formally invited you yet." The redhead scratched his head angrily. Hawkeye ignored his annoyance, and asked seriously, "You came here on purpose. You probably didn't just want to persuade me to fight such a boring thing, did you?" Hearing this, the red hair restrained the ease of greeting, and nodded equally seriously. The impact of the direct conflict between the 4 emperors and the admiral is very huge. Apart from escalating the situation and causing serious consequences, I do have other things to do when I come here." Having said that, his eyes turned and fell on Mr. 3 not far away. "You are the chief of staff of the Cross Union, Mr. 3 Galdino, right? I wanted to meet you a long time ago." Like a kind of friendly temptation, domineering without killing intent bloomed with the red hair's gaze. The bottomless domineering aura swept over and instantly enveloped Mr. 3. Mr. 3's pupils shrank, his chest rose and fell violently, and his breathing was involuntarily pulled and became rapid. Although he knew that the red-haired overlord arrogance would be very scary, but the exaggeration of the vastness of the sea made him experience the heavy pressure that Kaido had never experienced before. "Oh? I don't know the 4 emperors who are famous in the New World. What can I do next?" Even with the ferocious arrogance of a prehistoric beast, Mr. 3's figure is still tall and straight, and his face is calm and steady. Fortunately, his domineering has been greatly improved in the previous domineering lectures of Mr. Kaido, otherwise, he really couldn't bear this wave of testing by the red hair. "Ha ha ha, it's not a big deal." After feeling Mr. 3's strong and solid arrogance, the red-haired chuckled and withdrew his arrogance. He glanced at the giant pot island where the surrounding plants were soaring, candle fountains spewed out from time to time, and visions frequently appeared. He sighed and suggested, "The environment of this island is not suitable for conversation. If you don't mind, let's go to a nearby island. How about talking?" "Don't worry, it's not a serious matter. It just so happens that I haven't had a drink with Mihawk for a long time." Not too different from the character in the original book, Shanks has a pretty laid-back personality when he's relaxed. If it was other pirates, Mr. 3 would definitely have doubts about this invitation. Could there be an ambush on a nearby island? But if the opponent is the red-haired Shanks, then there is no problem. With his strength, there is no need to do anything extra. "Okay, then I will trouble you to lead the way." Mr. 3 agreed without thinking. He is not a monster with scary blue stripes like those of the admirals. After a day and a night of high-intensity fighting, he will also feel tired. "Okay, let's go, our pirate ship is on the shore." The redhead felt a little bit taken aback. Obviously he didn't expect Mr. 3 to agree so readily. After all, between pirates and pirates, there is more suspicion and suspicion. "Speaking of which, Buggy, why didn't he participate in your operation?" he asked suspiciously. "He needs to guard the empty Kale Bali Island. We have developed too fast recently and offended many forces." Mr. 3 casually made an excuse. In front of the red hair, he actually directly said that he was fine if he was afraid of Buggy being beaten to death, but with new members like Doflamingo and Moria behind him, Buggy had to maintain Buggy's image as the president a little bit. "Well, that's really a pity." As if guessing the real situation, the redhead let out a hearty laugh. While joking, he turned his head slightly, looked at Ayasha who was following Mr. 3, and changed the topic. "The sexy and beautiful lady in the back, can you please take back your power a little bit? I have no malice towards you." As soon as this remark came out, not only Ayasha, who was testing the red-haired maliciousness through the fruit ability, but even Mr. 3 was taken aback. Ayasha's behavior is completely trustworthy, and she is definitely not the kind of person who will easily expose her existence when using her abilities. This can be seen from the fact that Weevil has not noticed the malicious transfer for a long time. And now, without him noticing, the red hair actually saw through Ayasha's little trick, so easily and accurately. Sure enough, not only domineering, but the red-haired and knowledgeable domineering has probably reached the pinnacle of perfection. Apart from being domineering and knowledgeable, Mr. 3 really can't think of any other possibilities. After all, with the level and status of a redhead, she would not study Ayasha's fruit ability at all. "Ayasha, Shanks and our President Buggy have been friends for many years, so don't be too nervous." Mr. 3 stood up and rounded up the field. "It's the third brother." Ayasha nodded heavily, and after forcibly suppressing the shock of being discovered by someone for the first time, she apologized and said to the red hair, "I'm very sorry, I offended you." It's okay, I will feel strange if you are too relaxed." The redhead naturally laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. The short interlude ends here. When we returned to the Crusaders Guild battleship, and saw Mr. 3 walking side by side with the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, the younger brothers who stayed behind were naturally shocked and imaginative. While confirming that the red hair has a great relationship with their President Buggy, it also greatly increased their loyalty. It is conceivable that after this group of people return to Kale Bali, they will definitely set off a storm of brainstorming about Buggy and Mr. 3 within the Cross Union. Amidst the fanatical passion of the younger brothers, the Crusaders' warship flying the pirate flag moved slowly, followed the red foss of the red-haired pirates, and headed for the nearby islands. Taking advantage of the sea voyage, Mr. 3 returned to the cabin room on the grounds of taking a rest. After locking the room, lying on the bed, he resolutely opened the system panel stuck on recruitment success. Successfully recruited the original Shisebukai Moonlight Moria. The current goal progress is 5 completed. Target reward: Fruit Ability Development Capsule, Vegapunk Mysterious Technology Box, and 3 Color Domineering. Choose one to upgrade, teacher to be determined. Target evaluation: S. Reversed the unexpected situation and turned it into an excellent strategy that is beneficial to oneself. Escaped the shell of the Golden Cicada and played the Blackbeard pirates around. Brave and resourceful, full of courage. Achieved the goal that only Tianlong, a perfect ending where people get hurt. Special props for obtaining S-level evaluation. The capacity of the Eternal Wax Museum +1. Current capacity 3. Available capacity 1. Open the branch goal: Moria's Invincible Heart. Moria's Invincible Heart. Help Moria regain the confidence in fighting against Kaido. Target reward: Shadow Space. It has been detected that the progress of the main line goal has completed 5 items, and the overall strength of the buggy pirates has met the main line advancement requirements. Do you want to move forward the main line goal, Shisebukai Recruitment, and change it to Sea Emperor Battle? The change will change the existing reward mechanism. Seeing the last prompt from the system as always, Mr. 3 finally chose to continue with the current goal. Although the possibility is slim, he still wants to try to see if there is a chance to draw Hawkeye into his group. And after seeing the strength of the black beard and the domineering red hair, he felt that this kind of thing would be much safer after he mastered the domineering and his own strength was guaranteed. After making the selection, Mr. 3's eyes fell on the reward for this successful recruitment. To be precise, it was the reward of Domineering Lecture Hall. My nerves became excited at this moment. Using the Domineering Lecture Hall, upgrade the Domineering designation as Domineering. That's right. Mr. 3 wants to use the Domineering Lecture Hall to let him master the entry symbol of the top powerhouse, the Domineering and Domineering Entanglement. The opportunity is rare. If you can have a Domineering collision with the redhead with the ultimate Domineering color, it will definitely be a beneficial experience. The Domineering Lecture Hall has been successfully used. The Domineering for this upgrade is Bawang's, and the teachers are Baishu Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, Consolidation and Strengthening class. As the system's notification tone fell, the environment around Mr. 3 began to distort and change, just like the previous Domineering lectures, and finally formed a dark and depressing open space. The full moon hangs high, casting a gloomy and biting light, and the flames of war erupt, reflecting a scarlet and tragic scene. The shape of the skullhead is topped with 2 giant horns that penetrate like ghosts. This is the Wano country, the island of ghosts. Mr. 3 was standing on the roof of Ghost Island. The icy cold wind was like a sharp blade, making his facial muscles ache. The jacket on his body rattled, bringing a sense of chill before the Great War. Damn it. The system is fucking fucked up. He's trying to fuck me to death, right? A huge shadow came oppressively, looking at the 2 devil figures in front of him, constantly emitting a terrifying aura. Even Mr. 3 couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Welcome to a hell more hopeless than death, brat. How many times are you going to die? The master teacher, Kaido, holds a maze surrounded by dark red lightning. The surface of the muscle-burst skin is covered with indestructible blue scales, and there are 2 huge dragon-shaped horns on his head. Wahahaha. I never thought that in this world, there would be people who would be so stupid as to want to fight 2-4 emperors. The obese body of the teaching assistant ant is covered by the blazing Prometheus flame, holding the lightning and thundering sword Napoleon in one hand, and the thundering thunderbolt Gila in the other. The 2-4 emperors, perhaps the 2 teachers now, are all in the strongest attacking posture. It's sizzling. The eyes of the 2-4 emperors turned hard, and dark red lightning burst out of their bodies. The extremely strong domineering arrogance formed a black and red field, bombarding the thin Mr. 3 in the most ferocious and brutal way. Mr. 3 resisted the heavy pressure, gritted his teeth, and unreservedly showed his domineering aura. Boom. The domineering look wrapped in a sinister and strange atmosphere condensed into a gray-white field, colliding fiercely with the domineering looks of Kaido and Big Mom. In an instant, everything was silent, and the whole world was eclipsed. The light was shattered, and the moment the overlord collision between the 2 sides ended, Kaido and Lingling stood side by side, waving the weapons behind them, and brewing extremely terrifying energy at the same time. Bah hi. Before Mr. 3 could fully react from the suffocation of the domineering collision, the irresistible energy storm rushed towards him, completely submerging him. Hum. A huge roar resounded through the entire island of ghosts. After the blow, the earth was devastated. At the end of the deep and terrifying ravine, Mr. 3, who received the blow head-on, was covered in wounds, lying flat on the ground, his consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Behind him, a wax museum made of candles slowly emerged, and a candle phantom stood up from the candlestick and turned into spots of light in the sky. With the energy light spot sinking into the body, Mr. 3 was revived with full blood. As expected of an advanced class that teaches Overlord entanglement, this level of intensity is really fucking exciting. Mr. 3, who has always been sinister and calm, couldn't help but curse at this moment. Looking at the two figures in front of him that were more monsters than monsters, Mr. 3 realized that with his current self, it was impossible to compete with them. As a result, the phantom of the Eternal Wax Museum reappeared behind him, and the two wax figures swayed and walked slowly to Mr. 3's side, gradually becoming real. The unique three-letter hairstyle is burning with flickering candles, and there is a calm and confident smile on his mouth. This is two candle avatars with 3% of Mr. 80's peak state. Because it is the most important means of life-saving, in the real world, every use of Mr. 3 must be carefully calculated and submissive. But in this uncooled domineering lecture hall of the Wax Museum, he will strike hard. Let's fight to the fullest. Double 4 Emperors. The three Mr. 3s raised their arms with surging candles, stared at each other, their domineering arrogance burst into full bloom, and they launched the fiercest challenge to Kaido and Lingling on the opposite side. The peak duel of the Double 4 Emperors versus 3 Candle Demons begins here. Time passed quickly, and when Mr. 3 completed this domineering lecture and returned to reality, his aura had undergone earth-shaking changes. The teaching of the domineering lecture hall is completed. Excellent mentors can help you avoid detours, surpass yourself, and become stronger. During the thirsty learning, Teacher Kaido and Teacher Lingling taught without reservation. Although the classroom, Ghost Island, was beaten to pieces, your body has been tempered perfectly. The 3-color domineering has been improved. The domineering color of the king has crossed a class, and successfully comprehend the advanced skills of winding the domineering color of the king. So far, you have successfully stepped into the ranks of the top powerhouses in the pirate world. At the same time, the breakthrough progress of the fruit ability will be open. After the 3-color domineering cultivation reaches the limit, the devil can be conquered. With the addition of the Eternal Wax Museum, Mr. 3, who has experienced the most tragic battle until now, has returned to a near-perfect state. Sitting on the side of the bed, he raised his right arm, his domineering look quietly flowing, turning into a layer of dazzling golden particles, covering his right fist precisely. The tyranny of the comics is more like an invisible transparent weapon. The novel here is just like the animation, with some cool special effects. Different from the dark skin after the armed color domineering is activated, his right fist is still the original skin color, but its destructive power is far from that of the flowing armed color. On the surface, high-level Liu Ying and Batang both cover domineering, but the functions of the two do not overlap and are not the same. The high-level armed domineering can destroy the target internally through the impact of flow, and can cause effective damage to Kaido, a strong player with high blood and high defense. At the same time, it is also particularly important that the armed color domineering can capture the effect of natural entities. In contrast, the rarer Overlord color winding is more like a pure domineering force, which can make unpretentious kung fu methods exert unimaginable power. To put it simply, the high-level Liu Ying is defense breaking, while the Overlord color winding is critical strike. Sensing the terrifying power contained in the golden particles on the right fist representing the Overlord color, Mr. 3 nodded very satisfied, his deep eyes flashed with excitement. Just like the system commentary, from this moment on, he has officially entered the top powerhouse, possessing a super combat power that can compete head-on with the 4 Emperor Generals. Thinking of this, Mr. 3 called out the system panel that he hadn't seen for a long time. The strongest Emperor subsystem, host, Mr. 3. Appearance. Charm of personality, 90, physical fitness, S++. Lucky value, B+S. The clown buggy camp has its own buff, which will disappear when you leave. Abilities. Wax Fruit, Awakened, Breakthrough Progress. 0/3, Armed Color Domineering, Advanced. Liu Ying. Knowledge Color Domineering, Powerful Plus. Overlord Color Domineering, Advanced, Batang. Props. Different Dimensional Practice Manual, in progress, coming soon. Former Admiral Qingxi Sea Bicycle, 32% progress in making a black car, Eternal Wax Museum, capacity. 3, Cooling. 2, Free Wings, Vegapunk Mysterious Technology Box 2, Devil Fruit Ability Development Capsule 1. Main line goal. Omitted, target rewards 1 to 5. Completed, rated A, D, S, S, S. Target reward. Fruit Ability Development Capsule, Vegapunk Mysterious Technology Box. In addition to the steady increase in the basic attributes, what can attract Mr. 3's attention a little bit is the breakthrough condition of the fruit ability. Now he only has knowledgeable domineering and has not reached the advanced stage of foreseeing the future, but judging from his powerful plus state, even if he doesn't need domineering lectures, he can comprehend it by himself. So, what will be the form of expression of the limit above high-level domineering? Based on Anilo's knowledge color, heart network, that can cover the entire island, is it possible to predict the future of a designated area in an enhanced version of knowledge color? Like Garp, he has cultivated his armed color to the point where he can handle the top powerhouses with ease. Or, the overbearing look of the red hair that can cause substantial damage to the surrounding environment, and even block the enemy's foreseeing the future knowledge killing? Mr. 3 doesn't have a very clear idea about this. After all, this level of 3-color domineering has exceeded his big picture view as a time traveler. The same is true of the situation that needs to be faced next. Waiting for him is the black beard who has not fully revealed the secret, the 5 old stars whose strength is unknown, and the mysterious king of the world I am. But, Mr. 3 clenched his fists tightly, the power in his body was surging, and he didn't feel any anxiety or fear about the unknown future. On the contrary, the upcoming battle for hegemony made his blood boil. Boom boom boom. While excited, there was a soft and steady knock on the door outside the room. Third brother, I can already see the island that the red-haired Shanks mentioned. Do you want to get up now, or I will tell you when I get there? Ayasha asked aloud. During non-combat times, she acts as Mr. 3's exclusive secretary. No. Wait a minute, I'll change clothes and go out. Mr. 3 put away many thoughts and changed into a clean and tidy casual attire. After thinking about it, he picked out a handsome dark blue cloak and put it on his shoulders. As the standard equipment of the top powerhouse, a cape full of style is naturally indispensable. Third brother, you. Looking at the third elder brother who stood in front of him with strong muscles and exuding a calm and domineering aura, Ayasha couldn't help but widen her eyes, showing a look of astonishment. What, is there any problem? Mr. 3 asked knowingly. No, I just suddenly felt that you, third brother. Ayasha raised her eyes and glanced at Mr. 3, then quickly retracted her gaze, and said sincerely, you are super handsome. Snapped. As soon as the words fell, Mr. 3 slapped her on the forehead with lightning speed. Hiss. Ayasha was in pain. Clutching the red envelope on her head, her eyes were confused, she didn't know what she said wrong. When was your third brother not super handsome? Mr. 3 said naturally. It's purely a beating look that is cheap and good looking. I'm very sorry, I said something wrong. Ayasha was nervous, and immediately bowed 90 degrees to apologize. Then, she was stabbed in the forehead again. How many times have I said that we are partners who can give our lives to each other, and we don't need to be so reserved all the time? Mr. 3's expression is quite serious. A partner who can deliver life. After reacting, Ayasha's red lips moved slightly, and she was about to speak, but Mr. 3 forced a blue-white capsule into her palm. Third brother, this is... Ayasha frowned slightly, revealing a strong color of doubt. Similar to the evil drug ES that was once circulated among the new Murloc pirates, it is a secret drug that can improve the fruit's ability, but you need to pay a corresponding price. Are you willing to take it to become stronger? Mr. 3 developed a capsule for the fruit ability given by the system, and fabricated a relatively reasonable explanation. Now his fruit ability has been awakened, the breakthrough condition is the ultimate 3-color domineering, and the ability to develop capsules is not needed. Therefore, this kind of fun is naturally for the little fans who firmly follow their own footsteps. Ayasha lowered her head and stared at the strange capsule in her hand, thinking back to her third brother's words. You need to pay a corresponding price. She froze in place for a while, as if she was struggling and hesitating. After a few seconds of silence, she mustered up the courage and raised her head firmly, with obvious worries flashing in the depths of her moving eyes. Third brother, have you been taking this kind of secret medicine? No wonder she thinks this way. After all, in less than a month since the meeting at Sanju Wandao, Mr. 3 has completed the awakening of devil fruit abilities and the rapid improvement of 3-color domineering, powerful enough to compete with the general green bull degree. Ayasha had the same idea as Hancock before, thinking that the third brother was hiding his own strength. But when she saw the secret medicine in her hand, she subconsciously worried about the physical condition of the third brother. Okay. Mr. 3 did not expect at all that Ayasha's first thought was not whether the secret medicine would affect her, but her own safety. And he also wanted to use the term, side effects, to scare the little girl. Good. The third brother, who has always been known for his thick skin, couldn't help but feel his cheeks burn slightly at this time. The arrogance of knowledge bloomed to the maximum, and after making sure that the next words would not be heard, Mr. 3 said aloud. Don't worry. Although the awakening of my fruit ability has a lot to do with this thing, but the price is very low, basically negligible. Seeing that Ayasha still wanted to continue to ask, Mr. 3, who didn't want to let this question get further and further away, took the lead, and said seriously, "Why, you don't believe what the third brother said?" Ayasha dare not. In other words, it's great that the third brother has no potential danger. Me, I'll eat it now. Ayasha panicked, threw the capsule in her mouth almost without thinking, and swallowed it with a gulu. A wonderful cool and transparent feeling flowed all over the body in an instant, and a deep malicious black mist continuously overflowed from the surface of the fair skin. Third brother, you actually gave away such a precious thing. Ayasha's eyes widened, and she stood there in a daze. She is not stupid. After feeling the significantly enhanced fruit ability, she immediately realized how rare and precious the capsule that third brother gave her is. Digest it well, and remember, never mention it to anyone. Mr. 3 looked extremely serious, and solemnly made an explanation. Understood, third brother. Ayasha forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart and nodded heavily. She didn't make a substantive promise, but the determination to see death as home that surfaced on the beauty is enough to show her attitude. Seeing this, Mr. 3 stopped talking and walked towards the battleship deck with his hands in his pockets. After a short period of adaptation, Ayasha followed closely. The two met Hawkeye and Doflamingo, who had been waiting on the deck for a long time, and slowly disembarked surrounded by the men with fierce faces, and came to the island that the red-haired Shanks said. Sub-line goal. Hancock's transcendence, domineering and domineering completely surpass Hancock. Target reward. Physique cheats, sub-line goal, Weevil's righteous killing of relatives. Let Weevil see the true face of Miss Bacon and carry him away. Target reward. The designated weapon has a weak shock effect. Sub-line target. The honorific title of Crocodile. Make Crocodile shout, third brother, from the bottom of his heart. Target reward. Fruit ability adds iron sand effect. Sub-question. Doflamingo's trust. Successfully gain Doflamingo's heartfelt trust and admiration. Target reward. The secret of Tinlongren, 3-color domineering enhancement. Subtask. Moria's invincible heart. Help Moria regain her confidence in the fight against Kaido. Target reward. Shadow space. This is a small island with no name. It is small in scale, but the trees and vegetation are lush and full of delicious game. It is very suitable for picnics and banquets. At this time, the red-haired pirates who arrived at the island first had already lit a bonfire and prepared all kinds of delicious wine and hard dishes for entertainment. Among this group of people, Mr. 3 met quite familiar core cadres of the Red Group, such as Ben Beckman, Jesus Bu, Laji Lu, all of whom are domineering veterans. As expected of the 4 Emperor pirates known as the Iron Wall, leaving aside the combat power for the time being, this group of people just gathered together, and the oppressive feeling formed would have to beat the Blackbeard cadres for several blocks. Sorry for keeping the red hair pirates waiting so long. The leader, Mr. 3, was the first to say hello to the red-haired pirates. Mr. 3, compared to just now on Juguo Island, your arrogance seems to be more condensed. The red-haired Shanks propped his knees with one hand, and sat on a huge smooth rock. The 3 terrifying scratches on his face exuded an infiltrating aura under the afterglow of the setting sun. Haha, after all, the opponents are Blackbeard and the 3 generals. If you don't have the slightest understanding after the battle, wouldn't this battle be for nothing? Mr. 3 let out a hearty chuckle, not intending to hide it. In front of a strong person like Red Hair, deliberately covering up will cause suspicion and disgust on the other side. Hearing this, the eagle-eyed eyes who had already caught the change of Mr. 3's breath rolled, and sighed softly. It's really a terrifying talent. Even he, the #1 swordsman in the world, was so surprised. One can imagine how much the impact of comprehension on Mr. 3's temperament will be. In contrast, Mingo and Moria, who were not so keen in perception, seemed a little confused. They can only perceive the changes in Mr. 3's expression visible to the naked eye, and they cannot be as profound as the eagle-eyed red-haired for his potential strength and arrogance. Is Your Excellency the chief of the general staff of the Cross-Trade Union who has become famous recently? Sure enough, being famous is not as good as meeting him, so terrifying and domineering. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, biting a smoky cigar, looked at Mr. 3 with obvious surprise and astonishment. Compared with the famous Vice-Captain Beckman, there is still a big gap, Mr. 3 said modestly. As the No. 2 figures of their respective 4 emperors, the two of them exchanged a lot of business as soon as they met. In fact, Mr. 3 is not considered modest. After all, it is rumored that those with fruit abilities are not allowed to touch mistakes, and Beckman has a combat power comparable to that of Red Hair. If there is no exaggeration, then he is not necessarily Beckman's opponent now. As expected of a man who dared to attack Tianlong people, he has 2 brushes. The big fat man Lackey Lou was grabbing a big barbecue and biting it with big mouthfuls. Incomparable resourcefulness, astonishing courage, and oppressive arrogance. It's great that such a man doesn't appear as an enemy. The sharpshooter Jesus Cloth folded his arms, his eyes were sharp, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. When the two sides met for the first time, Mr. 3 received unstinting praise from this group of strong men standing at the top of the pirates. While affirming the domineering and powerful Mr. 3, it also showed from the side that the leaders of the red-haired pirates have a very keen perception of dangerous people. After warmly greeting everyone, Mr. 3 looked at the surrounding environment, which was a bit rough and there was only a simple bonfire stand. Immediately, he used the wax fruit ability to make candle round tables, candle sofas, candle bar counters and other tools needed for banquets equipment. Because his candles have a stronger and longer-lasting flammability, even the trouble of finding wood fuel is saved. This unparalleled practicality immediately aroused the amazement of all the cadres of the Red Hair Pirates. As the distant sunset gradually sinks to the sea, bright candles illuminate the dimly lit island. The banquet of the two pirate groups is officially open. On the side of the Cross Union, Doflamingo and Moonlight Mariah are also considered senior old pirates. They had enough conversations with the cadres of the Red Hair group, and they quickly became acquainted with each other after some business chatting. Especially Hawkeye, he has a very good relationship with the red-haired group itself, and the meeting between the two parties is more like an old friend who has not seen for a long time. As for the stupid Weevil and the aloof Ayasha, after the initial restraint, they gradually merged into the heroic enthusiasm of the red-haired group. The younger brothers of both parties took on the atmosphere of the audience, hooked their shoulders and put their backs on their backs, drinking heavily, eating meat, and making loud noises. The Song of Pirates, Bink's Wine, was hummed in a wild tune, and everyone's faces were filled with bright smiles. Cheerful atmosphere will be enveloped in this small island. This is the charm of the pirate banquet. In the rocky belt a little further away from the noisy area, Mr. 3 and the red-haired Shanks sat facing each other. Whether it's offering a reward to the Navy, making a big fuss in the city, or even the kidnapping of the Tinlongren, Mr. 3, is the real purpose of you and Buggy targeting the world government and the Tinlongren? Shanks sat on the smooth rock with his legs crossed, his eyes serious. Sure enough, even if the city was not published in newspapers, the movement inside could not be concealed from top forces in the pirate world like Red Hair. Mr. 3 sighed in his heart about the opponent's intelligence ability, and took a sip of the beer beside him. Looking up into Shanks' eyes, he said slowly, although the development of the matter is quite complicated, and many cases are caused by accidents, this is indeed what we have determined, and it is also the ultimate goal of being able to gather such 7 martial arts. Accident. Shanks also raised his glass and took a big gulp, thought for a few seconds, and finally opened his mouth to remind. You are very strong now. The scale and combat power of the Cross Guild is top-notch even among the 4 emperors of all dynasties, but the power of the world government is unimaginable. 1 or even 2 4 emperors alone cannot compete. Speaking of this, he spoke seriously and emphasized, the world government I am talking about does not include the Navy. As a pirate who was allowed to appear in the Holy Land of Marie Joa and still needs to be received solemnly by the 5 Elder Stars, he knew many secrets of the world government. Mr. 3 looked at Shanks with a serious expression, and immediately saw his true thoughts. I see, you are worried about Buggy's safety, right? Hearing this, Shanks was very obviously stunned for a moment, then raised his head and laughed loudly. Although annoying and long-winded, that guy is an important person who grew up with me to me. His answer was quite frank, and he didn't hide much. Mr. 3, who is very familiar with the plot of the original book, laughed and said, if Buggy hears this, he will definitely raise his tail to the sky and call you an asshole with snot and tears. Ha ha ha. There was a picture in front of Shanks' eyes immediately, and he explained aloud, that's why I only say that with you. Mr. 3 glanced at him, and said in a deep voice, don't worry, we are not fools. We will not take action against the world government until we are absolutely sure. This Tinlongren incident is a big misunderstanding in the final analysis. He probably told Shanks about the general process of Buggy's attack on the Tianlong people. Of course, when it comes to his own secrets such as the wax figure avatar, it's just a brief mention. After all, from the standpoint of pirates alone, Shanks is their strong competitor. Accidentally bombarded the celestial dragon because of his slippery feet? Hearing this, Shanks laughed even more cheerfully. This is really in line with that idiot Buggy's behavior. After finishing speaking, he changed the subject, looked at Mr. 3 and said, but having said that, you can instantly think of the corresponding strategy in such an emergency, Mr. 3. Your resourcefulness seems to be more terrifying than the rumors. Mr. 3 raised his hand to support the goggles, showing a confident smile. After all, the throne of the One Piece is also one of the goals we are pursuing. If we don't have enough strategy, we will die miserably in the battle of the great pirates. This time, he did not choose to be modest, but showed a rather high-profile posture. What exudes at the same time is a cold and steady fighting spirit. The things to be discussed have been said almost, and the next step is naturally the long-lost challenge of Overlord Color. Unfortunately, just a few days ago, I also announced to my subordinates that I will officially join the ranks of snatching the great secret treasure, so next. Sensing the fighting spirit in Mr. Three's eyes, Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then put down his wineglass, and stood up slowly with one hand on his knee. We are strong competitors, go back and tell Buggy, I will not show mercy next time we meet. Be sure to bring it. Mr. Three followed suit and stood up. The two stood facing each other, and the powerful aura emanating from their bodies formed an invisible force field, bringing extremely heavy pressure. A gust of cold sea breeze blew from the distant sea, making the cloaks on the two of them rattle. If I'm not mistaken, there seems to be an unwritten rule of meeting and greeting among you old four emperors. A tiny dark red lightning jumped over Mr. Three's goggles, and his eyes gradually became hot. Although our President Buggy is not here, the basic etiquette of the four emperors cannot be lost, so please allow me to replace President Buggy and say hello to you. Shanks froze for a moment in surprise, and quickly understood the greeting in Mr. Three's mouth. Although there is no such so-called unwritten rule among the four emperors, but thinking about it carefully, it seems that every time they meet, they will indeed greet each other with bullying and fighting. Captain Roger was like this with Whitebeard decades ago, and he met Whitebeard and Kaido 2 years ago, and the number of times Big Mom collided with Kaido more than once. The greeting between the four emperors, it's not a simple collision of domineering colors, you will lose consciousness. Shanks stood still, surrounded by dark red lightning, and the black cloak on his back was thrown wildly by the strong air pressure. Maybe I will lose, but things like retaining consciousness can still be done. Mr. Three's eyes flashed with an incomparably determined look, and then he unreservedly bloomed with his domineering aura. The redhead smiled lightly and took a step forward, returning with even more fierce and domineering arrogance. It's sizzling. In an instant, dark thunder surged and strong winds raged. The domineering arrogance of the two sides formed two fields that collided with each other, and the collision produced palpitating and terrifying waves, which spread in all directions. The members of the Cross Guild and the Red Hair Pirates who were in the midst of the joyful banquet were all startled. They put down their wine glasses one after another, and gathered around with half curiosity and third surprise, wanting to see what was going on. At this time, Mr. Three and the Red Hair are very targeted to control their domineering, so they will not have a significant impact on the people around them for the time being. The younger brothers on both sides are basically people with a bounty of over 100 million, and they still have a little bit of stamina. I've already felt your arrogance. You don't need to show off such basic skills. Shanks was the first to take back his overlord look. To put it back, more accurately, it should be that he consciously gathered all this loose and inflated arrogance on the famous sword griffin that he drew out of the scabbard. On the flickering blade of the cold light, there are thick golden particles flowing, as if a cool special effect has been added. Then I too. Mr. Three raised his arm, and was about to use the overlord color winding he had just mastered, but when he caught a glimpse of the blade in Shanks' hand, he stopped involuntarily. When the four emperors met, they all used their own weapons to fight against each other. Whether it's Roger's ace, Whitebeard's Kong Yunki, Kaido's mace 8 fasts, Andy's big sword Napoleon, even Luffy has the ultimate slipperboard, he just goes up there empty-handed, the truth is a bit out of line. Hammers, broadswords, tomahawks, and gauntlets made from candle weapons? It seems that these are not obvious signs. Wait, iconic? Suddenly, Mr. Three's eyes lit up, and he thought of the god-level tool that has been following him since the beginning of the time travel, after awakening the domineering look. The famous car, the black car. Sorry, wait a minute, I have to take down the weapon. Mr. Three made a pause gesture to Shanks with an apologetic face. Then turned around, looked at Ayasha who was watching the show not far away and said, Ayasha, drag my sea bike over here. As a creation of the system, he can store the sea bike in the system space like wings of freedom, but after all, this thing cannot be covered with candles, and it would be quite strange to take it out of thin air, so the reality has been preserved. What? Ayasha froze for a moment, then nodded heavily, understood. Her speed was very fast, and within a few breaths, she pushed the sea bike over and handed it to Mr. Three. Including Red Hair, many officials of the Red Hair Pirates thought at first that sea bicycle was just the name of a weapon. When they saw that it was really a simple and unpretentious bicycle, they all stared round their eyes. The depths are full of unbelievable. All kinds of strange events in the new world emerge one after another, but this is definitely the first time they have seen someone use a bicycle as a weapon for so many years at sea. Puff. Looking at the funny posture of Mr. 3 picking up the bicycle, I don't know who couldn't hold back and let out a burst of laughter. The laughter seemed to be contagious, and it spread throughout the red-haired pirates in the blink of an eye, and even the cadres laughed out loud. The cadres on the side of the cross trade union had a gloomy face and looked quite speechless. Doflamingo even covered his eyes shamelessly, feeling extremely ashamed. What's so funny? Third Brother's bicycle will eventually become a supreme weapon for black bicycles. The peak welcomes false support, and the dusk witnesses devout believers. The little girl Ayasha stood up firmly and tried her best to defend the Third Brother. It never occurred to him that such a serious look, in the eyes of the cadres of the red-haired regiment, would be even more interesting, making him laugh so hard that he beat his chest. Their pirate group book is such an informal and joyful style. On the other hand, the expressionless Ben Beckman stared closely at Mr. 3's movements and remained silent. In his sight, the powerful overlord-colored arrogance is rapidly gathering and condensing towards the palm of Mr. 3, finally forming dazzling golden particles, slowly covering the entire seabike. Hey, am I right? Jesus Boo's smile froze suddenly. Not only does he have a powerful domineering look, but he has also cultivated it to this level. The fat man Lagilu couldn't laugh anymore. One after another, the cadres of the red-haired regiment sensed something was wrong, and their expressions were solemn. No wonder you are so arrogant, so you have mastered this kind of top power. Shanks smiled lightly. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the bicycle in Mr. 3's hand, even he couldn't help becoming tense at this moment. Holding Griffin's single arm raised slightly, he wanted to take the initiative to attack. In a way unique to the four emperors, as an old comrade in arms for many years, Beckman immediately caught the news, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at the younger brothers who were laughing happily. Stop laughing. The weak guy hastened to leave. As far as you run, you won't be able to carry it. However, his reminder was still a step too late. Before the younger brothers realized what was going on, Mr. 3 and Shanks added a domineering entanglement attack, and they bombarded together like a comet meeting. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and even the surrounding space and time trembled. However, the bicycle and Griffin did not come into contact, and the gap between the two was filled with dense golden particles. Looking from a distance, there was an invisible barrier between the wheel and the blade, bursting out overwhelming dark red lightning. An unimaginable energy storm enveloped the entire island in an instant, and with the domineering output of Mr. 3 and Shanks, it became more and more inflated until it finally soared into the sky. Beckman, Jesus Bu, Hawkeye, Doflamingo and others slowly raised their heads, only to see a huge, deep and terrifying gully, like an abyss that devours everything, appearing above the moonlit sky. Sky cracked. Terrible cracks split the gray night sky, and dark red lightning split the endless darkness. The extremely ferocious domineering explosion exploded at the center of the collision between Mr. 3 and Shanks, the wind howled and the impact gushed, and even the sea around the island rippled in circles. Plop, plop, plop. Whether it was the Cross Guild or the red-haired pirates, the weaker younger brother trembled all over, his consciousness and spirit were hit extremely hard, his eyes turned white, and he passed out on the spot without resistance. Under the collision of this terrifying domineering look, even strong men like Beckman, Hawkeye, Jesus Bu, and Weevil stood there with expressions on their faces, without any chance to speak. In the center of the collision where dark red lightning was everywhere, Mr. 3's arm holding the bicycle could not help but tremble slightly. As the domineering strength of both sides increased, he could more and more feel the heavy pressure transmitted from the airstrike, which was enough to paralyze the whole body. This is the domineering look of red-haired Shanks cultivated to the extreme. The ground under Mr. 3's feet gradually cracked. The struggle between the two sides has gone from being evenly matched at the beginning, to the delicate balance being broken, and now, Mr. 3 has shown an obvious decline. Drink. Shanks yelled, clenched Griffin's arm tightly and exploded with incomparable strength. Under the crushing force of this force, Mr. 3, who had just mastered the entanglement, was still defeated after all. He was blasted hundreds of meters by this blow, smashed countless trees along the way, and smashed heavily into a huge rock. Boom. With the swing of the blade, the dark red lightning dissipated into light spots all over the sky, and the hard rock shattered at the moment of collision, causing dust to rise everywhere. As expected of a man in the legend, the use of domineering look is simply not too strong. Wax shavings flew, and Mr. 3, who had removed most of the impact through the fluid candle, walked out of the thick smoke leisurely. The dark blue cloak fluttered slowly, his expression was indifferent, and there was no serious injury on his body, but his hands behind his back were constantly shaking. However, it hasn't reached the level where I can lose consciousness as you said before. Slowly walking in front of Shanks, a smug smile appeared on the corner of Mr. 3's mouth. If I knew that you have even mastered this kind of top-level power, how could you say such arrogant words? The griffin in Shank's hand has been inserted back into the scabbard, looking at Mr. 3 with serious eyes. Even I didn't expect that you would hide so deeply. In this sea, a person who can awaken the domineering look and arrogance that is only 1 out of a million people definitely has the qualifications to become a king. Among them, the person who comprehends and masters the entanglement of the overlord color is the most famous figure in the New World. It's hard to imagine that a man with such courage could endure it for decades, and it's only now that this chaotic era has completely erupted. Similar to Shank's shock, the Red Regiment cadres stared wide-eyed. Some couldn't believe that Mr. 3, who was famous for his resourcefulness in the Cross Guild, actually possessed the fighting power of a 4-emperor-level powerhouse. In contrast, Hawkeye Doflamingo, who knew a little about Mr. 3 and had just experienced a 3-way melee, showed more of a strong look of surprise on their faces. Although they know that Mr. 3's domineering color is quite powerful, but after a big melee, they can comprehend the entanglement of the king's color. Isn't this kind of talent too terrifying? Except for the little brother who was limp on the ground and unconscious, everyone in the audience was shocked by Mr. 3's sudden dominance, so that the funny appearance of picking up the bicycle completely disappeared. Under the background of the golden overlord color, not to mention the bicycle, even if you swing a toilet brush, you have the posture of the pinnacle of the strong. Of course, among these people, Ayasha, who was squatting in the corner, silently picked up the bicycle and wiped it clean. The pretty face looked unusually calm and calm. Don't ask. The question is that this kind of power appears in the third brother, it is simply a matter of course. Even so, compared with Ni's domineering, there is still a big gap. Mr. 3 adjusted the goggles and sighed with emotion in a low voice. In fact, the reason why he fights against Shanks in this situation is not just to pretend, it is not just to check the gap between the two sides. The more important purpose is that he must show his potential and combat power to the Red Hair and the Red Hair Pirates. Although there are benevolence, friendship, and conscience between pirates, compared with these things that need to pin their hopes on others, power is a more domineering and reliable thing. In the world of pirates where the strong are respected, strength never goes out of style. There is no doubt about the strength of the red-haired pirates, but Mr. 3 is so arrogant that it is impossible for him to flatter like others. Therefore, only by taking advantage of this opportunity to show their own fists can they win the recognition and respect of everyone in the red group. Gain a more advantageous voice in the possible dialogue and cooperation between the two pirate groups in the future. Looking away at the sea bike held in her arms by Ayasha as a treasure, while expressing emotion, Mr. 3's thoughts moved slightly, and he checked the system panel deep in his mind. Sea bicycle. A special prop that can be refined into a black car through domineering nourishment. Function. Slightly increase the benefits of physical fitness, arrogance, willpower, etc. gained from riding a bicycle. The current refining progress is 43%. Refining a black car will activate the hidden attribute. Seeing that the refining progress soared from 32% after the domineering lecture hall to 43%, Mr. 3's guess was verified. Carrying a bicycle for a high-intensity overlord-colored entanglement collision can not only strengthen and consolidate the power of the overlord, but also greatly improve the progress of refining a black car. That's right. This is the real purpose of his hesitation and finally choosing to use such a wonderful prop as a sea bike as his weapon. Although tyrants and collisions can greatly increase the progress, this increase should decrease as the number of times increases. After all, a short collision is far less solid than a steady and domineering nourishment. Mr. 3 naturally thinks of this possibility. Although I still want to do another collision verification with Shanks, it is obvious that doing so will become very strange in the eyes of others. It can be clearly felt that in the confrontation just now, Shanks still kept his hands more or less. Continuing to launch challenges is somewhat ignorant of good and evil. Thinking of the fact that there is still a novice who has mastered the tyrant in the current cross-union, Mr. 3 puts aside his impulsiveness and no longer rushes. On the opposite side, after a brief shock, Shanks regained his composure. As soon as he opened his mouth, he greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, and everyone in the audience was shocked. Hey, Mr. 3, it's a shame for a man like you to stay by Buggy's side. How about it, do you want to come to my side? Shanks has a bright smile on his face, and his tone is half serious and half joking, which makes it difficult to figure out his real thoughts. Even Beckman and the others, who were very familiar with their own captain, showed expressions of disbelief. Under the puzzled and slightly worried gazes of the crowd, the corner of Mr. 3's mouth twitched, suddenly a little flustered. I'm a pirate, and I was invited to board the ship by the Red Hair of the 4 Emperors. What should I do? Should I give him face? Waiting online is very anxious. Whoops, just kidding. After thinking briefly, Mr. 3 raised his head to meet Shank's enthusiastic gaze, with a firm tone. Shanks. Thank you for recognizing my strength and character, but I'm very sorry. I have no intention of leaving the Cross Union now. Aside from the possibility of the Redhead's invitation to test himself, judging from the system's ultimate goal of pushing Buggy to the throne of One Piece and becoming the strongest deputy, he will naturally not leave the Buggy Pirates in a short time. Moreover, the extremely lucky bonus provided by the Buggy Camp is also very powerful, which is an attribute that is easily overlooked but is quite important. Although Mr. 3 has the current achievements, most of them are won by his own mind and tricks. But if you think about it carefully, if many details are not favored by the goddess of luck, you may not be able to succeed. Just like this attack and kidnapping of the celestial dragons, if there is no lucky value bonus by chance, how can it be so simple to recruit Moria and master the power of Overlord color entanglement? More importantly, staying with Buggy can hide behind the scenes, allowing many events to follow the development of his own ideas with a big picture. Even if there are some mistakes caused by improper operation, Buggy, the captain, can still stand in front. To put it simply, it's just 2 words: take the blame. In contrast, the red-haired pirates with online per capita IQ and sharp nerves are like invisible shackles that restrain themselves all the time. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, like that guy Marco, it's not that easy to succeed. Shanks seemed relieved and let out a hearty laugh. The tense and exciting Overlord-colored entanglement was completely over under the relaxed laughter of the red hair. After the unconscious brothers regained consciousness one after another, the joyful and lively banquet continued. Everyone talked happily with wine, and under the reflection of the bright moonlight, they looked very harmonious. In contrast, the atmosphere of the holy land of Marie Joya on the Red Earth continent is much more heavy and depressing. Are you kidding? The 3 generals can't take down the 2 pirate groups, so let Akainu join them. My son is the most noble in the world. How could he be traded by mere pirates like a commodity? Roswald, the celestial dragon who heard that the 3 generals had returned without success, found the 5 old stars again. The slender beard stretched straight on the bitter face, obviously very angry. On the opposite side, Wu Laoxing was either sitting on the sofa, or leaning against the window, or carefully wiping the long knife in his arms, with an indifferent expression. After a few seconds of silence, someone finally spoke and said slowly, Roswald, we can understand your mood at the moment. But the matter is of great importance. 2 of the 4 emperors are involved, and even the red-haired pirates are attracted to it. If the Red Dog is allowed to go there again, wouldn't it be the ultimate decisive battle between the pirates and the navy? Speaking of this, Wu Laoxing added, the new world at this moment is extremely chaotic, the situation is tense, and the revolutionary army is hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Sending 3 generals is already the limit of what the navy can do at present. It's not time for a showdown yet. Our determination and attitude have already been conveyed. I believe that Guy Tiki should be able to figure out the reason. Sensing the attitude of the 5 old stars, Roswald was very upset. He raised his voice and was about to refute, but a fierce and domineering terrifying aura erupted first, causing his heartbeat to increase suddenly and his face pale. Whether it's Blackbeard or Buggy, there will be time for them to pay the corresponding price later, but for now, to resolve this matter peacefully is our decision after joint discussions. The aura as deep as a monster and a demon continued to bloom from the body of Wu Laoxing. Do you have any objections? Well, since it is your decision with the most wisdom, I must unconditionally choose to support it. Roswald confessed on the spot, and flattered him very bluntly. Seeing this, Wu Laoxing slowly withdrew the terrifying aura suppression. Until Roswald's stumbling figure left and disappeared from sight, a sinister look slowly appeared on their faces. Although this incident has greatly demonstrated the top strength of the Navy headquarters, simply modifying the news can have a miraculous effect on shocking the morale of the Navy. But after all, Blackbeard and Buggy patted their faces. Although from a general perspective, this slap is neither painful nor itchy. Buggy, Hawkeye, Mr. 3, Hancock, Weevil, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria. Some of the 5 old stars sighed with worry. The current Cross Guild is really more and more like the Shadow of the Rocks pirates back then, and they need to be more united. Soon, other 5 old stars spoke out. The change of the times will always create this kind of guy who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Even the Rocks pirates back then, isn't it history now? As long as Lord I Am is here, there is no way we will lose. At the same time, in the Admiral's office of the Navy headquarters. I didn't expect even Red Hair to appear. Marshal Akainu listened to Kizaru's report on the situation of Juguo Island. After being shocked, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his serious mouth. But it doesn't affect my original plan, and it's even more beneficial. Sakaski, what do you mean? The yellow ape rolled his eyes and asked slowly. Hearing this, Akainu slowly stood up from his seat, walked to the window of the office, and looked at the star-studded night sky in the distance. The three generals of the Navy headquarters repelled the two alliances of the four emperors, forcing Blackbeard to make concessions, handing over the celestial dragons, and leaving indifferently under the subsequent entry of the red-haired pirates. The degree of shock of this news does not seem to be inferior to Yandy Sabo and the Navy's bounty, right? Wait, Paluzolino, after tomorrow, the Navy's declining momentum and prestige will be qualitatively improved. Kizaru's face changed slightly, and he sighed softly. So that's the case. I'm afraid this is the fundamental reason why you agreed to the world government and dispatched 3 generals unprecedentedly? Speaking of which, Mr. 3's combat power is what I care about. Akainu's eyes gradually became serious, filled with killing intent. Superb mind, sophisticated strategy, and even strength can barely beat Green Bull. In the near future, this man may become our most difficult enemy. Kizaru carefully recalled the last 2 short fights with Mr. 3, and his lazy and casual expression became serious. He is indeed a terrible man. Speaking of this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he belatedly remembered a very important thing. By the way, Sakaski, I worked overtime for a whole day and night for this operation. Look at this salary. This bastard who only recognizes working hours. The corner of Akainu's mouth twitched, and he compromised speechlessly. It will be calculated at 3 times the salary. That's good. Kizaru nodded in satisfaction. On the nameless island, the banquet lasted for several hours, and it didn't come to an end until midnight. After a simple and unpretentious farewell, the 2 pirate groups set sail and returned to their bases. On the side of the Crusaders Guild battleship, the whole journey was unimpeded. Some pirate groups who were good at ambush at night were frightened when they saw the Crusaders Guild pirate's flag, and did not dare to approach it at all. It is worth noting that during the voyage, Mr. 3 found Weevil, the big fool, and the 2 sides had a conversation that lasted for half an hour. Under the effect of the fruit ability development capsule, Ayasha's malicious fruit ability has been greatly strengthened, and the process of eliminating the maliciousness of transferring Weevil will be greatly shortened. Therefore, it is also time to prepare and eradicate Miss Bacon, the only cancer of the top leaders of the Cross Union. When the Crusader Union warship arrived at Kale Bali, it was already noon the next day. As soon as he landed on the island, Mr. 3 received a rather explosive news. That is my own bounty, which has naturally increased again, and it is still increasing exponentially. The photo on the wanted notice is a heroic posture covered in fire that was secretly photographed during the fierce battle with the Green Bull in the Chambord Islands. At the bottom of the photo, the bright 10 figures are quite eye-catching. After experiencing the 2 big incidents of attacking the Tianlong people in the 3-party melee, Mr. 3's bounty has skyrocketed to 2.5 billion, becoming the 2nd largest bounty offered by the Cross Union after President Buggy. The truly publicly recognized second-in-command, the Emperor's deputy. Under the exaggeration of the World Economic News, the Juguo Island War incident spread to all corners of the world. Although the more powerful forces in the New World, the pirates, etc., have known about this battle in advance, they still can't imagine how terrifying the fierce battle between the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals will be. After the news came out, many pirates moved after hearing the news and went to Juguo Island for sightseeing where the 3 parties fought. The result made their eyes full of horror, and their faces were full of disbelief. The huge island has turned into a strange and dangerous island where various elements such as candles, light waves, and slashes wreak havoc. Among them, the sea of burning candles has become a terrifying area that no one dares to step into. Because of this, the image of Mr. 3, the Candleman of the Cross Guild, became more powerful and terrifying in the eyes of these ferocious New World pirates. Coupled with the confirmation of the original Shichibukai Moonlight Moria's joining, the Cross Union with nearly 10 Shichibukai's strength has risen to the highest in history in terms of deterrence and influence. On the other hand, the Navy headquarters and the Blackbeard pirates have also made public statements that are beneficial to each other. Especially for the Navy, through Sokolsky's ingenious decoration, the news of the 3 generals fighting against the double 4 emperors with Hawkeye present greatly boosted the morale of the Navy soldiers and deterred all forces that were about to move. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army hidden in the dark also began to put many plans into action, and the fire of resistance gradually burned. Fueled by the Battle of Juguo Island, the already turbulent world has become even more turbulent. The stronghold of the Cross Union, Kale Bali. The team captains gathered together to welcome the new member Moonlight Moria, and at the same time plan and arrange for the follow-up development direction. On the flat and smooth conference table, there are densely packed latest Navy arrest warrants. For the world government, the attack and kidnapping of the Tianlong people is undoubtedly the most harmful event of the highest level. In addition to the terrifying combat power displayed by the Cross Trade Union on Juguo Island, as well as comprehensive factors such as potential and scale. Therefore, with the various captains as the main target, the bounties offered by the strongest members of the Cross Guild have all been increased. Bearing the brunt, the president, Buggy the Clown, offered a bounty of 3.5 billion Baileys. Hawkeye Mihawk, who belongs to the Cross Union and is actually an ally, has a bounty of 3.7 billion. Under these two people, it is naturally Mr. 3, the Candle Demon military strategist, who has attracted the attention of Wu Laoxing and Chinu, and the bounty has reached 2.5 billion at the level of the Emperor's deputy. Followed by one of the main cadres involved in the attack on the Tinlongren, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Its bounty barely broke through the 2.0 billion mark, reaching 2.0 billion 300 million. After Hancock, Sand Crocodile, Crocodile's bounty is 1.9 billion, Amazon Doflamingo is 1.5 billion, and Evil Witch, Iasa is 500 million. The bounties of Edward Weevil and Miss Bacon did not fluctuate much, being 1.5 billion and 440 million Baileys respectively. The newly joined Moonlight Moria has no performance and is not very outstanding in combat power. He is almost at the bottom of this group of people and has a bounty of 6,000 million. In addition to these people, 3 of the 6th floor prisoners who came out of Advanced City had their bounties reaching the threshold of 500 million, and they were the strongest existence under the captain of the Cross Guild. Coupled with Mr. 1 Dazbones, Kabaji, Alvita, Boa Snake Sisters, etc., the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million from the Cross Guild are definitely the most numerous existences among the 4 emperors. Then, I'm announcing now that the newly joined member Moonlight Moria will be the captain of the 5th team after Doflamingo, the captain of the intern team. Before making a significant contribution or amazing performance, no new team will be arranged for the time being. Buggy is still wearing the big red envelope that can show off his aura, and the pirate hat with a clown pattern on his head. This was a suggestion Mr. 3 made to him in advance. Although Moonlight Mariah's team battle value is very high and his reputation is not small, but with his arrogant and self-aware personality, he arranged a team leader as soon as he came up. On the contrary, it will increase his arrogance. The system's side mission about Moria is to find the heart of invincibility. The first step is to make him realize the cruelty of reality. Only by completely letting go of the glory of the past, will there be a chance to stand up and return to the top. Huh? The captain of the internship team? Buggy, did I hear you right? Hearing such an arrangement, Mariah's face with a big jagged mouth immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He is a majestic former king of Shisabukai, who doesn't even care about the recruitment of Blackbeard, and his willingness to take the initiative to join the Cross Union is the biggest face reward. Buggy, that bastard, doesn't even give him a serious fan captain? I'm sorry Moria, that's the truth. After all, in order to save you from Blackbeard, we took a huge risk. Buggy shrugged helplessly. In fact, he didn't quite understand Mr. 3's decision. Even if the combat strength is a bit stretched, but Moria's own vision and reputation are there, it is really unreasonable to be the captain of the internship team. After all, he himself has a lot in common with the downstream Kibuhei like Moria. Of course, if you don't understand it, you don't understand it, but Buggy absolutely trusts Mr. 3's decision now. Mariah's eyes were full of anger. He raised his hand and slapped the conference table heavily, and scolded. Are you kidding me? I am the former king of Shisabukai, Moonlight Mariah. Molia, it seems that you have misunderstood a lot. Buggy's face darkened, and he responded with a tougher attitude. You are joining the pirate group standing at the apex of this world, the 4 Emperors Cross Guild. If you don't want to accept such an arrangement, I won't imprison you like Tiki did. It's just that when we meet at sea in the future, you and us will be enemies. Although Buggy has no moral bottom line at all from the bottom of his heart, kneeling and begging for mercy is a routine operation when encountering life-threatening situations. But I have to say that when he made a ferocious expression with his clown makeup on, he really had a little inexplicable sense of oppression. You. Moria gritted his teeth angrily at the words. Now the new world is in turmoil, and he is alone in the sea with a bounty of more than 6 million. It is miserable just to deal with the desperate bounty hunters. What's more, in this incident, he completely offended the Blackbeard pirates. Unless he disappears and finds a place to retire, don't expect to live in the new world. Seeing Moria's aggrieved and uncomfortable appearance, Doflamingo couldn't hold back, and burst out laughing. When he joined the Cross Union before, although he didn't get the benefits he wanted, the position of the captain of the team was there, and he would not lose his position to some extent. In contrast, the heart is instantly balanced. Crocodile and Hancock, who are both experienced and veteran Shichibukai, first agreed to recruit, feel very sorry for Moria's current experience. They are all shrewd people who are good at hiding their emotions, so they can only cover up the sadness in their hearts with a strong smile at the corner of their mouths. Just when Moria was in a dilemma, Mr. 3, who was silent the whole time, spoke slowly and offered a compromise proposal. President Buggy, Moriya Shichibukai's qualifications are right there. It's a bit unreasonable to rashly give an intern captain. Hearing this, Moriya, who was rather embarrassed, looked happy. Mr. 3, I didn't expect you. Half moved, the corner of Moriya's mouth twitched when Mr. 3 said next. So, if this is not the case, let Moriya randomly choose our captains as opponents. If he defeats us with strength, he should be awarded the title of captain. Buggy, who was sitting on the main seat, nodded, agreeing to the proposal. The other captains were also silent and had no objection. On the contrary, Moriya, who is the protagonist, has no idea. After being defeated by Kaido, his heart was traumatized, and it is difficult for him to compete with this group of monster-like powerful guys in terms of single body strength. It would be fine if there were enough shadow reserves, but where can I find so many shadows now? However, the strong are respected in the pirate world, and Moriya, who knows this truth well, has nothing to say even though he is aggrieved. In that case, Moriya's eyes widened, and his cautious eyes swept over Crocodile, Hancock and others. If there is no battle on Juguo Island, he will definitely choose Mr. 3, who looks very easy to handle, as his opponent. But now, thinking of the terrifying combat power that could rival the general, he looked at Mr. 3 without even the slightest hesitation. Then you, Crocodile. Oh. Crocodile, who was biting a big cigar, grinned playfully. The arrogant eyes of the two collided in the air, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. It was easy to fight, and everyone moved from the slightly narrow conference room to the open area behind the mountain of Kale Bali Island. As the two sides set up their stances, the battle between Moonlight Mariah versus Crocodile begins. Swish swish swish. After the war, Crocodile's big back was still shiny, the cigar smoke drifted out slowly, and there was not much dust on the coat he was wearing. In contrast, Mariah's nose was bruised and face swollen, his breath was sluggish, and he looked quite embarrassed. Crocodile won this battle. Doflamingo, I'll fight you. Mariah immediately changed his target and chose Doflamingo the Thorn. After the Top War, the world government wanted to wipe him out, and it was the team led by Doflamingo. From this point alone, there was still a lot of grievances between them. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Doflamingo readily accepted, laughing wildly. Boom boom boom. Then, on the basis of the bruised nose and swollen face, several silk thread cut marks appeared on Moriya's big face and body. He lost again. The two setbacks made Moriya doubt his life. In order to regain his position, he bit the bullet and named Weevil with a silly face. It's a pity that in the face of absolute power, brain strategies are extremely weak. In just 5 minutes, Moriya received 6 punches on the forehead, with 6 big red bags on his head, and his face was quite funny. I don't believe it anymore, there is no one I can beat. Mariah, who was hit on the head, was furious, and looked angrily at Mr. 3 who was eager to try. Then, he raised his arm and pointed at Hancock. I didn't want to bully women, but I can't help it, Boa Hancock, come on. His eyes are firm, his momentum is turbulent, and he shows the posture of a brave man who has been defeated and defeated. But in the next second, the brave man's painting style suddenly changed. I saw dark red lightning all over the body of the beautiful figure, and on the raised slender legs, golden particles with super power flowed. Even without a formal fight, Moriya, who was full of horror, raised his hand to admit defeat very sincerely, without even the slightest thought of doing anything. What the hell, Hancock has actually mastered the power of a top powerhouse. Overlord-like entanglement. Is this a fart? It wasn't just that Mariah was so frightened that his painting style changed suddenly. Crocodile, Doflamingo and others who were watching the battle not far away were also short of breath and shocked when they saw this scene. As the pirates closest to the 4 emperors, they, as the original Shichibukai, are quite aware of the horror of the power of the Overlord color entanglement. The simplest and crudest description. Once the number masters this power, it has the qualifications to be crowned Emperor of the Sea. Bah! Overlord-like entanglement, well done, Hancock. After the extreme surprise of his eyeballs popping out of his sockets, Buggy, who regained his composure, couldn't help showing an arrogant expression of wild surprise. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he could clearly feel Hancock's sense of belonging to the Cross Union through the attack on the Tianlong people in the Chambord Islands. In this case, she, who has realized the tyranny, will definitely improve the high-end combat power of the Cross Guild to an epic level. Is it another Overlord color entanglement? Hawkeye's face was calm, and his sharp eyes stared at the domineering and powerful Hancock thoughtfully. Everyone heard his deep emotion, but they didn't take it seriously, habitually thinking that he included himself in it. The original Hawkeye has not yet stated that it has the Overlord color, but as the world's #1 swordsman against Sauron, it seems unreasonable to not have one, so here it is said as having it. The calmest player in the audience naturally knew that Hancock had mastered the tyrannical Mr. 3. Looking at Moria, who was squatting on the ground in great despair, Mr. 3 walked forward slowly. Have you seen how powerful the lineup of our cross-union is, Moria? Moria, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, looked down at Mr. 3. Thanks to his height, he looked quite tall even when he was squatting. Mr. 3, if this is the real purpose of your proposed challenge, then I admit, you have succeeded. The arrogant Moria sighed resignedly. If you want to laugh at me, just laugh. However, what Mr. 3 said next surprised him, who was emotionally lonely. Don't look at me so badly. Do your best to fight for what you want. I will never laugh at such a man. Moria blinked, wondering. Then why are you? Mr. 3 raised his hand to support the goggles, and smiled vigorously. What I want to express is very simple, that is, as companions, all of us are stronger than we imagined. With us, you can let go of your hands and feet without any scruples, just like the war with Kaido more than 10 years ago, you can turn the world upside down. Admittedly, Mariah is crotchless in many ways, if not useless. But it is undeniable that he is very loyal to his subordinates, or to be more precise, to the partners he agrees with. This can be seen from the fact that he broke into the Blackbeard lair of the Four Emperors alone regardless of his own safety for his subordinate Absalom, the previous generation of invisible fruit ability. If it weren't for this, Princess Mononoke Perona wouldn't be eager to find Moria after seeing the news about Moria, regardless of Hawkeye's persuasion. Partners have always been a pain point that Moria cannot avoid, and I want to help him regain his belief in fighting against Kaido. Suppressing its arrogance is to break through and then stand up, and the backing of powerful partners is the fundamental guarantee. The double foundation has been laid, and the next thing is to wait for Moria himself to slowly regain the invincible heart of the branch target. Mr. 3, we've only met each other not long ago, you bastard, you bastard. Sure enough, when he heard the word partner, tears flashed in Moria's eyes, and his heart was very touched. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, he stood up again, looking firmly at Buggy not far away. Buggy, your skills are not as good as others, I recognize the captain of the internship team. Looking at Moria's appearance, Mr. 3 couldn't help expressing emotion in his heart. Compared with other side missions, Moria's seems to be much simpler. Speaking of side quests, his eyes fell on Hancock involuntarily. After deeply experiencing Shanks' domineering, he now has sufficient self-confidence. It only takes one domineering collision to prove that his domineering aura can completely surpass Hancock. Moria's arrangement had just ended, and Buggy, as the president, immediately announced another news related to the position of the cadre of the Cross Union. Because Weevil's fourth team has not shown significant results since its establishment, and it was even reported 2 days ago that there were vicious incidents of members fighting each other. So, after a serious discussion with the military advisor, we decided to temporarily deprive Weevil and Miss Bacon of the position of team leader until the internal problems of the fourth team are completely resolved. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Crocodile, Hancock and others were stunned for a moment, and then gradually became dignified. They are all smart people. Naturally, it can be seen that Mr. 3's decision is to deal with Miss Bacon, who is purely for profit and may leave or even backstab the cadres of the Cross Union at any time, so let's do it. The more powerful the pirate group, the more unable to completely eradicate the existence of cancer, spies, etc., even Roger's pirate group is inevitable. But this is limited to the low-level, insignificant characters in the pirates. If even the top cadres have ulterior motives and can betray their partners for profit at any time, it will be extremely fatal. This is what should and must be done. What the Crocodile, Hancock and others did not expect was that Mr. 3's actions would be so fast and sudden. Are you serious, my Captain Buggy? Miss Bacon's face was gloomy. Even wearing black sunglasses, she could clearly feel the coldness emanating from her eyes. As an old fritter who has been working in the world of pirates for many years, she naturally understands the hidden meaning behind Buggy's decision. Like Moria's intern captain, this is after careful consideration, Buggy said firmly. Weevil. Miss Bacon yelled angrily after receiving a clear answer. What's the matter, Mom? Weevil scratched his head, his reaction was a little slow. Do you still need my mother to say this? People have bullied us. As the captain of the fourth team, you must stand up and express your opposition. Miss walked to Weevil angrily, raised her foot and kicked at his calf. She would not be so stupid as to let Weevil fight against such a powerful crusaders, so she wanted to use this powerful combat power to deter Buggy and maintain her position here. After all, the Cross Union is becoming stronger and stronger, and there is a vague tendency to dominate the sea. Staying here will definitely make a lot of money. However, what she never expected was that Weevil, who had wide-eyed eyes and a dull face, did not follow her instructions this time. But Mom, President Buggy is very kind to us, why are you against them? The effect of malicious erasure is reflected at this time. Seeing this, Miss Bacon became even more angry, and couldn't help but increase the intensity of kicking. Ask again, ask again. After kicking for a while, seeing that Weevil was still unmoved, Miss Bacon finally noticed something was wrong. Normally, Weevil would follow her orders without hesitation, no matter how stupid he was. And now, he actually learned to ask questions. A strong sense of crisis shrouded in an instant, guessing some kind of possible. Miss Bacon's hands and feet were cold. Buggy, what dirty methods did you use? Miss Bacon raised his crutch and pointed it at Buggy. Weevil is the most important tool for her to make a fortune, and the captain of the Cross Union can be wrong. But Weevil, absolutely no accidents are allowed. What are you talking about, old woman? I didn't do anything. Facing Miss Bacon's yelling, Buggy spread his hands meanly, turned his head to the other side and whistled. Crocodile, Doflamingo and the others watched with their eyes, their noses, their noses, their noses, their noses in their hearts, and they had no intention of intervening at all. I hope you won't regret what you did today, my President Buggy. Realizing that the general situation was over, Miss Bacon finally forcibly suppressed the killing intent in her heart, gritted her teeth and snorted coldly, then dragged Weevil's head and turned away. It wasn't until the figures of the two gradually disappeared from sight that Buggy put away the determination on his face, looked back at Mr. 3, and said worriedly. 3. We are still in the development stage. Is it really okay to attack this old woman so early? He worried that the expulsion of Miss Bacon would have a bad impact on the current cross-trade union. Mr. 3 walked slowly, raised his hand and pushed the goggles. We didn't expel her, we just gave her a choice in advance. Temporarily depriving Miss Bacon and Weevil of their positions is not a hard expulsion. This relatively mild method is more like a temptation. If Miss Bacon is smart enough to accept this arrangement, she will manage the fourth team well and serve the cross union sincerely. If it is judged by Ayasha that there is no malicious intent, it doesn't matter, anyway, it is an old thing with one foot in the coffin. But if she has a different heart, then I'm sorry, Mr. 3 left behind Weevil in advance, it is enough to kill her old man. A choice? For Miss Bacon, who is only interested in profit, it seems that there is no choice. Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke ring, and quickly saw through the essence behind this arrangement. I have to say, this step is indeed quite insidious. Ha 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 ha, you guys are still too kind. If you ask me, why don't you just kill such insignificant little people? Doflamingo, who has long been accustomed to various cold-blooded methods, scoffed at this. After all, that guy is the first group of people who were recruited by the Cross Union, so he did it without any explanation, and the influence on the following is not very good. Mr. 3 retorted loudly, moreover, the uncertain factor of Weevil cannot be ignored, this guy's combat power is not low. There is another reason that can't be said, that is, if they do it themselves, where can he get the reward for the righteous extermination of relatives from the branch goal Weevil? HMPH. Doflamingo snorted lightly, and said no more. Even though he is rebellious, after the Battle of Juguo Island, he has to admit that Weevil, who is known as Whitebeard E, is indeed very powerful in fighting. At this point, the arrangements and adjustments for the team leaders are over. What needs to be discussed next is the second core topic of this meeting. The future direction of the Crusades. Back in the conference room, Mr. 3, as a military advisor, didn't hesitate, and directly stood up to express his thoughts. Since the world government announced the abolition of Shisabukai's uniforms, President Buggy and I wanted to bring all of you together and become an unprecedented superpower. Thanks to everyone's trust and recognition, we can accomplish this extremely difficult thing and gather here. After these words fell, everyone in the original Shisabukai showed different expressions. Thinking of the whole process of being recruited, some were smoking cigars with a proud face, some looked grateful, and some were unhappy. The only thing in common is that, except for Hawkeye, all of these unruly strong men have already recognized the existence of the Cross Union. Perhaps the sense of belonging and loyalty are far from the level of giving up on the Cross Union, but at this moment, they have no two hearts. Mr. 3 looked at the group of monsters that filled the conference table, and he couldn't help showing a look of sorrow on his face. It's really not easy to go all the way. After sighing, his eyes gradually became serious. When we get here, there are very few strong people who can be recruited, and the difficulty of recruiting is quite huge. In this big cauldron battle, I believe that Hawkeye, Doflamingo and Moria, you have already seen the power of the highest product of naval technology in full form, Seraphim. Speaking of this, Mr. 3 paused for a moment, reached out to take the black tea handed over by Ayasha, and took a sip. Like pacifists who play a vital role in wars, these technological products are destined to shine in future wars. So, I think our next development focus can try to move closer to the line of scientific weapons. The unexpected but reasonable plan stunned everyone, including Buggy. Most of them have seen the horror of Seraphim with their own eyes, especially Mingo and Moria, who participated in the Battle of Giant Pot Island. Until now, the impression of both of them is still very deep. After a day and night of chaotic and fierce fighting, the 3-day Seraph brought by the Navy was almost intact, leaving only a few minor wounds. Regardless of brain power and IQ, purely from the perspective of combat power, this thing is indeed comparable to Shichibukai. 3. Although scientific weapons are powerful, they are the product of years of research by the world government. Buggy scrubbed the sparse beard on his chin, and said the question that everyone present wanted to ask. We don't even have a decent technological person now. What are we going to develop? We don't, but it doesn't mean that other forces don't. Mr. 3 set off his signature confident smile. For example, known as a war expert, the scientific combat force commanded by Vinsmoke Judge. Germa 66. Germa's team. This is the most suitable and qualified force that Mr. 3 can think of at the moment, allowing him to use the system to reward the Vegapunk technology box. Needless to say, Vegapunk himself, aside from his extremely high possibility of recruitment and cooperation, as a mysterious figure that the world government focuses on, contacting him will definitely do more harm than good to the current cross-union. As for Caesar and Quinn, who also have the ability of scientific research, the former is insidious and afraid of death and easy to betray, while the whereabouts of the latter loyal Kaido is unknown. In the comics, Quinn was sucked and fucked by the Green Bull. I don't know if he died. Since the protagonist traveled through the timeline before this, I don't know here. After thinking about it, Judge, who is also from the scientific research team, MAD's organization like these people, is the most suitable. The Vinsmoke family, their scientific level is indeed very high, especially the battlesuit that can greatly improve physical fitness. Crocodile crossed his legs, affirming Mr. 3's choice. As the third team of the Cross Union and the captain of the intelligence unit, with the blessing of powerful resources, he already has a good understanding of the New World forces, and he agrees with Germa 66's scientific capabilities. The Vinsmoke family is arrogant, cold-blooded and ruthless. The head of the family, Vinsmoke Judge, is even more ambitious. He won't accept recruitment so easily. Doflamingo raised his legs and placed them on the conference table, which seemed to have become his exclusive movement. Doflamingo, who has been running the arms trade in the underground world for many years, also knows something about Germa 66, who has dealt with him before. Research on the scientific level. Even if Germa is forced to submit by force, it is difficult for us to fully grasp the final research results. Hancock also gave his own opinion at this time. After all, everyone turned their attention to the leisurely Mr. 3. Since he would propose this development direction so confidently, he must have already had preliminary plans and strategies. After all the previous things, they now firmly believe in this. It's actually very simple to solve the problems you mentioned. After pondering for a few seconds, Mr. 3 said meaningfully, isn't it enough to marry them and create an unbreakable bond? Seeing the surprised and puzzled expressions of Buggy and others, Mr. 3 sighed helplessly. Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, is currently single. Although this topic is very heavy, it is crucial for the future of our Crusaders. As a military advisor, I am willing to take the lead and make the necessary major sacrifices. The tone was sonorous and powerful, and there was a sense of determination in the grief that, I will go to hell if I don't go to hell. When Buggy saw this, he was almost moved to cry. If he hadn't seen Vinsmoke Reiju's bounty list. 3. I thought you would make some high-level remarks like before, but I didn't expect that after holding it in for so long, it would turn out to be such vulgar words. Buggy's clown face was full of contempt, his two palms split, and he floated in front of Mr. 3 to raise two big middle fingers. Oh, the most vulgar womanizer. Hancock, who folded his hands on his chest, snorted coldly, very disdainful. The others naturally saw Mr. 3's true intentions at the first time, and couldn't help but pause. Unprecedentedly despised by everyone, Mr. 3, whose face was covered with a thick layer of candles, was still as steady as an old dog, and calmly adjusted his goggles. Don't doubt it, there is a saying in the 36 plan. After successfully arousing the curiosity of Hawkeye and the others, Mr. 3 chuckled. This plan is called taking the sheep by the hand, which literally means to recruit Reiju while recruiting Gigi. Hawkeye and the others. This time, even the little girl Ayasha couldn't help muttering, and said in a low voice, Third brother, you really are a womanizer. Okay, Mr. 3. Let's stop the silly jokes. In the end, Crocodile with deep eyes stood up, smoked a cigar silently, looked at Mr. 3 and said. The Vinsmoke family has just experienced the marriage and betrayal of the Big Mom pirates. At this time, they are still adding salt to their scars. You are not such an idiot with water in your head. It's Crocodile who knows me well. Although I'm really looking forward to the so-called marriage, it's exactly what Crocodile said. This approach is tantamount to slapping the Vinsmoke family face to face. Mr. 3, who saw through the joke, spread his hands in regret. So, if you want to really subdue Gaji, you need to use the real 36 tricks. Although it is true that it is true to lead the sheep. Hearing the real 36 tricks, everyone immediately became energetic. Looking at the curious gazes of many strong men including Hawkeye, Mr. 3 smiled mysteriously. I already have a rough plan in mind for the specific operation. To sum it up, it's just 4 words, 36 counts. It's easy. No, throw bricks to attract jade. Recruiting, or to be precise, the difficulty of recruiting Kaji is no lower than that of Shisabukai, and requires a detailed and meticulous plan. So Mr. 3 decided to go to the Kingdom of Germa after solving the matter of Miss Bacon and ensuring that the upper echelon of the Cross Guild was as strong as a copper wall. At the end of the meeting, Mr. 3 was looking for Hancock to touch the Overlord color, and while verifying the influence of the Overlord on the progress of the C-Bike black car, he also completed the branch goal by the way. Unexpectedly, Hancock took the initiative to find him. Mr. 3, my concubine will go back to Blakesing Island first. Rayleigh and Shaki are already there. They want to see the new daughter country first, and then come to talk to you about the Guardian. I'll come with you. Mr. 3 nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's just right. I have something special I want to show you. Hearing this, Hancock was surprised, and the depths of his beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. I remember that she said the same thing to Mr. 3 when she mastered the entanglement of Overlord Meal last time. Mr. 3, could it be that you also? Blakesing Island, the mountain behind New Nine Snake City. On the open ground, Mr. 3 and Hancock faced each other across the air. The breeze passed by, the leaves and plants rustled, and the skirts of the two of them fluttered in the wind. Mr. 3, this concubine just mastered the Overlord color entanglement 2 days ago, and I am not very familiar with this kind of power. It is difficult to control the power when it is fully released. Hancock stared at Mr. 3 with narrowed eyes, and said seriously, are you sure you have really learned this kind of power that can compete with me? Although he knew that Mr. 3 had a strong talent in the cultivation of domineering, even if Mr. 3 admitted it himself, Hancock still found it difficult to accept it. This guy has only experienced a big battle, and he can comprehend this kind of top-level power that she didn't master until she completely overcame the fear of Tianlong people for more than 10 years. You don't have such exaggeration in your dreams, do you? I didn't expect that the Pirate Empress, who is famous for being cold and ruthless in the New World, would show such concern. Mr. 3 joked with a smile. Seeing that Hancock on the opposite side frowned slightly, and his momentum gradually became stronger, he raised his fist and smiled. Don't worry. I have already greeted the red-haired Shanks with a tyrant after the battle on Juguo Island. His arrogance is very strong, so you don't have to hold back. Mr. 3's tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. But it fell on Hancock's ears like thunder, full of shock. Have you ever fought against that man? Hancock's pupils suddenly dilated. Eagle-eyed Ming and the others are aloof and reticent people, and they will not take the initiative to mention the collision between Mr. 3 and the red-haired bully. Therefore, Hancock only knew that the Giant Pot Island battle was finally stopped by the red hair, but he didn't know that there was such an explosion that happened later. There are only a few of the top powerhouses in the pirate world, and she knows how terrifying the red-haired Shank's domineering look is. Mr. 3 was very satisfied with the surprised expression on Hancock's face at this moment. In order to make his words sound more convincing, his eyes were fixed, and dark red lightning began to dance around his body. The deep and strong domineering look bloomed, but there was no sign of leakage, spreading to the raised fist at an extremely fast speed, and finally condensed into dazzling golden particles. This is Mr. 3's Overlord color winding after being consolidated by the red-haired teacher. The monster-like terrifying energy fluctuations spread in all directions, startling the hearts of the nearby 9 snake pirate soldiers. So that's the case, the concubine understands. Sensing the familiar energy permeating Mr. 3's golden fist, Hancock's expression became extremely dignified. The purple Cheongsam was danced wildly by the invisible updraft. After the powerful aura fluctuated, Hancock, who was standing in the middle of the dark red lightning, also had a layer of golden particles covering his fist. Let this concubine experience what kind of experience the so-called Overlord entwined collision will be. Hancock's blue eyes flashed with surging fighting intent, he stepped forward with slender thighs, and in the blink of an eye, he dodged in front of Mr. 3. It seemed that she was suppressed and drawn by Mr. 3's domineering, and at this moment, she felt the long-lost enthusiasm. Hey, wait, Hancock, this is just a demonstration. Wait for me to pull the car. Mr. 3 was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Before she finished speaking, the fragrant wind rushed to her nostrils, and Qianli's figure had transformed into the most ferocious monster in the world, swinging her golden fist full of strong wind towards herself. If you stop at this time, you can only accept this punch honestly. There was no other way. Mr. 3 had no choice but to urge his domineering arrogance to cover his right fist, facing Hancock's fist, and swung it violently with the same domineering posture. Boom. There was a deafening roar, and dense dark red lightning raged wildly, and the world was eclipsed in this instant. There was no contact between the white and flawless little fist and the rough and strong big fist, and in the void more than 10 centimeters apart, golden particles erupted with extremely dazzling light. Under the rendering of the dark thunder, it freely vents the beauty of its domineering power. Mr. 3 stood firm and continued to pour a lot of domineering into his fists. His domineering was forcibly tempered by the two senior 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, and his basic skills are quite solid. Therefore, compared to the fatigue and despair that would gradually arise when he collided with Shanks, he now behaves in an orderly and relaxed manner. On the opposite side, Hancock's black hair swayed wildly in the shockwave, and he gritted his teeth to resist the heavy force from his fist. The hard ground under his feet cracked inch by inch, and his feet in red high-heeled shoes inevitably fell into the cracks. Through this method of unloading force, she barely resisted Mr. 3's tyrannical output. The impact of the collision between the two became more and more intense, facing the updraft and rushing straight into the sky, tearing a dark and frightening crack in the sky above Blakesing Island. God, it cracked again. Hey, this kind of movement is incredible. In the distance, Pluto Rayleigh stood on the hill, staring intently at the two people who were in the air attack state, his sharp eyes still full of shock. It is not surprising that Hancock can master the Overlord color entanglement. After all, he has been immersed in it for many years and only needs an opportunity. But Mr. 3's performance completely astonished him, this vice captain of One Piece who has traveled across the sea for decades and has seen countless top powerhouses. It's really nostalgic. I haven't seen this kind of scene for a long time. Looking up at the huge crack in the sky, the scene of following Roger and fighting for hegemony with the peak white beard appeared in front of Rayleigh unconsciously. The sharpness in the depths of the eyes gradually converges, turning into a sigh. Are these the powerhouses of the new era? Sure enough, I have to obey the old. Next to him, wearing black spider short sleeves, Shaki crossed his arms and saw his restless heart hidden under the calm surface at a glance. He smiled lightly and said, as a senior, it is also possible to guide juniors. Hearing this, Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, that's true, compared to the top powerhouses, the domineering of these two people is more or less inferior. With Shaki's affirmation, he strengthened the sudden strong interest in his heart. It's over. Shaki took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the two people who were fighting. In the center of the storm, Mr. 3 and Hancock yelled at the same time, showing their strongest arrogance. The moment the two incomparable forces came into contact, the strong impact exploded, forming a more ferocious recoil force, which shocked the two of them back again and again. It is not difficult to see from the obvious difference in length between the grooves on the ground that the retreat distance of Mr. 3 is much shorter than that of Hancock. The system prompt sound from the back of his mind also reminded Mr. 3. In this tyrannical collision, he has the upper hand. The domineering overlord surpasses the pirate queen Boa Hancock, and the branch goal, Hancock's transcendence, is completed. Target reward. Advanced physique cheats. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry Hancock, I'm stronger now. Mr. 3 stretched out his fingers and pointed at the grooves in the ground under his feet, smiling very arrogantly. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, when this scene happened in front of his eyes, Mr. 3 still couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. When he first crossed, he was still a rookie who would die anytime and anywhere, and he was helpless in the face of Hancock's domineering oppression, and almost had to kneel down. And now, even if Hancock has comprehended the more powerful Overlord color entanglement, it is still a bit inferior compared to him. This is not just a simple branch goal, but also the most powerful affirmation of his many efforts along the way. Hancock lowered his head in silence, his black hair covered his eyes, and he couldn't see what kind of expression she had at this time. Mr. 3 raised his brows, subconsciously thinking that this arrogant pirate empress probably couldn't afford to lose, and was brewing an unsolvable fruit ability, trying to get back on the field by surprise. Knowing that as a lustful person, it is difficult for him to resist the sweet wind, he immediately urged the flowing domineering armed color to cover his whole body, adding a layer of domineering, highly concentrated and always on guard. Although I don't know if this method can withstand the ability of the sweet fruit, but now he is already a top powerhouse who can master the entanglement. If he is petrified so easily, he will be out of character. Under the tense gaze of Mr. 3, Hancock, who was standing still, moved slightly, raising his head little by little. Seeing this, Mr. 3 raised his arrogance to the extreme and prepared to fight head-on. Come on, Hancock. Mere charm is a little, huh? To Mr. 3's surprise, the oncoming sweet light was not as expected. I saw Hancock's arms, which were used to activate his abilities, naturally hanging down by his side, with a beautiful smile on his pretty face. As a partner worthy of my concubine's trust, Mr. 3, you are stronger than my concubine, isn't this a matter of course? Sincerity is the most effective and deadly weapon against unprovoked malice. Mr. 3 was a little confused by Hancock's sudden sensationalism. No, it's different from what you said. This guy in front of me is really the pirate empress who has no one in her eyes and even passes by kittens and dogs with a big foot. There is a flaw. Suddenly, the smiling Hancock's face changed, and he turned into an afterimage and soared into the air, and he came to Mr. 3 in an instant. Mr. 3, who was in a dazed state, just realized that the domineering high-heeled shoes with armed colors have already occupied the entire field of vision. Boom. A muffled sound came out, and Mr. 3, who was caught off guard, was kicked flying by this powerful kick, smashing several big trees one after another, and lying in the ruins. After a successful blow, Hancock raised his hand to brush away the hair that was hanging down on his forehead, and replied in the original words, "I'm sorry, but the current concubine is stronger." Mr. 3 pushed away the wooden stake that was pressing on his body, and the black-armed domineering look on the side face that was kicked quickly dissipated. Bastard Hancock. You don't talk about martial arts, you even engage in sneak attacks. He stood up again and cursed. Hearing this, the pirate empress put her hands on her hips, said with a cold and arrogant face, "So what, I will be forgiven no matter what I do, because I am as beautiful as a fairy." Well, that's right. Mr. 3 nodded quite satisfied. Patting the dust on his body, he was thinking of checking the advanced physique cheats obtained by the sideline target, but there was an oppressive and powerful aura coming from not far away without warning. Sensing this familiar domineering aura, Mr. 3 and Hancock were startled. Turning around, they saw Rayleigh walking slowly with a long knife in his hand, and the white cloak fluttering slowly in the breeze behind him. Mr. 3, although I don't know who you learned your overlord color twine from, but in the eyes of this old man, it is still quite flawed. What exudes from the slightly aged face is a fierce and powerful fighting spirit. Every time Rayleigh took a step, the pressure on Mr. 3 became heavier. It seemed that what was coming was not some white-haired old man, but a ferocious beast. How about it? Do you want me to let the old man give me some pointers? When Rayleigh stopped, dark red lightning burst out, and the domineering aura of the king exploded. This. Seeing Rayleigh, whose aura was rising steadily, Mr. 3 didn't rush to fight at the first moment, but blinked his eyes, quite hesitant. Especially when I heard the word, guiding, I even murmured in my heart. Luffy practiced with Rayleigh for a year and a half or 2 years, and only learned the most basic 3-color domineering, and he didn't even know the use or even existence of advanced armed colors. In a battle, Katakuri taught Luffy how to predict the future. Domineering. Not to mention Teacher Kaido, 1 stick of Liuying, 2 sticks of tyranny, and 3 sticks of direct fruit awakening. This teaching level is awesome. In contrast, Raleigh's teachings are more or less misleading. Of course, this is just a joke. With Rayleigh's personality, he would never hide from Luffy. It can only be said that Chunchin suffered from the version update. Therefore, in the world where Mr. 3 traveled through this domineering world 2 years later, as the vice captain of One Piece, Rayleigh's domineering is quite terrifying. It's a great honor to be able to get Mr. Raleigh's guidance. Mr. 3, who had already suffered a loss before, was quite cautious this time. Before Rayleigh could make a move, he immediately paused. Until then, please allow me to use my own weapon. No problem at all. Rayleigh restrained the violent aura emanating from his body. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he closed his knife and waited for Mr. 3. Standing next to Mr. 3, Hancock questioned in surprise, "Weapon? I haven't seen you use it much. Could it be that you are also a swordsman?" Reminiscent of Mr. 3's previous cunning fighting style, Hancock was inexplicably curious about what this guy would look like when he swung his sword. Until she watched Mr. 3 carry the familiar sea bike, the anticipation deep in her eyes disappeared instantly. "This is the weapon in your mouth?" Even the well-informed Rayleigh was surprised. He followed Roger to fight countless strong men, but he had never seen anyone use such a wonderful weapon, like a bicycle. Yes. Mr. 3 held the sea bike in both hands and put it in a good posture, and said with a light smile, "Don't underestimate this weapon. Among other things, if you can't beat it, you can ride it and turn around." Although he also felt that carrying a bicycle and fighting against the other person, This kind of behavior seemed quite funny, but he didn't care. Because he is such a casual and funny person who is serious from beginning to end. Whether it's clapping hands with Hancock when recruiting Crocodile, or learning the candle seduction technique used by Mr. Ka-er, this point can be vividly reflected. Unrestrained, free to move, 100% unexpected, this is his fighting style. Now in this sea, there are not many people who can beat a powerful man like you to the ground. Hearing such a novel angle, even Raleigh couldn't help laughing. The hearty and domineering laughter was fleeting and soon stopped. Because of his opposite, Mr. 3's domineering has been gradually improved and strengthened. The domineering jet black armed color is the first to bloom, covering the sea bike, making it a black car with a pitch black body. Immediately afterwards, the golden particles representing the overlord color flowed, completely covering the black car. The dark red lightning jumps wildly, and the golden light and dark colors complement each other, making the sea bike look like a golden legend, exuding a deterrent atmosphere with great visual impact. Since the main purpose of this time is to test the influence of domineering on the progress of black bicycle refining, Mr. 3 has no reservations and uses two kinds of domineering to cover it at the same time. Feeling up close and watching from a distance are really two completely different experiences. Rayleigh drew his knife again. In response, he also used two kinds of domineering cover. Mr. 3, your domineering, especially your domineering look, is the most weird and unpredictable among all the strong men I have met. Now, let me, this old bone, try your domineering strength. The moment the voice fell, Rayleigh turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place, and took the lead in attacking Mr. 3. The red light in Mr. 3's eyes flashed brightly. After barely catching Rayleigh's attack trajectory, he grabbed the golden legend in his hand and smashed it towards the void in front of him. Almost at the same time, a cold light flashed, and Rayleigh's long knife pierced through the air. Boom! The wheel of the bicycle collided with the blade of the long knife in the air, and the monstrous impact spread in all directions like a stormy sea. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet was cracked, the air was shaking, and the trees were falling. Above Blakesing Island, the sky finally returned to normal, as expected. Cracked again. In this collision, it was obviously Mr. 3's turn to lose, and was pushed back slowly by Rayleigh's blade. Mr. Raleigh's arrogance is indeed as expected. The two fought against each other for a few seconds, and Mr. 3, who was going all out, was pushed for a few meters, then took the initiative to withdraw the strength in his hands, and sighed, I lost. Although Rayleigh's arrogance is powerful, it does not reach the level of Shank's, which makes him feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Aside from the possible impact of age on the character's peak combat power, in terms of physical strength alone, Mr. 3 is confident that he can be forced to wait until Rayleigh becomes weak, and then suddenly explode and complete a beautiful counterkill. But he did not do this, but chose to take a step back and take the initiative to admit defeat. Rayleigh of the Old Fritters naturally saw this kind of behavior full of sophistication, and couldn't help laughing. Although the old man has reached the age of retirement, he is still far from the time to be regarded as an old man. Having said that, he still removed the domineering on the blade. Originally, he wanted to do activities on a whim because he saw Mr. 3 and Hancock's tyrannical confrontation. Now that the purpose has been reached, naturally he will not continue to entangle. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Mr. 3 put the sea bike in his hand gently, and Rayleigh's goal was achieved, so now it's his turn. So, the important position of Guardian of the Cross Guild, please. When he was in Chambord Islands, although Raleigh's attitude was very clear, what he said at the time was, go and see in a few days, and he did not respond on the spot. Compared with the Cross Union, what Raleigh cares more about is obviously the daughter country led by Hancock. Therefore, Mr. 3 thought about using this humble way to actively help Rayleigh to strengthen this idea. In the confrontation just now, he took the initiative to retreat a small step. And it is this step that makes the security and development space of the cross-trade union a big step forward. Hearing this, Rayleigh paused for a while before retracting the knife, and then laughed and cursed after realizing it. You brat, your feelings are digging a hole for the old man. Don't worry, since the old man has come here, he will definitely not break his promise. He waved his hand, making an affirmative promise. Then I would like to thank Mr. Raleigh first, Mr. 3 thanked solemnly. So far, the two sky-shattering collisions that have shocked the entire daughter country residents have come to an end. On the way back to New Nine Snake City, Raleigh explained a lot about the knowledge and cultivation methods of domineering to the two novices Mr. 3 and Hancock, and gave different suggestions for their domineering. As a veteran of Overlord Color Coil, his experience has a high reference value. At the same time, Mr. 3 also quietly checked the progress of the black bike of the sea bike. As he predicted earlier, the increase in this collision was not as exaggerated as the first time, from 43% to 52%, an increase of 9%. Calculated according to this range, after a few times of bullying collisions, the progress will level off and return to the initial state of steady rise. After all, the refining of a black car is a gradual process, just like the eagle-eyed black knife, which is finally formed after years of tempering and polishing. And it's not like fruit awakening in tyranny, which can bring huge bonuses to strength, so Mr. 3 is not in a hurry now. After returning to the Queen's palace to wash up briefly, at the invitation of Rayleigh and Shaki, Mr. 3 followed them around the newly rebuilt Nine Snakes City. This was the main purpose of their coming to Blakesing Island. As Shaki, the former emperor of the Daughter Kingdom, the Nine Snakes City guards and residents naturally recognize him, and he is also very familiar with the accompanying old man Rayleigh. As it should be, most of the eyes of this group of young, beautiful, fair-skinned and beautiful girls are attracted by Mr. 3 who can make wax figures. When he came last time, Mr. 3 had already deeply experienced this tragic scene of being overwhelmed by women. That's the bad treatment that even he, who is a womanizer, has no skills at all. So, this time he learned to be smart, and directly used the power of fruit ability awakening to create countless life-sized candle figures that were exactly like himself and distribute them, so that every girl who heard the news could return with satisfaction. Thanks to this, his ears are finally quiet, and he no longer has to bite the bullet and answer a bunch of strange questions. I didn't expect that in the new world ruled by heroes, the world-renowned Candle Demon Army Master who stirred up the situation would be at a loss. With a burning cigarette in his hand, Shaki looked at Mr. 3 with great interest. Ashamed. Mr. 3 scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. But having said that, I was really taken aback when I first heard that you were going to move the entire daughter country to the new world. After being silent for a few seconds, Shaki turned his eyes to Granny Z who was leaning on a snake crutch beside him, with undisguised admiration in his words. The Navy's comm zone navigation technology is becoming more and more mature. Even many pirates have mastered this technology. Not only can the comm zone not protect the citizens as before, but it will hinder it, and it is easy to fall into a predicament of isolation and helplessness. It's very close to the cross-union headquarters in Kale Bali. Compared with Amazon Lily, the safety factor is indeed much higher. Ginger is still old and spicy. What's up? Posei put one hand behind her back, looked at the vast sea in the distance, squinted slightly, and felt the comfortable sea breeze blowing in front of her. The idea of relocating the daughter country as a whole was originally proposed by Mr. 3, not the old man Shaki, she said softly. Oh? Shaki was obviously a little surprised, took a puff of a cigarette, exhaled the smoke ring and sighed. Not only is his strategy superior, but his strength is strong. His eyes are so bold and forward-looking, he is really a man full of charm. Mr. 3 raised his hand to support the goggles, and said shamelessly, to be honest, my limit is far beyond that. Shaki's eyes were deep, and he actually agreed with this outrageous statement. There have been countless powerful people in this sea, and you seem to have a completely different and extremely terrifying power from them. Her eyes are quite vicious, and from the short contact, she realized that Mr. 3 has a mysterious power that has not yet been revealed. But she didn't know what it was. Mr. 3 was startled in his heart, but smiled lightly on the surface. Neither admitting nor denying, this is the most preferred way to hide yourself. Don't worry, I'm just curious, and I won't delve into it. After all, it's your time now. Shaki looked up at the newly built Nine Snake City around him, and said no more. She is a very smart woman, and it is impossible for her to be stupid enough to really touch the deepest secrets of a top powerhouse who may dominate the sea in the future. That's right, in her opinion, Mr. 3 has all the characteristics of a powerful person. Speaking of which, it's not just sailing in a windless zone. The Navy's research on scientific power, especially human weapons, is becoming more and more mature. Raleigh stepped forward in due course and diverted this rather sensitive topic. This time on Juguo Island, you must have seen the weapon called Seraphim, right? During this period of time, the Navy used Seraphim to capture Shichibukai and suppress the Revolutionary Army, so it is not surprising that he would know this powerful weapon developed by Vegapunk. It is indeed very strong. It is conservatively estimated that it has at least the combat effectiveness of ordinary kibuhei. Mr. 3 nodded solemnly, so the future development direction of the Cross Union will also focus on technological research, which is the general trend. This is a road that ordinary pirates dare not even think about. The far-sighted Granny Yi sighed deeply. In this way, a group of people strolled slowly in New Nine Snake City, chatting from the current situation to the future direction, and from the forces of the four emperors to the Navy headquarters, and even the world government. Rayleigh, Shaggy, and Granny Zha are all famous big pirates in the old days, and they hold a lot of information about the world of pirates that Mr. 3 doesn't understand. After discussing with them, Mr. 3 soon had a more comprehensive and detailed understanding of the pirate world under his feet. This also shows from the side that Rayleigh and others have completely regarded him as their own, and no longer have any reservations or suspicions. Aside from Mr. 3's strong enough talent and strength, what caused this change is probably the attack and kidnapping of the Tinlongren this time. At the same time, in the waters near Calabari Island, a small sailboat that did not hoist the pirate flag. Miss Bacon stayed on board with Weevil and several pirate boys brought out from the Cross Guild, heading away from Calabari. Buggy, Mr. 3, since you guys want to do something to me so soon, don't blame me for not being sympathetic. The leader, Miss Bacon, looked gloomy and seemed to be planning something. Mom, we really want to leave the Cross Union, they treat us very well. Weevil, who was holding a big knife, stood at the bow of the boat, asking questions all over his face. Seeing that this stupid thing is still saying good things about Buggy, Miss Bacon suddenly became furious, and raised the crutch in his hand to beat him. Go on. Go on. You stupid son, if my mother hadn't discovered it early, I wouldn't even know you were sold. After teaching Weevil a lesson, Miss Bacon looked back in the direction of Calabari, with viciousness written all over her wrinkled old face. Even if he is temporarily deprived of his status as the captain, he can still benefit more or less by staying in the Cross Union. And she knew very well that if she continued to hang around like this, it would not be difficult to regain the captain's position due to Weevil's strength. The only reason why she chose to run away was because she sensed that something was wrong with Weevil, her loyalty to herself had dropped a lot, and she had to leave the Cross Union as soon as possible. Weevil is an important tool for her to harvest money and plunder resources. The interests of the Cross Union can be ignored, but Weevil must not have any problems. And at this time, Mr. 3 will have a secret conversation with Weevil after the Big Pot Island battle is over. See the end of chapter 194 for details. As long as Miss Bacon still wants to use Weevil to seek benefits in this sea, the seeds he planted in Weevil's heart will kill her. The wages of avarice is death. This is the true meaning of what Crocodile said in the meeting at that time, give her a choice, but actually didn't give it. In the calm waters of the New World, a foreign pirate ship with the word, 9 snakes, printed on the sail sailed slowly under the drag of 2 ferocious giant sea snakes. The pirate flag of the Cross Guild hangs on the top of the mast of the pirate ship. It is the new perfume snake of the Cross Guild's second team, the 9 snakes. Although the location of Blakesing Island is relatively hidden, it is difficult for ordinary pirates to find it, but there is no way, the reputation of the new 4 Emperors Cross Guild is too loud. Under the close attention of various forces, it is only a matter of time before the location of Blakesing Island, the new daughter country, is exposed. Therefore, Hancock simply no longer concealed it, and carried out the arrogant and domineering style of the previous 9 snake pirates, sailing on the sea with great fanfare. There are 3 reasons for her to make this decision. First, the current Cross Guild is much higher than when it first moved to Blakesing Island, whether it is a strong lineup or scale and fame. Even if ordinary pirates know the existence of Blakesing Island, they dare not invade easily. And it is even more impossible for the Navy to destroy the rare tacit understanding between the 2 forces for the insignificant Amazon Lily citizens, and to trouble the Cross Union. The second is Hancock's absolute confidence in his own strength. She was originally the arrogant pirate empress, and now she has mastered the overlord-like entanglement that can compete against the emperor-level powerhouse in a short time. Naturally, it is impossible to shrink back and forth even the most basic travel. The third reason is also her decision after serious discussion with Shaggy and Granny Z. That is to let the citizens of Amazon Lily properly contact the outside world and understand the basic common sense of the new world, such as men and devil fruits. Since the abolition of the Shisabukai system in the Revolutionary Army's declaration of war on the world government, the world has ushered in the most chaotic period. Daughter countries simply cannot be closed off like before, isolated from the world in a windless zone. Even if it can be done, blocking the news for too long will only bring serious and bad consequences. Raleigh, Shaggy, Hancock and others sat on the deck, feeling the sea breeze from the new world. Sailing in this sea on a pirate ship, it's been a long time ago, it's really nostalgic. Rayleigh picked up the cold beer in front of him and drank it down, with a bit of regret mixed with his cheerful expression. It's a pity that I didn't meet the big pirate who attacked this way, it's a little less lively. Granny Z held today's latest newspaper in her hand and said without raising her head. The pirate flag of the Cross Guild is flying on this ship. Let alone an attack, a normal pirate probably doesn't even have the guts to approach it. Ha ha ha, that's true. Rayleigh smiled lightly, and asked casually, by the way, since just now, why haven't I seen Mr. 3 that brat? Hancock. who was sitting next to him, raised his long legs without hesitation, and glanced at the cabin. "I'm a little tired, I want to take a rest." Hearing this, Rayleigh lowered his head slightly, the round-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose reflected bright light. "Although it's very faint, you can still feel his domineering aura. It doesn't look like he's resting," he whispered. "I don't know much about the specific situation, but when he comes out, maybe we will be shocked." Although completely unfounded, Hancock's intuition told him that Mr. 3 was researching something terrible at this time. Whether it's mastering the Overlord domineering aura after coming back from Nine Snake Island, or after the battle with Crocodile in the Three-Pillar Roundabout, the improvement of physique and domineering leap, or today's Overlord color entanglement. These seemingly unbelievable things will seem inexplicably reasonable as long as they happen to Mr. 3. This is Hancock's truest thought at this moment. She can no longer judge how much Mr. 3 is hiding. Boom. Before Rayleigh and the others responded, as if to test Hancock's intuition, there was a sudden roar not far away. Looking back, I saw that the cabin area was blasted by a violent shockwave, sawdust flying, and the scene was a mess. Sorry, I didn't hold back for a while, I went too far." In the ruins, Mr. 3, bathed in a red halo, scratched his head apologetically. "Mr. 3, what is your state?" Rayleigh and the others were attracted by his appearance at the moment. Even Granny Z, who is a little stronger, can clearly feel the extremely powerful and profound terrifying aura hidden under the red energy halo. Mr. 3 took a deep breath, withdrew the constant output of domineering arrogance, and the slightly strange red halo around his body gradually dissipated. Reminiscing about the state full of power just now, he chuckled lightly and said. After listening to Mr. Raleigh's understanding and perception of domineering, a new move was researched on a whim. The time moved forward a little bit, 10 minutes ago. As everyone set sail for Kale Bali, Mr. 3 finally had the opportunity and time to be alone, and he could study the rewards for completing Hancock's branch goals. Advanced Physical Skills Cheats, Overlord Color Burning. Overlord-like burning. A body technique cheat based on the premise of consuming one's own overlord-like arrogance. Through gradual liberation, one can gradually gain speed, strength, and reaction ability beyond the limits of the body. Preliminary stage. Lifting the physical fatigue restriction, overloading the body functions, under the blessing of the domineering color, the whole body will always be in the peak state of excitement, surrounded by dark red lightning from time to time. Explosive state. Overlord color domineering burning speed is greatly accelerated, the dark red lightning on the surface of the skin is highly concentrated, forming a bright red energy halo. The body will continue to be damaged during use, in exchange for far exceeding the normal, more extreme strength, speed, defense, reaction. Desperate state. Overlord color domineering burning speed is greatly accelerated, the final posture that will be disabled after use. Golden particles cover the blood all over the body, flowing from the heart to the limbs, showing a dazzling golden brilliance to the outside. The whole body quality has been improved several times. You can use a method similar to the air cannon to hit the air to attack or move in the air. If you are domineering and physically exhausted, will burn the user's vitality. When seeing this rather detailed description, the first thing that popped up in the depths of Mr. 3's mind was the Bayman Dunjia next door. As a short-term secret to improving physical fitness, both have different stages, and the physical price that needs to be paid is also gradually increasing. If there is a difference, it is the final state of sacrificing one's life. Overlord color burning can also be automatically dispelled when the domineering energy is exhausted. Although the body will still be disabled, it will not be dead. It was also when seeing this state of sacrificing his life that Mr. 3's eyes widened. If he had only one life, he who was always greedy for life and afraid of death would never open it casually. However, he still has the Eternal Wax Museum, this bug-level prop that can do sit-ups 3 times. That is to say, in one battle, he was able to activate at least 3 times the state of giving up his life that increased his physical function several times. The stuff rewarded by the system is so powerful. Mr. 3 couldn't help expressing emotion in his heart. When he first saw it, he still thought that the so-called gymnastics cheats should be more skill-oriented rewards like the 6th form of the Navy, but he didn't expect it to be so simple and rude, directly increasing his physical fitness. If you study carefully, it is not difficult to find that the Overlord color burning is actually very similar to the Overlord color entanglement, and they are both skills based on the Overlord color domineering. The difference is that the domineering color winding is to form a very destructive strike to the outside world by covering the domineering. And the domineering burning is to converge the domineering energy to all parts of the body, acting like a stimulant internally, but the effect is far beyond the limit breakthrough of stimulants. There is no conflict between the two. Mr. 3 can flexibly use these two skills with the core of domineering arrogance according to the difficulty of the enemy and the situation. In other words, compared to other powerhouses who have mastered the entanglement, he has more comprehensive and changeable attack methods. What happened next is very clear. After understanding and mastering the Overlord-colored burning Mr. 3, because the first use failed to control the degree of force, it directly entered the explosive state and blew up the cabin of the Hancock pirate ship. Hearing Mr. 3's words, even Rayleigh's eyes widened at this time, and he couldn't help but say, "A new move? Or is it a difficult move related to the development of Overlord color domineering?" With his venomous eyes, he instantly saw that the red energy halo surrounding Mr. 3 just now was a form of domineering and domineering expression. It's just that it's different from the frightening Overlord color entanglement. Mr. 3's so-called new move is more like pressing the already bloomed Overlord color back into his body with extremely strong means. Leaving aside the impact of doing so, the dangers involved are absolutely fatal. And looking at Mr. 3's unscathed appearance now, he succeeded? Ha ha ha, it's just a whim, and it's a fluke to succeed. Mr. 3 scratched his head and laughed. At the same time, feeling the rapid loss of domineering arrogance in his body, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. As expected of using burning to describe this body art cheat, the consumption of domineering arrogance is really quite scary. He only entered the explosive state for a few seconds, and nearly 1/10 of his domineering energy had been consumed. If the final state of sacrificing one's life, can't even think about it. The one just now is not something that can be accomplished by relying on the so-called whim. Recalling Mr. 3, who was bathed in a red halo just now, with a terrified aura, Rayleigh looked extremely serious, and asked in a deep voice, "Can you tell me the name and principle of this move?" In terms of name, let's call it Overlord color burning. Mr. 3 didn't hide anything. He adjusted his glasses and replied, "Probably the principle is to contain the domineering arrogance in the body, transform it into powerful energy to bring about an increase, and achieve the effect of breaking through the limit of physical fitness." Leaving aside the fact that everyone present is a trustworthy member of his own family, it can be seen from Rayleigh's conscious questioning that it is not difficult for the top powerhouses to see the principle of this move. The challenge is how to turn this possibility into reality. They don't have system rewards, and many more. Suddenly, Mr. 3's eyes lit up, thinking of a certain possibility. Since the move is based on Bawang color domineering, there are no other superfluous requirements. So, can I, who has already mastered this skill, teach other strong people who have the entanglement of domineering color to learn this trick as well? For example, Boa Hancock, the gymnastics expert standing across from him at this moment. In terms of physical skills alone, Hancock itself is at the high-end level of the pirate world. If he turns on the Overlord color burning, that can increase his physical fitness several times. Thinking of the Crusaders attacking the Holy Land of Marie Joa in the future, Hancock, bathed in golden light, raised his leg and kicked a domineering version of Yi Kai. Mr. 3's eyes suddenly showed an unconcealable look of anticipation and excitement. That picture is simply not too hot. Mr. 3, although this concubine regards you as a trustworthy partner, it doesn't mean that you can stare at my concubine with such offensive eyes. Hancock frowned slightly, and his cold eyes showed displeasure. Mr. 3 ignored Hancock's reminder, folded his hands behind his back, and asked aloud, "Hancock, I believe you have seen the increase of the Overlord color burning to the body just now, right? How about it? Do you want to learn?" Hearing this, Hancock lowered his head and bit the fingernail of his right hand. Even a semi-retired veteran powerhouse like Rayleigh has become very interested, let alone a newbie who has just mastered tyranny. The concubine is really interested, if you. Before he finished speaking, Mr. 3 on the opposite side showed a look of needing a beating, and said meanly, "Want to learn? If you want to learn, just ask third brother." As soon as these words came out, the entire audience, including Shaki, fell into a mysterious silence. Even the sea wind that was blowing on the face made a detour and hurried away from both sides of the pirate ship. Sweet and sweet. Unsurprisingly, with Hancock posing in a low voice, the pink light skipped over, and our third brother's cheap demeanor instantly turned into a stone statue, frozen in place, and became eternal. "Sandasonia, throw him into the sea and feed the fish." Hancock sat with his legs crossed on the pink boa constrictor, and raised his hand to brush away the black hair hanging on his forehead, showing the inviolable majesty of the pirate queen. The short and not boring sea voyage soon arrived at the destination, which is the base camp of the Cross Union, Kale Bali. The middle-aged powerhouses like the eagle-eyed old Samoria, when they saw the legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh, immediately expressed their undisguised approval and humility. In front of Rayleigh, they are just brats. We are all big pirates who were once famous all over the world, and they got used to each other very quickly and had a good time talking. After confirming with Rayleigh about the Guardians of the Cross Union, Mr. 3 and Buggy walked into the meeting room, and contacted Morgans of the World Economic News through the encrypted phone bug. "Mr. 3, what did you say?" You have successfully invited the Pluto Rayleigh, the deputy of Pirate King Roger, as the guardian of the Cross Guild? An island in the sky. Morgans was very excited when he heard the news. Although he knew that the so-called guardian's fame and deterrence were far greater than the actual effect, basically it was just a name. But if the target is the vice-captain of One Piece, then the influence is no small matter. A little embellishment, coupled with the recent incidents caused by the Four Emperors Cross Union, can definitely be used as headline news for a big sale. That's right. Rayleigh is in Kale Bali now. I've already asked about it. If necessary, you can send someone to come here for an interview, Mr. 3 said generously. Still the same as the previously determined policy, he is willing to show the greatest sincerity to Morgans, a role that controls the power of public opinion in the entire world. Ha ha ha. According to the normal process, we should indeed verify the authenticity of this news. Without much hesitation, Morgans continued, but I can trust your words, just post a few related photos later, and within the scope of not distorting the authenticity of the news, I can help you promote it vigorously. As a boss who occupies a place in the new world, he naturally knows the purpose of Mr. 3's initiative to provide news. Then President Morgans. Mr. 3 thanked with a smile. The phone bug in his hand simulated Morgan's deep and shrewd eyes. No, we are mutually beneficial, and... After a pause, Morgan said in a low voice, coincidentally, I just received a dirty piece of information about your cross union. Is it about our former team leader Miss Bacon? Mr. 3 quickly guessed what Mogos was referring to. As early as when Miss Bacon took Weevil to run away with a few powerful pirates, he had already received the wind, so he didn't show too much surprise now. Oh? It seems that the Chief of Staff already has a countermeasure in mind? Morgans is also straightforward, with two wings on his back, he said slowly, I don't know if it's Miss Bacon, but the information I got from the Navy is that the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, is not from your cross guild. Cadres are just allies with a cooperative relationship. There is one more thing related to you. It is said that after the World Conference, the reason why you were able to successfully summon many Shichibukai was because of an ancient strategy called 36 strategies? When it came to the 36 tricks, Morgans's flat tone showed a little turmoil, and it was more obvious that he was very interested in this mysterious strategy. Didn't expect Miss Bacon to even sell 36 pieces of information to the Navy? Mr. 3 showed surprise. Hawkeye's alliance relationship was revealed as expected, but the information about 36G was unexpected. But, a smile appeared on the corner of Mr. 3's mouth. This shows from the side that even Miss Bacon, who is very resourceful, agrees with the value and function of the 36 tactics he operates, this collection of tactics. Even the enemy is fearful, this is the greatest affirmation of one's own strategy. Indeed, the fact that the Cross Union has come to this point has a lot to do with the 36 plan. Mr. 3 didn't hide anything. This kind of strategy needs to be combined with one's own understanding to strategize in order to exert the greatest effect. Just revealing a name is harmless. Well, if necessary, within the scope of permission, I can modify a few words for you in the news to be released tomorrow. Morgans also expressed his sincerity at this time. Thank you for your care, but it doesn't matter, just publish the information you get in the newspaper normally. Mr. 3 didn't particularly care. Thinking about it from another angle, it is a very good thing to be able to promote the ancient and inherited culture in the world of pirates. That's it, then I'm clear. As for the matter of Pluto Rayleigh, just wait for tomorrow's news with peace of mind. After a few polite chats, Mr. 3 ended the call with Morgans. Miss Bacon, an old woman, actually dared to sell our information to the Navy. Buggy, who heard the whole conversation next to him, showed a ruthless face. I knew that when she left secretly, I should have taken her down on the spot. No matter how covert Miss Bacon's actions are, they can't be hidden from the eyeliner of the entire Kale Bali Island. It doesn't matter. With the strength and scale of our current cadres, not to mention that Hawkeye is still on our side, even if he dissolves the alliance and chooses to leave, it will not have much impact on the status of the four emperors of the Cross Guild. Mr. 3, sitting in front of the conference table, was full of confidence, took a sip of black tea from Ayasha's hand. Now he has not only learned the Overlord color winding of the Emperor-level powerhouse, but also comprehended the Overlord color burning that can improve the body function several times. Coupled with many trump cards such as the Eternal Wax Museum, even against the four emperors, they still have the power to fight. What's more, Hancock is still working hard to learn the Overlord color burning at this time, barely stepping into the lowest threshold of the four emperors' combat power. Counting Crocodile and Doflamingo, who are only under the four emperors, except for the deep-rooted navy and world government, and the revolutionary army with unknown combat strength, there is actually no force in the New World that can threaten their safety. Hancock has mastered the Overlord color entanglement, and with Rayleigh, we do have a hole card to save our lives. For the old guy in front of him, Buggy's impression is still in the period when he could barely stop the General Green Bull, and he doesn't know how strong the third brother is now. But is Weevil's matter really that easy to solve? Although that guy is an idiot, his combat prowess should not be underestimated, Buggy asked instead. As long as his malice towards us is almost eliminated, it will take only 2 days at the slowest. The bomb I planted earlier can completely bury Miss Bacon. Mr. 3 looked back at Ayasha with the same stern expression, and I completely believe in Ayasha's ability. Hearing this, Ayasha's hands holding the tea tray trembled slightly uncontrollably. The third brother, he actually entrusted such an important matter to me, and said it in such an affirmative tone in front of so many cadres. Under Ayasha's calm and sassy pretty face, a small heart is beating wildly. She is extremely happy as a little fangirl to be able to gain such a high trust from the third brother. So far, the conversation with Morgans has come to an end. Mr. 3 and Buggy asked Ayasha to return to the center of the base camp and join the welcome party of Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Crocodile and others. Time flows quickly in this harmonious picture. At sunset, Rayleigh bid farewell to Buggy and the others with Shaggy, boarded Hancock's new perfume snake, and returned to Blazing Island. According to Raleigh, he is already the guardian of the Cross Union, and he will travel between Blazing Island and Chambord Islands from time to time, which can be regarded as an open deterrent and supportive attitude. At the same time, doing so can also give enough security to Blazing Island, ensuring that the residents of the island can contact the outside world in the most peaceful way. With the departure of Rayleigh and others, the short banquet that gathered all the cadres of the Cross Union came to an end. And Mr. 3, who returned to his own residence, was not lazy, and enthusiastically studied the newly learned Overlord color burning. He needs to adapt to the high-intensity physical condition as soon as possible, and use this physical skill cheat to the extreme. The sunset is west, and the night is fleeting. In the early morning of the next day, as the headlines of the news, it was said that the news that the pirate Pluto Rayleigh had become the guardian of the Cross Guild was spread to all parts of the world by the spread of the newspaper delivery seagulls. Published together with this heavy news, there is naturally the alliance between Hawkeye and the Cross Union, as well as the ancient strategy 36 tricks. All of a sudden, many forces entrenched in the New World trembled. Navy Headquarters, Marshal's office. Looking at today's newspaper, Akainu, who was biting a big cigarette, looked cloudy and uncertain. Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, brought a straw hat Luffy on top of the war 2 years ago, returned to the battlefield unscrupulously and caused commotion, and now he has reached a close relationship with the Cross Guild as a guardian. Akainu did not show too much importance to Rayleigh's own combat power. If it was the peak period, he would definitely be full of energy, but now, at best, he is just a remnant of the old era. Compared with combat power, he is more worried that Raleigh's fame and prestige will bring unimaginable benefits to the Cross Union, increasing their scale and the number of strong men. Under the ebb and flow, the impact of the negative news that Hawkeye is only an ally will become negligible. Damn Miss Bacon, you really gave us a piece of useless information. Akainu couldn't help but feel a little distressed about the benefits he gave. On the opposite side of him, Kizaru sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and said lazily, having said that, getting the information on the so-called 36 tricks is already very profitable, right? If that old woman is not exaggerating, Akakan said in a deep voice. As the Admiral of the Navy, it is naturally impossible for him to believe in the existence of 36 tricks just because of a simple sentence. It wasn't until Miss Bacon revealed all the strategies that Mr. 3 used, such as encircling the way and saving Zhao, striking the east and attacking the west, and escape the golden cicada's shell, from the previous operation that made him feel ashamed to advance the city, as well as the recent kidnapping of the Tianlong people that caused a sensation in the world, did he make a tentative decision. Believe in judgment. As an admiral who has personally participated in these two major events, Akainu can deeply feel the horror of these strategies. If it is used well, it can completely turn the enemy around. He became very interested in this kind of strategizing and decisive victory thousands of miles away. This is the real reason why he decided to publish the 36 gauges in the newspaper. He wants to get more information about 36 gauges through the newspapers, and then use it for himself. Unfortunately, such calculations are doomed to futility. Because in the entire pirate world, Mr. 36 is the only one who knows and can skillfully use the 3 tricks. All in all, if we can get this thing, it may bring an unexpected improvement to the entire navy. Akainu looked into the distance and spoke firmly. There is another person who has the same idea as him and is interested in 36 times. That is the 4 emperors who were also cheated by Mr. 3, Blackbeard Tiki. You guys like this, in addition to collecting 4 pieces of red historical texts, Try to find out the hometown of that guy Mr. 3 as much as possible, and find 36 pieces of detailed records. Blackbeard on the Hive Island crumpled the newspaper in his hand and gave instructions to Lafitte and the others beside him. He directly placed the search for 36 strategies in an equally important position as the historical text of the Red Road sign. Except for the two victims of Akainu and Blackbeard, other forces did not show too much fanatical interest in the unheard of 36 strategies. What makes them more concerned is how the Crusade Union, which has loomed as the focus of the world, will have an earth-shaking impact on the world structure. Just when everyone was focusing on the headlines of today's news, there was an unknown island in the New World. The original Whitebeard's pirate group lurking here ushered in a group of uninvited guests with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, my old lady found it. Miss Bacon appeared with Weevil and several pirates with a bounty of over $1 million. She got a lot of benefits from the Navy by selling the information of the Cross Union, and started her old business insatiably greedily, robbing and avenging the pirates under Whitebeard's banner. Weevil, let me kill them all, Miss Bacon said with a stern face. Yes, Mom. Standing behind, Weevil stepped forward with a big knife in his hand. His strong physique brought an unparalleled deterrent. Damn, Miss Bacon, don't be too arrogant. The captain of the pirate group on the opposite side pulled out the saber from his waist, and his breath was raised to the extreme. Although he knew very well that he was probably not Weevil's opponent, but he was a well-known big pirate in the New World after all, so he couldn't back down at this time. Let me avenge the brothers who were brutally killed before. Take it, Edward Weevil. The captain of the pirate group roared angrily and attacked Weevil first. A fleeting look of strangeness appeared on Weevil's silly face, and then he raised his knife to meet the opponent's slash. Whoa. Two sharp blades flashed in the air, splashing a smear of bright red blood. Bang bang bang. The sound of the big knife falling to the ground came out, and Weevil, whose chest was cut with a hole, knelt on his knees, panting heavily on the ground. He actually lost. Weevil, what's the matter with you? Can you beat this kind of rubbish opponent? Hurry up and stand up for me. Miss Bacon was both surprised and angry. If it was before, this kind of opponent would not be able to withstand Weevil's knife at all. Weevil stood up again with a silly face, not paying any attention to the shocking wound on his chest. Mom. I don't know why, my strength seems to have weakened. Seeing Weevil kneeling on the ground, Miss Bacon's face was extremely gloomy. That damn guy Mr. 3 messed up again. She didn't know that under the influence of Ayasha's subtle ability, Weevil's malice towards the Cross Union had almost faded away. Although she felt that something was wrong with Weevil in front of her, subconsciously, she didn't think that the stupid Weevil would use acting skills to deceive herself. Therefore, Miss Bacon naturally put the cauldron of weakening Weevil's power on Mr. 3, who is full of tricks. What about domineering? Unleash all your domineering, Miss Bacon scolded in a cold voice. Weevil stood up slowly, his big eyes as round as copper bells burst out with a strong momentum. The palpitating powerful arrogance spread in all directions, but it only lasted for a few seconds, and then weakened and dissipated at an extremely fast speed. Mom, no, I can't use my arrogance. Weevil turned around. The expression on his face was still simple and honest, and there were not many emotional fluctuations. Whether it is sadness or panic or excitement, he basically has such an expression. Good chance. On the opposite side, the domineering pirate captain who was holding an armed weapon looked at the time and slashed at the unsuspecting Weevil's back. It's sizzling. The bright red blood surged out again, and the powerful slashing force was transmitted into the body, shaking Weevil's tall body for a while. After stumbling towards Miss Bacon for a few steps, a smear of blood spewed out of his mouth, and he knelt and lay down in a pool of blood. It's really useless. Get up. Hurry up and get up for my old lady. Seeing that Weevil, who had always been rough and thick, suddenly became so useless, Miss Bacon stepped forward angrily, kicking Weevil's head wildly. It seemed that he was not relieved by this, and spit a few mouthfuls of saliva one after another. It's really surprising that the monster that was said to be able to defeat even the former Admiral Zephyr turned out to be like this now. The pirate captain's scarred face was full of emotion and joy. Although I don't know why Weevil, who dared to pretend to be his father's son, suddenly became so weak. But there is no doubt that now is the perfect time to avenge those fallen comrades and friends. Little ones, let's go together and kill the two damn guys Weevil and Miss Bacon here. Oh. The pirates raised their weapons one after another, and their powerful auras united together, erupting an extremely heavy oppressive force for the current Miss Bacon. You. Miss Bacon was frightened by this momentum and retreated again and again. In her old age, her combat ability is far from that of her peak period, and she is okay to deal with ordinary little pirates, but this one in front of her is somewhat famous in the New World, and the whole group has a total bounty of more than 1 billion for a powerful pirate group. Without Weevil, the advantage on her side would be gone. Miss Captain Bacon, without Weevil, we are no match for each other at all, we should withdraw first. Yes, continuing to fight here will only put us in a bad situation. The little pirates who followed Miss Bacon to defect to the Cross Guild showed panic, moved their feet, and quietly retreated a few meters away. Miss Bacon looked around, only to see that when she spoke, her side was empty, without any support. This frightened her, who had always spared her life, so she glanced at Weevil who fell on the ground, and ran for her life without looking back. Captain Bacon, Weevil is also our accomplice, why don't we take him away too? Yes, isn't you his mother, wouldn't it be too heartless to just abandon her like this? Having said that, the legs of the little pirates were not idle, and they retreated crazily. What use is he for a waste that has lost its power? Thanks to my old lady, I have been suppressing my nausea all this time, playing a child's playhouse game with this waste. The situation was urgent, and Miss Bacon was so angry that he lost his mind at this time, and he unconsciously expressed the truest thoughts in his heart. It's just that as soon as she said these words, she, who was shrewd and cunning, suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, you deliberately set me up. Looking at the little pirate with a sinister smile on his mouth one after another, Miss Bacon felt an extremely uneasy premonition in the depths of her mind. Before she could fully react, the uneasy premonition turned into a substantial shadow, covering it like the end of the world, with no dead ends in all directions. Mom, when the third brother told me at first, I didn't believe it. I thought you must love me. Standing up again, Weevil held a big knife in his hand, his eyes were wide open, and he still looked silly. However, in the eyes of Miss Bacon, who is very familiar with Weevil, his killing intent is extremely strong and pure. Weevil, listen to. Miss Bacon's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his head was spinning rapidly, just as he was thinking of explaining. Ayasha was buried deep in Weevil's consciousness, and her malice towards Miss Bacon broke out completely. Call out. A cold light flashed, chopping melons and vegetables. Miss Bacon, who kept opening his mouth, wriggled his throat desperately, but found that he couldn't make any sound. The field of vision of the left and right eyes began to stagger up and down, followed by blood splashing out, occupying the entire field of vision. She was cut in two. Really, what a sinister method, Mr. 3. It wasn't until the last second of her life that Miss Bacon finally figured out that this conspiracy, aimed at herself, was interlocking and sinister every step of the way. From the time she was in charge of taking over the pirate boy of the 4th team, she has been calculated. She had envisioned the terrible outcome of being frantically hunted down by the Cross Union, but for the sake of profit, she still chose to take the risk. I just didn't expect that it would end up being such a ridiculous ending. Thump. With deep unwillingness, Miss Bacon fell to the ground with his body divided into two halves. This remnant of the old era who once stirred up the situation in the New World finally paid the corresponding price because of his excessive greed. Weevil, whose breath suddenly rose, shocked the New World pirates who were chasing after the victory. What's going on? The leading pirate captain swallowed deeply, the palm of his hand holding the black long knife trembled slightly. Completely different from the innocent and harmless appearance before, the scarlet-eyed Weevil in front of him exuded an aura that even he couldn't resist. This is the monster, the real terrifying power. Damn monster. The pirate captain yelled angrily to embolden himself, and was about to rush forward to fight to the death, when a slender figure suddenly flew from the distant sky and landed on the open space between the two sides. The pure white wings covered with candles fluttered slowly, and the wings fluttered around, exuding a terrifying domineering aura that made one unable to resist. Cross Guild, Candle Demon Army Master Mr. 3. The pirate captain immediately recognized the identity of the person, and because of this, the hand holding the knife trembled even more. This is a super strong man who can compete with the 3 admirals of the Navy and the Black Beard of the 4 emperors. After the Battle of Juguo Island, he once took his younger brother to observe, and the scene of hell with candles burning into the sky will never be forgotten. And seeing with my own eyes, his domineering is even more astonishing than the legend. Although it has not yet reached that level, but in a vague way, there is actually a little bit of the extreme oppression of the white-bearded father. Oh? I didn't expect the powerful pirates under the former Whitebeard's flag to know me. Mr. 3 straightened his goggles with a calm expression. The cloak flutters slowly behind him, showing the demeanor of a strong man. After attacking and kidnapping the Tinlongren, the man who was able to escape from the encirclement and suppression of the 3 generals is a ghost if he doesn't know him. The nervous pirate captain thought in his heart. In front of a top powerhouse like Mr. 3, he could only keep silent, not daring to offend him in the slightest. Go back. I have no reason to fight with you. Compared to the nervousness of the entire pirate group on the opposite side, Mr. 3 relaxed his muscles and said casually, "Of course, if you still want to fight, I can also accompany you." "No, no, thank you for letting me go." The pirate captain on the opposite side is very brave, daring to confront Weevil head-on, but he is not stupid. To start a war with Mr. 3, the second in command of the 4 emperors, is pure suicide. After all, regardless of thinking that this island was clearly his stronghold, this big pirate who was somewhat famous in the New World led his people to evacuate immediately. They have no enmity with the Cross Union, and there is no shame in admitting their love. Soon, a group of people disappeared from Mr. 3's field of vision. Third brother. Third brother. The younger brothers who followed Miss Bacon, defected, from the Cross Union gathered together one after another, with excitement and ferocity on their ferocious faces, and greeted Mr. 3 respectfully. Since it is a fan team member to be managed by Miss Bacon, Mr. 3 will naturally use Ayasha's fruit ability in advance to identify the younger brother who is most loyal to the Cross Union. Not to mention foresight and consideration of today's planning, simply monitoring Miss Bacon's actions is of great significance. And this is the fundamental reason why he was able to grasp Miss Bacon's whereabouts in the first place and appear here in time. "Well, everyone has worked hard," Mr. 3 responded with a smile on his face. In the eyes of everyone, he walked slowly to Weevil. Although the other party was a muscular body that he needed to look up at, Mr. 3 didn't feel the slightest pressure. How does it feel? Obviously, after the banquet with the red-haired pirates on the giant pot island, he deliberately found Weevil to have a conversation. Its content is to expose Miss Bacon's hypocrisy through acting. With Ayasha's previous malicious transfer, coupled with Weevil's own stupidity, this matter was implemented quite smoothly. "I don't feel anything. The silly Weevil said so." This is the truest thought deep in his heart right now, and he doesn't feel any sadness at all. Our President Buggy has always had a good relationship with Whitebeard in private. From now on, he will witness your growth with his own eyes until you surpass Whitebeard. Mr. 3 casually poured Weevil a sip of chicken soup, and then said, "Weevil, from now on, you are the freest person in this sea. Whether to stay in the Cross Union or leave the Cross Union to venture out to sea, it is up to you to decide. I will not force you." Hearing this, Weevil's eyes without emotion flashed a bright look very rarely. Without the slightest hesitation, he said firmly, I want to continue to follow President Buggy, follow the third brother." "Very well, then let us work together and turn this world upside down." Mr. 3 reached out and patted Weevil's hairy belly. He actually wanted to pat Weevil on the shoulder, but his height of 6 meters is really amazing. At this moment, the system prompt sounded just right in the back of my mind. Weevil saw the true face of Miss Bacon with his own eyes, and decisively cut her off. The branch goal, Weevil's Great Justice, has been completed. Target reward. The specified weapon has a weak concussion effect. You can specify 2 weapons of yourself in the branch target character at the same time. The system rewards arrive in the account, which is different from the Overlord color burning that Hancock obtained last time, which can be used directly. Seeing this reward, Mr. 3 made a difficult mistake. He currently doesn't have any decent weapons, and his fighting style is based on candle creation. The only reasonable weapon is the sea bike. But fighting with a bicycle on the sea itself is weird enough. If the so-called shock effect is added, isn't it a weird thing? Why is the car shaking? That picture is so touching just thinking about it. After careful consideration, Mr. 3 put away this immature idea and did not plan to use rewards on himself for the time being. It was a little surprising that the designated weapon with a weak concussion effect could still be used on the target person, that is, Weevil. Looking at the Daguan Dao in Weevil's hand, the first thing that popped up in front of Mr. 3's eyes was the white beard who was in his prime and possessed the shocking fruit. Although Weevil's domineering upper limit is doomed that he will not be able to reach the height of the peak white beard, but if there is a shock blessing similar to the shock fruit, the combat power will definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough improvement. Combined with the physical technique cheats obtained 2 days ago, Overlord color burning, it fits very well with Hancock who is good at physical techniques. So far, Mr. 3 has fully understood the reward rules of the system branch goal module. While bringing him an all-round and multi-level improvement, it also more or less strengthened the combat ability of the target Shi Wuhai. After Hancock has mastered the explosive state of the Overlord color, his combat ability can basically be infinitely close to that of the 4 emperors, and Weevil's shock bonus is not weak. According to this trend, it is conservatively estimated that by the time he completes all the sub-quests, there will be 6 or 7 members of the Crusaders Guild who are close to the 4 emperors, or at the same top level as the general. Thinking of this, Mr. 3's blood boiled involuntarily. Perhaps at that time, their cross guild will become the only Super 4 emperors in the history of pirates who can compete against the entire Navy headquarters in a true sense. After taking a few deep breaths and regaining his composure, Mr. 3 returned to Kae Bali, the stronghold of the Cross Union, with a group of fanatical younger brothers and Weevil with glowing eyes. As for the concussion effect, he doesn't plan to use Weevil's Guandao for the time being. It's not that I'm worried about Weevil's loyalty, it's just that doing so will appear very abrupt in the eyes of others, without warning. Anyway, now is not the time for a showdown with the Navy and the world government, and there will be no problem in strengthening Weevil later. As for this timing, yes, he wants to put it after the next planning. That is, gather and recruit Germa 66, a unit that focuses on scientific research, mainly Vinsmoke Judge. After solving Miss Bacon, Weevil naturally returned to the original 4th team. Considering Weevil's own problems, after discussions with Mr. 3 and others, it was finally decided to temporarily assist Moria, the captain of the internship team, to put the 4th team on the right track. So far, the will of the top members of the Cross Guild has reached a consensus, and the internal hazards that may cause serious consequences of disintegration have been completely eliminated. The entire pirate group has become more united, and it is quite impregnable. In this period of steady development and relative peace, Mr. 3 did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Riding a sea bike across the windless belt, after a day, he finally came to the North Sea where the Vinsmoke family is located. Although I don't know what kind of technology is in Vegapunk's technology box, scientific research, especially human weapons like Seraphim, cannot be accomplished overnight. At least it can't be as simple as recruiting strong people. Therefore, the sooner you contact and cooperate with Gaji, who is from the scientific team, the sooner the scientific power of the Cross Union can grow to be able to compete with or even surpass the Seraph of the Navy. As for the specific direction of transcendence, Mr. 3 already has a general idea in mind. After all, compared to Vegapunk, on their side, there is a god-level assistant who can edit shadows and forcibly increase the target's combat power. Germa 66 is based in the Kingdom of Germa, which is unique in the world and has no fixed land on the sea. Normally, hundreds of snail ships operate separately, and when they are combined together, they form a kingdom. It is not easy to find them easily. Because of the Cake Island incident, Germa now has very low trust in the pirates, especially the 4 emperors. Even if there is contact information, he cannot get in touch with them through the encrypted phone bug. Fortunately, the Crusaders have Buggy Express, a mercenary force that covers every corner of the pirate world. Through the target orientation provided by the North Sea intelligence personnel, Mr. 3, who was leisurely riding on the sea, soon saw a combined fleet with a huge castle. On the top of the castle, a black flag with 66 printed on it fluttered in the wind. It is the Kingdom of Germa. Calculating the time, Auntie's birthday party has only been a month at most. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the severely damaged Germa kingdom would recover to this level. As Mr. 3 stepped on the pedal a little closer, the Nordic-style buildings on the united fleet of the Kingdom of Germa clearly appeared in the field of vision. The buildings are complete, the fortifications are complete, and rows of fully armed soldiers patrol the streets back and forth. The almost identical faces are expressionless, and the artillery and firearms in their hands are heavy and cold, showing extremely standard military power. This is Vinsmoke Judge's merciless war machine unit, Germa 66. Dear guest, welcome to the Kingdom of Germa. Our king is waiting for you in the central castle, please follow me. As soon as Mr. 3 appeared in the coastal waters of Germa Kingdom, 2 soldiers wearing black sunglasses came out to greet him in a speedboat. As a superpower across the North Sea, they were already aware of and vigilant when Mr. 3 came to the nearby waters. In fact, Mr. 3 didn't want to hide his tracks at all. Then trouble the 2 of you. Mr. 3 stepped on the sea bicycle, followed the 2 soldiers, and slowly moved towards the central castle. The snail boats supporting the houses, taverns, gardens, forts and other facilities slowly separated and moved to both sides, giving way to the central castle. This convenient and unique way of forming a kingdom opened Mr. 3's eyes. Undoubtedly, compared with fixed islands, its advantage is that it is flexible and changeable, and there is no fixed strike position. When it is necessary to launch an attack, it can be broken down into parts to carry out multi-directional encirclement and suppression. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, once encountering an uncontrollable enemy attack, the order transmission is not in place, and it will cause a chaotic situation of ship collision. While observing the Germa kingdom, Mr. 3 also checked the progress of the black car of the sea bicycle in the back of his mind. After nearly a day of riding, it has risen from 52% to 57%. Although the increase is not high, it is still considerable. The point is, compared to the first half-day ride when he was so tired, Mr. 3, who has now awakened his fruit ability and strengthened his strength, does not feel tired at all. This is breakthrough growth. With the leadership of 2 soldiers, the road was naturally unimpeded. When Mr. 3 stepped onto the giant snail ship where the central castle was located, 2 rows of burly artificial soldiers just stepped out of it. The exact same steps stepped on the floor tiles to form a resonance, bringing a sense of oppression full of chilling atmosphere. Afterwards, Vinsmoke Judge, wearing a golden helmet and wearing a yellow cloak, walked slowly with a serious expression. Behind him, the eldest son Iji, the second son Neji, and the fourth son Yangzi followed closely, with different expressions on their faces. Of course, the most conspicuous thing is that touch of glamorous pink, the eldest daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju, who is sexy and charming. Except for Sanji, all members of the Vinsmoke family are here. I don't know that the Candle Demon Army Division of the Crusaders Guild has come to the Kingdom of Germa in this extraordinary period. What's your business? At a distance of 5 or 6 meters from Mr. 3, Judge took the lead and stopped. For guests who come from afar, shouldn't the first thing to say is welcome? Compared to the tenseness of the Vinsmoke family, Mr. 3 folded his arms and looked very relaxed. If your excellency is just passing by, then the Kingdom of Germa will welcome you with the highest standard. Before Mr. 3 could answer, Judge spoke in a cold voice. We, Germa, have never had any disputes with your cross guild, so let's just explain why we came here. Not long ago, the Cross Union publicly announced that it would form an alliance with the Big Mom Pirates. During the operation of advancing the city, in order to let Ka make a move, the promise of sheltering the Cake Island and being betrayed by the Big Mom Pirates, almost wiped out the entire army of Germa Kingdom, it is obvious that there is an irreconcilable blood feud with the Big Mom Pirates. That's why Gaji showed strong guard against Mr. 3 who visited inexplicably. Mr. 3 naturally considered the influence of this aspect, and simply dismissed the idea of being polite, and said, "It's very simple. We, the Cross Union, want to cooperate with you to develop a super weapon that can sweep the new world." Gaji, who had made a lot of preparations, was taken aback by his clean and neat words. He had envisioned many possibilities, but he never thought that the other party would have such a purpose. After calming down after a few seconds of silence, Judge frowned, and said in a rather emotional tone, "I never thought that the 4 emperors who were the first to realize the importance of technological power would be you." Once bitten by a snake and afraid of well ropes for 10 years, Judge stared at the smiling Mr. 3 and began to think about the authenticity of this so-called cooperation. Cooperation can be considered, but I need your president, the Clown Buggy, to come to Germa Kingdom and talk to me face to face. After thinking about it, he chose this more conservative and cautious way. To the surprise of the king who advocated force, Mr. 3 not only did not agree, but sneered. "We don't need President Buggy to come forward to talk to you." Mr. 3 pushed the goggles and said to the gloomy judge, "If you have any comments or ideas, just tell me." "In that case, then please go back," Gaji said with a tense face. Obviously the sea breeze has stopped at this time, but the yellow cloak behind him is slowly fluttering. "I'm sorry. I don't want to return without success." Mr. 3 spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. Now he is no longer the weak chick Galdino who needs to be submissive no matter which force he walks in front of when he just crossed over. Having the power to push the opponent sideways but not using it is not being stable and wretched, but pure brain flooding. The best way to get Judge, who advocates force, to accept cooperation and take the initiative to cooperate is naturally to show the power of absolute suppression, so that he can't even think of refusing. To put it simply, it is to convince people before talking. There are no tricks, no calculations, no strategizing, just simple and brutal fist crushing. This is Mr. 3's action plan for this trip to Germa Kingdom. And so, before Judge and others could react, Mr. 3 narrowed his eyes slightly in the next second, and his momentum suddenly rose. It's sizzling. The dark red lightning burst out, forming an extremely terrifying domineering aura that swept across the entire kingdom castle. At this moment, the surrounding environment seems to have lost all color, reduced to pure black and white tones. This is overlord-like domineering. Feeling Mr. 3's arrogance at such a close distance, even Gaji, who has gone through countless wars, became uncontrollably short of breath, with cold sweat all over his forehead. The 3 IJI brothers behind them had the same complexion change as Reiju, and their nerves were tense, in order to resist the consciousness that they were about to faint in the domineering. For the time being, they can still resist Mr. 3's domineering arrogance in full bloom, but the left and right row of subordinates will suffer. Almost in the blink of an eye, this group of well-trained cold-blooded soldiers, without exception, all rolled their eyes white and collapsed to the ground, completely losing their tiny role as Gaji's human shield. "Mr. 3, what do you mean?" Looking past the fallen soldiers around him, Judge's face was terribly gloomy, and he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The cross-unions that gathered many Shichibukai are stronger than the Big Mom pirates in terms of scale and top combat power. He is not willing to clash with such a terrible force now. If the beast doesn't show its sharp claws and fangs, the rabbit will desperately want to discuss it. Although I am a refined person, since you don't want to cooperate well, I can only use force to convince you. Faced with Judge's questioning, which was approaching the verge of rage, Mr. 3, who was full of fighting spirit, chuckled lightly, and hooked his fingers at Judge and others. The 5 of you go together. If you can last 15 minutes in my hands, then I guarantee that the Crusaders will never offend the kingdom of Germa. Domineering to the point of arrogance, ha ha. Judge laughed back in anger, with disdain in his ferocious eyes. I admit that we really can't afford to provoke the cross-union right now, but Mr. 3, it's a little too arrogant for you to beat us in 15 minutes alone, right? As an influential figure who has been active in the news recently, Judge naturally knows that Mr. 3 has a strong strength that can preserve himself in the melee between the general and the 4 emperors. But the reason why their Germa kingdom was able to run rampant in the North Sea and occupy a place in the New World was also due to their real fists. The 5 teamed up, together with the battlesuits and exoskeletons that have been improved since the defeat of the Big Mom pirates, under the 4 emperors, they can definitely be regarded as invincible. As for the Mr. 3 in front of him, judging from the information a few days ago, at best, he is only close to the strength of the 4 emperors' generals. How dare he threaten to deal with them in 15 minutes? I do what I say. Mr. 3 had a calm face, showing absolute confidence. Then let us Germa come and see if the Crusaders Guild's Candle Demon army is as powerful as rumored. The words have come to this point. Judge said no more. The high-tech spear hidden in the combat belt was ejected, and he held it firmly in his palm. Now that he has confirmed that the other party's visitor is not kind, then he will never hesitate at all. The boots on the heels ejected high-pressure energy, and under the blessing of this strong airflow, Judge gained a speed that was several times faster than his body's skills. In the blink of an eye, a huge body appeared in front of Mr. 3. Pay the price for your arrogance, electromagnetic thrust. Judge roared angrily, and the high-tech spear in his hand spun rapidly, bursting out a bright and dazzling high-voltage current. The violent wind generated by the high-speed movement caused the light blue cloak behind Mr. 3 to sway wildly. Mr. 3 closed his eyes slightly, ignoring the strong wind blowing on his face, and carefully mobilized the domineering arrogance in his body, turning it into fuel to ignite himself. This is a rare opportunity. He wants to try the power of the newly mastered gymnastics secret book, Overlord Color Burning. Zilla zilla zilla. Different from the flashing light of the electromagnetic spear in Judge's hand, the dark red arc jumps around Mr. 3, lingers, and lasts for a long time. His physical fatigue limit was completely released, his blood was boiling, and his metabolic function reached the extreme state of excitement. This is the initial stage of Overlord Color Burning. Although Judge was surprised by Mr. 3's state at this time, his rich combat experience made him unable to hesitate. The spray device from the elbow joint exploded, turned into a strong propulsion force, pierced and stabbed Mr. 3 with the electric spear. Boom. The tip with the high-voltage current accurately pierced Mr. 3's chest, but it didn't hit completely. The skin was pitch black, and the flow of Liu Ying's domineering aura forcibly blocked Gaji's powerful blow. Is the high-level armed color domineering? Sure enough, it is not that simple to succeed. The surprise attack was blocked, and Judge, who kept holding the spear in his arm, was not surprised, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. One hit 5. This is what you asked for, don't blame us for bullying. Whoosh. As the voice fell, behind Judge, the blue lightning turned into a rapid afterimage and flew out from the side. Lightning Blue, Naji has already put on a handsome and cool combat uniform, and his clenched right fist is accumulating raging lightning. Immediately, he came to Mr. 3's side with a blank expression on his face, and punched Mr. 3's waist violently. Electric fist. Fuck, you're going to take out my waist so ruthlessly? Mr. 3 was startled at the time. Under the blessing of the Overlord Color Burning state, his legs burst out with powerful strength, and he dodged away at a faster speed. The punch with sinister intentions failed, and Niji staggered under the traction of inertia. Mr. 3, who stood firmly on his feet, seized the right moment. The muscles in his right arm swelled, and the fist covering the high-level Liu Ying hit Naji's waist in the same posture. Boom. Before Mr. 3 could succeed, the flaming light bombs pouring down from the air submerged his body, blasting out the sky with smoke and dust. Looking up, I saw a fiery red figure floating in the air. Beneath the curved eyebrows was a cold and ruthless face. It's the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, IJI the Sparkle. Have you got it? IG lowered his head and stared at the thick smoke below, his combat boots continuously ejected high-pressure energy to keep him in the air. The strong wind pressure generated out of thin air dispelled the billowing smoke and dust. Mr. 3 jumped up from the ground, and the wings of freedom behind him bloomed with a holy breath. Candle wings. Ichi's pupils shrank. Although he knew in advance that the opponent had the ability to fight in the air, Mr. 3's speed far exceeded his expectations. As soon as he raised his arms gushing with flames and wanted to fight back, Mr. 3, who was at the limit of his speed, came to the front with the momentum of thunder, and swung a punch without fancy. Boom. A muffled sound came out, and Mr. 3's domineering fist with loose Sakura hit Ichi's chest, knocking him down from the air and hitting the ground heavily. Worthy of being one of the black technologies of Pirate World, Germa's battlesuit can't be completely destroyed, even Liu Ying's domineering internal damage. Looking at IJI, who stood up again from the flying sand and rocks, Mr. 3 couldn't help expressing emotion in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red, and the domineering look immediately caught the crisis from the side. Try this trick. Candle Demon Army Master, hit the winch hard. A green figure pierced through the air, and Yang Ji, who possessed extremely strong wrist strength, raised a heavy fist with green light, and hit Mr. 3 directly on the side of the face. Mr. 3, who caught the attack angle, calmly raised his black right arm to block. Boom. The fists and arms collided in the air, and they froze together, creating circles of ripples in the air. With the blessing of the initial state of Overlord color burning, even Yangzi, who is good at strength, can't get much benefit from Mr. 3. Come again. Yuji, who was blocked from the attack, let out a yell and swung his other fist. The muscles of Mr. 3's left arm swelled, and the 5 fingers of his left palm spread out, firmly receiving Yangji's right fist. This time he didn't give Yangzi another chance to make a move. Almost at the same time he was holding Yangji's fist, wings of liberty burst out with violent force behind him to forcefully adjust the angle of his body, then raised his foot high, and kicked violently towards Yangji's abdomen. Puff. Exactly the same as the previous IJI. Yuji flew upside down under the impact of an incomparably domineering force, and fell to the ground. Not only can he move freely in the air, but this guy's physical strength is also comparable to mine? Yangzi quickly stabilized his posture, and the dent on his abdomen dissipated quickly. Under the protection of the battlesuit, it is difficult for this blow alone to cause substantial damage to him. Battlesuit, it's really a tricky high-tech. Mr. 3, who was stagnant in the air, sighed in a low voice. Although he didn't use his full strength in these 2 attacks, no matter how you say it, they were all attacks with advanced weapons. To be able to fight with the body without getting hurt, the role of the battlesuit is absolutely crucial. As for why he didn't use the more powerful Overlord color entanglement, which can kill in one hit, the main reason is that Mr. 3 wants to take this opportunity to feel the extent of the improvement of his own physical skills caused by the Overlord color burning. According to the system panel, his current physique is S++, which is almost the average level of the elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. Look carefully, this refers to pure physical fitness, that is, physical strength, resistance to blows, endurance, strength, etc., not combat effectiveness. If Overlord color burning can raise this physique to SS, or even the SSS of the most powerful physique, it will have an important impact and change on his future combat methods. And the Vinsmoke family in front of them is obviously a very good test object. While Mr. 3 was thinking, a dangerous aura suddenly came from 2 directions. I saw Judge holding a technological spear and Neji with flashing legs, driven by the combat boots, in a pincer front and back, and quickly culled them. Mr. 3's eyes were fixed, and he raised his domineering aura to the extreme. While quickly twisting his body to avoid the attack, he used both fists and feet to knock them into the air, achieving a perfect counterattack. The dark red electric arc is raging and beating. In the initial state of domineering burning, Mr. 3 is not only at the peak of physical strength, but also has a domineering look, and has also vaguely touched the level of foreseeing the future. What's the matter? If you Germa are only at this level, you may not be able to last even 10 minutes. Mr. 3's eyes were lowered, and he left behind the solemn-looking father and son Judge. The wings on this guy's back are too troublesome, and air combat won't do us much good. Judge stared at Mr. 3 hovering in the air. Although he was very reluctant to admit that Germa, who was wearing a battlesuit, would be suppressed in the air, but after a simple test, this was the truth. Reiju, try to suppress him back to the ground. The moment the opening was revealed, we surrounded him and trapped him tightly. Soon, Gaji, who has rich combat experience, issued a battle plan. It was from this time that he truly regarded Mr. 3 as a strong man comparable to the 4 emperors, and decided to go all out. Clear. Reiju, who hadn't made a move since just now, nodded slightly, and the butterfly-shaped pink cloak fluttered slowly on her back. The white combat boots under the slender legs ejected energy airflow, pushing away the broken stones on the ground, providing thrust for high-speed flight. The pink mid-length hair danced wildly in the fierce wind, revealing the resolute pretty side face. Because it is from a top-down angle, Mr. 3 hovering in midair can more clearly feel this kind of Yuji's breath. For a moment, the womanizer lost his mind. Reiju, who was born for fighting, didn't notice this abnormal reaction, and even if she noticed, she would never show mercy when attacking. After all, what Mr. 3 is challenging is the majesty of Germa. Pink poison arrow. A large amount of arrow-shaped venom was sprayed out from Reiju's mouth, forming a highly toxic poisonous net to wrap around Mr. 3. The shadow with a dangerous aura came. Mr. 3 immediately came back to his senses, and the wings of freedom swayed behind him, narrowly avoiding the attack of the poisonous net. Before he could stabilize his figure, with the help of the cover of the poisonous net, Reiju quietly appeared behind him. The pink and white boots erupted with the most powerful shockwave, and after spinning half a circle in the air to increase this power to the extreme, Reiju kicked with all her strength. Caught off guard, Mr. 3 could only raise his domineering arms covered in armed colors to block in front of him. Although he protected his head, the impact that followed knocked him into the air, and he smashed into the central castle not far away in the posture of a meteor falling. Boom. Bricks shattered, smoke filled the air, and solid walls collapsed. Ahem, it's really a powerful kick. Mr. 3 pushed away a boulder pressing on his body, stood up slowly, and scratched his head in embarrassment. He has used the 36 tricks invincibly in One Piece world, but he never expected that he would fall into the opponent's beauty trick under such circumstances. Although passive. Sizzle sizzle. Before the smoke and dust generated by the collision completely dissipated, the sound of electric current surged from the front. Mr. 3 looked up, and saw the tall judge holding the high-tech spear tightly in both hands. His piercing eyes were full of fear. With a sound of hum, a red light shot out from behind, dispelling the remaining smoke. Yi walked slowly, his fists wrapped in hot flames, ready to attack at any time. Immediately afterwards, Neji, who was stepping on blue lightning, and Yangzi, who was wearing a battlesuit with a strong green light, appeared from the left and right sides, with surging breaths. The pink figure swayed in the air, and Reiju, whose butterfly wing cloak was fully unfolded, puffed out her mouth, and dark purple venom constantly overflowed from her pink lips, carrying a dangerous beauty like a rose. The 5 Vinsmoke father and son in combat uniforms, with their own distinctive shapes, surrounded Mr. 3 in a siege. Mr. 3, now you have no way out, so use your full strength. Gaji pressed down the high-tech spear in his hand, aiming the spear full of electric sparks at Mr. 3. Although judging purely from the situation, the 5 of them now occupy an absolute advantage, but Judge dare not be careless at this time. Because the Mr. 3 in front of him has not yet used his true strength, which is the wax fruit ability that can change the landscape of an island. Have you seen my heyday? Mr. 3 asked on a whim. There was no sign of panic on that face, as steady as an old dog. Sure enough, let's be a little more serious. The palms hanging by the side clenched slightly, and a more powerful domineering look began to bloom in the body. Whoosh whoosh. The dark red arcs lingering around the body seemed to be drawn, and condense rapidly while raging wildly without rules. Under the horrified gazes of Judge and others, the dark red arc turned into circles of circulating energy halos, crazily surrounding Mr. 3's side. It can be clearly seen that under the shroud of this terrifying energy, the skin on the surface of Mr. 3's body began to show faint bloodstains. Mr. 3, who has successfully entered the overlord-colored burning burst state, stands proudly above the ruins. His eyes under the goggles are deep and domineering. The ferocious aura like a devil is released in all directions. As this still domineering, Judge couldn't help swallowing. He has experienced the battle of 10,000 kingdoms and had a short fight with the 4 emperors, but he has not seen such a heart-pounding method. Other sea emperors who have mastered the overlord color entanglement seem to have never used similar moves. In other words, what Mr. 3 is using in front of him is an advanced usage of overlord color that he, the king of Germa Kingdom, has never heard of. His aura suddenly soared several times. Is this really domineering? Yi and the others, who had a little experience, couldn't understand even more, and cold sweat kept breaking out on their foreheads. Don't keep your hands, he will definitely not last long in this state. Feeling bad, Judge yelled violently, and the spear in his hand burst out with dense lightning, and he took the lead in attacking Mr. 3. The 3 Yi brothers quickly put away the horror in their hearts. The blood factor power of the exoskeleton combined with the energy of the battlesuit exploded, turning into streamers of different colors and attacking Mr. 3. Mr. 3, who has adapted to the explosive state of overlord color, raised his eyes slightly, and the riotous breath was instantly subdued. At this moment, the flow of time becomes extremely slow. During the nearly stagnant time, Judge and the others who launched the attack obviously stayed in the area 3 or 4 meters away, but Mr. 3 seemed to have expected their attack trajectory, stepped sideways, and made dodge and evasion actions in advance. Whoosh. The speed of time returned to normal, and the speed was so fast that only afterimages remained. The 4 of Judge skipped past Mr. 3, and the moves accumulated in their hands exploded. Afterwards, energy light spheres of different colors flew out from 4 different directions and landed on the castle wall not far away. 4 deafening roars sounded. Without exception, all attacks were avoided by Mr. 3 with clever angles. Mr. 3's face was calm, but he couldn't help causing violent waves in his heart. With the increase of the overlord color burning in explosive state, he actually broke through the last item of the 3-color domineering, the high-level usage of knowledge color. Predict the future. Predict the future? You have also mastered Katakori's incomparably tricky domineering. What a monster. Judge, who failed to attack, rolled his eyeballs and landed on Mr. 3 beside him, adding a bit of fear. High-level armed color, high-level knowledge color, high-level overlord color, coupled with the awakened fruit ability and super resourcefulness shown by the intelligence. This is the true strength of the Crusaders Guild Candle Demon Army Division. Although I want to say that this is not a routine operation, but in a fierce battle, too much nonsense is not allowed. The moment the voice fell, the figure of Mr. 3 disappeared in place, and appeared in front of the wide-eyed Gaji. The fist glowing with faint red light was aimed at Gaji's abdomen, blasting out like an unstoppable cannonball. Puff. Judge, who was hit hard, had his eyes protruding deeply, his throat itched, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the blessing of Liu Ying's domineering power, the heavy power finally achieved extremely lethal internal destruction through the battlesuit. Father. Seeing this, the 3 Yi brothers rushed towards Mr. 3 with surging energy from their boots. Mr. 3's face was calm, and the red light in his eyes was shining brightly. Foreseeing the attacking trajectories of the 3 in advance, while dodging, he punched and raised his legs, making a sharp counterattack. Bang bang bang. It was just a face-to-face meeting, and the 3 Yi brothers were blown away cleanly. The situation was the same as that of Gaji. This time, the combat suit could no longer absorb all the attacks for them, and they were beaten until they vomited blood. However, after all, they are transformed people with super blood factors, and they have shown an extremely tough side in fighting against blows. After stepping heavily on the broken floor tiles to stabilize their figure, the 3 brothers cooperated with Gaji, who had regained his mobility, and Reiju, who swooped in from the sky. Vinsmoke's 5 members launched a stormy continuous attack on Mr. 3. This is a fighting method they have specially figured out after fighting Katakori. As long as the attacks are dense enough and fast enough, even if the opponent can foresee the future, they cannot completely avoid it. Mr. 3 naturally sensed their intentions, but he didn't avoid the edge temporarily, but responded with a more ferocious fist. He needs to test the limit of the overlord burning and explosive state. Boom 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 boom. The strong energy impact was vented in all directions, and where the battle circle of lightning, thunder and fire passed, the city wall collapsed and the floor tiles shattered. In just a few tens of seconds, the luxurious and domineering central castle was torn to pieces and turned into ruins. In the ruins, the high-intensity battle between Mr. 3 and the 5 members of Gaji continued. In the end, Mr. 3, bathed in a red halo, was the winner. He slapped Fei Judge with one palm, punched Yi Ji with one punch, kicked Niji horizontally, and kicked Yangzi sideways. All of them severely injured the 4 of Vinsmoke and his son in an instant. After all, this is not a life-and-death battle, so facing the elegant, gentle and beautiful sister Reiju, Mr. 3 shamefully chose to treat her differently, and just grabbed her ankle and threw it into the air gently. At this point, the fierce battle that made the residents of the entire Germa kingdom terrified came to an end. At this time, less than 8 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time, so Mr. 3 gave up the idea of taking advantage of the victory and chasing after him, and Judge and the others who were still lying on the ground slowly recovered. Taking advantage of this gap, he began to examine the arrogance of his body. When using the overlord color to burn the initial stage, the speed of the overlord color's domineering flow is not fast, which is about twice as fast as that of the armed color. But after entering the explosive state, while the physical fitness has been improved several times, the speed of domineering consumption also shows an exponential trend. In the almost 2 minutes he turned it on, nearly 2/3 of the domineering arrogance in his body was consumed. This is just an explosive state. If it consumes more life-sacrificing state. Mr. 3 simply estimated that with his current domineering strength, he could only last for 1 minute at most. It's really short and fast. Mr. 3 sighed in his heart. On the opposite side, relying on their strong physique, Judge and the others on the opposite side have also recovered some strength, standing firmly in place, and the vigor in their eyes has not diminished in the slightest. Seeing that they still looked dissatisfied, Mr. 3 sighed softly, and the three-character hairstyle on his head buzzed, and a blazing flame burst out. He is finally about to use his current best power, the ability of Devil Fruit. Realizing this possibility, the four members of Judge looked very solemn, their nerves were tense, and they planned to do their best to protect Germa's honor. However, Mr. 3's next actions made them shrink their pupils in a state of nervousness, and then gradually became furious. Whizzing. I saw Mr. 3, who had lifted the tyranny, crossed his legs, and sat on the candle sofa he made with his legs up, with a leisurely expression, throwing out a few balls of wax at will. The wax liquid transformed and twisted in midair, and when it landed, it had already evolved into 4 small candle soldiers. Sorry, I don't have a candle smaller than this. Mr. 3 sat on the candle sofa in a loose posture, looked at the gloomy expressions on the faces of several members of the Vinsmoke family, and nodded with satisfaction. No wonder Hawkeye took out a knife when facing Soren's challenge when he was in Novice Village. I have to say, this feeling of bullying someone with strength, but the other party has nothing to do. It's wonderful, Mr. 3, what the hell do you mean? Judge was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. Even he, who has always paid attention to elegance and etiquette, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Germa can accept defeat, but he absolutely cannot tolerate being humiliated like this. Judge's yellow cloak fluttered behind his back, and the spear in his hand was surrounded by endless lightning. He jumped up and rushed towards the nearest candle soldier. Whoosh whoosh. The energy of the high-tech spear was condensed at a point at the tip, and it pierced the candle soldier's head with a strong penetrating ability. He wanted to kill with one blow, to destroy such a boring trick as Mr. 3. However, after the awakening of the Mr. 3 fruit ability, the candle soldiers have reached a very terrifying level in terms of hardness and domineering, so how could they be easily destroyed? The candle soldier, who was a little smaller than Judge, stretched out his arms without fear, and his 10 bent fingers became extremely black, with an invisible domineering armor flowing on the surface. Boom. The domineering candle palm with high-level armed colors just held the tip of the high-tech spear abruptly, resisting the violent blow of Gaji's fury. No matter how hard it is, a candle is still a candle after all. I want to see how long this thing of yours can last. Judge turned the high-tech spear, and the raging high-voltage electric light dissipated, replaced by high-temperature flames that continuously gushed out. Mr. 3 was amazed by this transformation of elemental attack. As expected of a high-end talent who can create a black technology such as a battlesuit, the spear in Judge's hand is far from being comparable to ordinary swords and firearms. In the face of high-strength candles, attacking with fire is a very correct way of thinking, which is a relatively obvious defect of wax fruit. Unfortunately, this defect is limited to solid candles. Under the burning of the high-temperature flames, the hands of the candle soldier holding the spearhead began to soften, and soon turned into crystal-clear hot wax. Mr. 3's eyes moved slightly, and through the high-precision control after the awakening of the fruit ability, he manipulated the dripping wax liquid to solidify again, making it form a sharp and dense candle-throwing knife, piercing Gaji's exposed chest and abdomen. Judge was only in a daze for a moment. After he reacted, instead of dodging, his 2 arms erupted with strong strength, pushing the high-tech spear in his hand and driving straight in, piercing straight through the candle soldier's hard body. Bang bang bang. At the same time, candle-throwing knives roared towards him, piercing Gaji's combat uniform one after another, exploding bursts of white wax shavings. Battlesuits that can resist even high-strength armed domineering will naturally not be pierced by such ordinary attacks. This is the confidence that Judge decisively chose to continue to attack. Electromagnetic crack. Judge let out a low cry, and the high-tech spear pierced into Candle Soldier's body burst into bright lightning, and the domineering and raging destructive power erupted immediately, shaking the small Candle Soldier to pieces. Mr. 3. I know we are not your opponents, but don't use this kind of fooling children's toys to insult people, right? Judge crushed the scattered candles with one foot, and pointed the arc spear in his hand at Mr. 3 who was sitting on the sofa and GEU was lying. Mr. 3 was not at all surprised that the candle soldiers were destroyed, and even stretched out his little finger leisurely to pick out his ear sockets. Toys that fool children are sometimes dangerous and flammable, he kindly reminded him. What? Judge was startled. Sensing a strong and dangerous aura, he stepped back and was about to evacuate when the candle block at his feet was already lit up with a violent red light. Boom boom boom. The explosive properties of the candle after awakening were completely detonated by Mr. 3. The flames shot up into the sky, A series of explosions comparable to warship shells, instantly drowning the panic-stricken Gaji. Father. Father. Both Igeniji Yuji and Reiju were taken aback by the sudden huge explosion. Like Gaji, they know through intelligence that Mr. Three's wax fruit ability is extremely flammable, and can form a fountain of candle flames on the giant pot island for a long time. But never expected that a seemingly ordinary candle could produce such an astonishingly powerful explosion without an open flame igniting it. The battlesuits on several people glowed with light of different colors. Cold and ruthless, they didn't want to rush over to check on their father Judge's condition, but wanted to take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack and catch Mr. Three by surprise. However, the candle soldiers who suddenly appeared in front of them blocked their way. You have your own opponents. It's not okay to disturb the king of the candle soldiers rashly. Mr. Three crossed his legs and changed to a more comfortable position. Don't look at him acting so casually and relaxedly, but the pressure on the mental level is not insignificant. Although his fruit ability has been awakened, the candle soldiers he created are still candle creations, without independent thinking ability and fighting instinct. This means that Mr. Three needs to control 5 candle soldiers at the same time to fight with 5 members of the Vinsmoke family. Compared with killing them instantly with a tyrannical entanglement, it is obvious that this fighting method requires more knowledge and arrogance, one's own will, and fruit control power, and the intensity is greater. That is to say, Mr. Three just happened to understand the knowledge of predicting the future, and can barely achieve an accurate grasp of the 5 battlefields. Otherwise, it's really hard to pretend this guy, and it may even turn over at any time. Pretending to be aggressive is risky, so be careful before acting. Bang bang bang. The fierce battle was about to break out, and one after another roared. According to the fighting characteristics of the Wensmoke brothers and sisters, the candle soldiers made by Mr. Three are also different. The candle soldiers who fought against Spark Hong Yiji were completely black, covered with armed domineering colors like invisible armor, which offset the burning of the flame to the greatest extent. The candle soldiers who fought against the electric shock Lanwich continued to spray candles behind their backs to gain faster movement speed, so as to limit the opponent's flexible and agile actions. The candle soldiers who fought against the capstan Yuji Green had a strong physique, and the muscles of their limbs were raised to ensure that their bodies were strong enough to resist Yuji's strange power. As for the candle soldiers fighting against the poisonous powder Reiju, they are much more ordinary and balanced. After all, the candle block after Mr. Three fruit ability awakening can resist even Magellan's red poison, let alone Reiju's toxin attack. As for Judge, who successfully withdrew from the candle explosion, because the battlesuit did not cover his face, his originally clean and tidy face was now black and red, looking quite embarrassed. The image of a resolute and mighty king no longer exists. Judge was full of anger, holding a high-tech spear and wanted to rush to Mr. Three for revenge, but was stopped by the candle soldiers who regrouped in front. Seeing this candle soldier who was playing around again, Judge's forehead was a little red from the candle flames, and the blue veins were exposed. He smashed the floor tiles under his feet with a violent kick, and directly activated the maximum power of the high-tech leader. Terrifying energy gathered at the tip of the spear, forming extreme heat, burning so that the surrounding space was distorted. Boom! Judge shouted violently and threw the spear out. The powerful spear pierced through the candle soldiers, blocking the way in an instant. With undiminished power, it roared straight towards Mr. Three not far away. Perhaps it was because manipulating 5 candle soldiers at the same time put a lot of pressure on the knowledgeable domineering. Mr. Three, who was lying sideways on the sofa, did not make any evasive or defensive actions in the first place. Just like that, the spear surrounded by bright electric light pierced through his chest and heart on the spot, and shattered together with the candle sofa behind him. This. Judge, who was still in the throwing movement, changed his face slightly, showing a faint sense of panic, with a little cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He didn't expect that this blow would hit Mr. Three so easily and cause serious damage to him. The other party is the second in command of the Cross Guild, which is famous in the New World. If he accidentally kills him here, what the Germa Kingdom will face next will be the never-ending pursuit of the new 4 Emperor pirates. Honorable King Germa, I appreciate that you are worried about my safety, but isn't the idea of, I won't kill him by mistake, a little redundant? A calm and sinister voice came from behind, and Judge suddenly turned his head. Before he could clearly see the unbeatable appearance of the person behind him, a huge candle fist with billowing smoke occupied his entire field of vision. The one sitting there just now is the candle statue. Damn, when the hell? The blazing candle flames rushed towards his face, Judge's eyes widened, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Candle flame breathing. Boom. Mr. Three unreservedly swung his giant candle fist on the face of the frightened Judge. The powerful and domineering shockwave exploded in an instant, blasting Judge into the air, and creating a mess on the streets of Germa Kingdom. There is not much left until the agreed 15 minutes, so Mr. 3, who pretended to be aggressive, decided to adopt the simplest and rude way to end. He obviously has a powerful combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors, but he still uses this dirty method of sneak attack from behind. Judge, who was lying flat on the pile of rubble, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and was twitching non-stop. He completely understood the true meaning of Cross-Union Guild No. 1 insidious and cunning, mentioned in the intelligence. There is a flaw, the electric shock explodes. At the moment when Mr. 3 took the initiative to attack and made a brief mistake in the control of other candle soldiers, Naji, who is known for his speed, rushed forward, and his raised right leg seemed to be completely covered by blue electric light. Sorry, that's what I showed you on purpose. Mr. 3 smiled, a red light flashed in his eyes, and opened up the newly mastered future prediction. Although he can only see what happened a second or two later after he got rid of the overlord-colored burning and explosive state, this time is enough to determine the outcome in a flash-fire confrontation. As soon as Naji's legs exerted strength, the giant fist of the hot candle completely devoured him. Following in the footsteps of his father Judge, he was also sent flying hundreds of meters by Mr. 3 calmly, and embedded in a city wall. Soon, 2 candles spewed out flames and whizzed out, and sent the remaining 2 brothers, Ujiji, Tagaji and his son in the same posture. The disgraced father and son were lying upright in the devastated mess. Thanks to the protection of the battlesuits, a simple candle that breathes out fire naturally cannot make them completely incapable of fighting. Looking at Reiju, who was thrown flying over and landed safely and gently, Gaji's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he murmured, "Same as that idiot Sanji, a disgusting and boring chivalry." At this time, Mr. 3, who successfully demonstrated his strength, walked slowly and stood in front of Gaji, who stood up again. "Judge, can you see the gap between us a little bit now?" Hearing this, Judge raised his hand to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and quietly watched Mr. 3's eyes hidden under the goggles. "Hee, it's too early for us to give up now. Mr. 3, as you said just now, as long as we survive for 15 minutes, your cross guild will never interfere with Germa." Gaji glanced at Reiju, who was standing beside him, and said in a deep voice, "I admit that you do have the combat power to crush us, but do you have a way to make Reiju, who is a woman, completely lose her fighting ability?" Although the pirate's words are as credible as farting, but after experiencing the power of Mr. 3 firsthand, Gaji can only pin his hopes on this immature idea. Puff. When he heard that this was the reason why Judge suddenly became confident, Mr. 3 couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. "I didn't expect that King Galma, known for his ruthlessness, would say such childish and ridiculous words." Pausing for a while to put away his smile, Mr. 3's eyes were gloomy, his loose and casual aura gathered a little bit, and then he erupted like a monster. The powerful and domineering form a very oppressive aura, covering Gaji and others including Reiju. "Vinsmoke Judge, let me ask you, have you ever seen a beast that is guaranteed never to bite?" The imposing inquiry fell into Judge's ears, shaking his body and mind. "That's right, in the world of pirates where it's either you die or I die, how can there be beasts that will never bite? It's all damn Sanji, I made a wrong judgment subconsciously." Although he scolded Sanji in his heart, for some reason, Gaji didn't feel the slightest anger at this time, and there was even a touch of comfort that even he could hardly detect. Perhaps as Sora, Sanji's mother, said, their children are unique existences. After the Cake Island incident, he, the king of Germa, who was ruthless and cold-blooded to the end, even abandoning his own children at will, had a subtle change in his mentality. Otherwise, after evacuating later, they would not bring the entire Germa kingdom back to Cake Island to cover Sanji's retreat. Just as he was thinking about it, Judge's heart skipped a beat suddenly, and his whole body stood upside down. Candle flame breathing. Mr. 3 punched out, caught off guard, and gave Judge another friendship-breaking face punch. At the last second of being blown away, Judge's mentality was split. "You said it so nicely, in order to prove it, you should hit Reiju with this fierce punch. Why was it me who was beaten? Well, nothing has changed about this cold-blooded old father." After another great battle, in the dilapidated ruins, the 4 of the Vinsmoke family father and son lined up, lying on the ground and kicking, looking quite embarrassed. Under Mr. 3's successive attacks, the indestructible combat suits on their bodies were damaged to varying degrees. As for Vinsmoke Reiju, who was treated differently by a womanizer, she maintained a twisted and struggling sexy posture, completely sealed in a dark gray candle mass that was far harder than steel, unable to move. As Mr. 3 said at the beginning, in just over 10 minutes, the 5 Vinsmoke, headed by Gaj, all lost the ability to act and resist. Judge was lying on a pile of rubble in a daze, looking at the sky above the Germa kingdom with bewildered eyes. He couldn't figure it out. They were also the second in command of the four emperors, and with the blessing of their battle uniforms, the Vinsmoke family was more or less capable of fighting against Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates. But in this conflict with Mr. 3, instead of gaining any benefits, the five of them were crushed throughout the whole process. Or to be more precise, Mr. 3 didn't use his real strength at all, and he was fighting more with a playful mentality. I never imagined that I, Judge, have traveled across the North Sea for so many years, and won the name of Germa 66, which has made countless people frightened. Today, I will be teased like a child. Gigi stood up unsteadily, his face was depressed, and his eyes were motionless. Compared with the red, swollen and painful face, his arrogant heart was hit and more sad. Looking at Mr. 3 who was walking slowly, carrying a sense of terror and oppression, the resolute eyes of the king of Germa flashed determination. Hey. At the time of life and death, instead of feeling afraid, the three Eg brothers raised the corners of their mouths slightly and smiled arrogantly. This is the super soldier who has given up most of his emotions after being transformed by the blood factor, and is fearless even in death. Then, dear Mr. Vinsmoke Judge, can we now talk about the cooperation mentioned at the beginning? The corners of Mr. 3's mouth slightly raised. After a simple lesson, one can clearly see a trace of deep fear and admiration from the depths of their eyes. This is the eternal rule of the world of pirates where the strong are respected. As long as your fist is big enough, domineering and strong enough, others will be convinced. Germa 66 is not within the scope of the mainline goal given by the system, and cannot receive substantial rewards. Therefore, Mr. 3 has no intention of recruiting. Judge was already wary of the four emperors because of the ants' calculations. In this situation where the two sides have not fully understood each other, forced recruitment may cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Of course, Mr. 3 is very confident, after Gaji gradually realizes the strength and potential of the cross-union. This ambitious king who wants to rule the North Sea will definitely make the right decision. After all, the resources and benefits that can be obtained by joining the cross-trade union are far beyond what mere cooperation and alliances can match. At the same time as the voice fell, Mr. 3 raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh whoosh. The candles that blocked Reiju immediately melted like ice and snow, and Reiju regained her ability to move. The remaining wax wetted the pink battlesuit, and it stuck tightly to the snow-white and flawless skin, revealing the beautiful and proud body outline. Mr. 3's eyes lit up, and before he had time to take a closer look, the rejection function of Reiju's combat suit drained out all the wax. The wonderful scenery is fleeting. Judge stared at Mr. 3 with a smile on his face, recalling the terrifying and domineering aura that he had just bloomed that was comparable to the four emperors. He finally chose to lower his face, and said bitterly. If I knew in advance that you have such strength, I would definitely not say such arrogant and ignorant words. With the attack method shown by Mr. 3, it is only a matter of minutes to destroy their entire Germa kingdom. In front of such a top powerhouse, what qualifications does he have to negotiate terms? The super weapon that your cross guild wants to develop should be to compete with the recently famous Navy Seraphim? Judge directly stated his guess. After being confirmed by a slight nod from Mr. 3, he spread his hands and sighed softly. Although I have worked with Vegapunk in the scientific team MADS, our research directions are not the same. As you can see, I have only made some achievements in the transformation and replication of bloodline factors, but in terms of special weapons, without relevant technical support and teams, it is impossible to achieve within a few years. Regarding this point, Mr. 3, who has read the original book, is naturally quite clear, and asked after simple thinking. So, what if we have this technology that is not weaker than Vegapunk? Hearing this, Judge, who was emotionally depressed, suddenly raised his head and widened his eyes. Thinking of the super scientist whose wisdom was 500 years ahead of the world, his eyes quickly dimmed again. Impossible. In this world, there is no technology that can match Vegapunk. Only by working with Vegapunk can you clearly appreciate the level of his wisdom. Mr. 3 chuckled lightly, without explaining too much, but turned around and passed through a building ruin, came to the port of the snail boat in the center, and pushed his sea bike back. As early as when he was sailing at sea, he took Vegapunk's technology box out of the system space in advance and stored it in the trunk of the bicycle to ensure that it could be opened in front of others as it is now. From the appearance, Vegapunk's technology box presents a nearly perfect cube structure, only the size of a school bag. The shell made of a special material is completely black, with blue light patterns full of technological colors flowing on the surface, and there is a red opening button in the shape of a hexagram in the center. Mr. 3, this box is. Judge's eyes were instantly attracted by this mysterious box. As an expert who has studied science and technology for many years, he can see the black box, held by Mr. 3 at a glance, which is extraordinary. This is what I said. a technological product not weaker than Vegapunk's mind. Under the shocked stares of Judge, Yi-ji, Reiju and others, Mr. 3 put down the black box in his hand, raised his hand and pressed the start button in the center. At the same time, a cold notification sound from the system came from the back of my mind. The Vegapunk mysterious technology box has been successfully opened. Please choose one of the following options to expand. Items: eat fruit, human body gigantic, human weapon machinery, bloodline factor awakening, artificial devil fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Mr. 3 moved his mind slightly and chose human weapon machinery. The Vegapunk technology box trembled slightly, and then burst into an extremely dazzling blue light. The backpack-sized black box unfolds in 4 directions: front, back, left, and right. Including templates such as operating platforms, theoretical formulas, and weapon simulations, the mechanical creations full of technological sense are continuously extended and assembled, and finally form a scientific research room of about 2 square meters. Have you, the Cross-Union, already mastered this technology? Judge, who was born as a scientist, stared straight at the technological product in front of him, his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and his face was full of disbelief. Behind him, E.G. and the others also stood in place in a daze, looking fascinated. As we all know, the technology tree of One Piece world is very distorted. The 4 Emperor pirates, even the headquarters of the naval overlord, are still using the simplest multi-masted sailing ships, artillery and firearms. But robots like pacifists and seraphim have matured to a level far beyond the 21st century. Fortunately, the technological products that the Vinsmoke family has come into contact with are relatively high-end. Although I was shocked, I was still barely able to accept such a novelty as the Vegapunk technology treasure box. Judge walked slowly to the operating platform, and simply started tinkering with the knowledge he had acquired. The operation method is similar to the machinery he has been in contact with in the MADS team, so he quickly got started and deduced many parts and components of the robot on the electronic screen. The deeper the understanding of the technology, the stronger the shock on Judge's face. If the above things can be realized, it is indeed possible to create a super weapon that can compete with the Seraphim of the Navy. Since you have such an advanced thing, you can find a scientific team to develop it successfully with a little time. Why do you need to find me so much trouble? Judge reluctantly launched the operating platform, looking at Mr. 3 with doubts. The reason is simple. What we lack most now is time. Mr. 3 presses the red button in the center of the platform for the first 2 steps. The blue light flickered, and the unfolded research space was folded several times before turning back into a black box. Mr. 3 held the box in his hand, and Chow Judge said slowly, "And you have enough rich scientific research experience and equipment, which is the top priority, nothing more. The first choice, not the only one." Hearing this, Judge frowned and fell into hesitation. Although I don't know where Mr. 3 got this high-tech product. But obviously, as long as they accept cooperation and participate in it and successfully develop a super weapon, the comprehensive strength of Germa 66 will definitely reach an unprecedented level in the future, and dominating the North Sea will no longer be an unattainable dream. But when he thought of the marriage and cooperation with the Ant some time ago, but the result was almost wiped out by backstabbing, Judge couldn't help feeling suspicious. The current Cross Guild is still in alliance with the Big Mom pirates. If after the hard work is done, there will be ruthless killing and suppression by the Cross Union, why not just take the honor of Germa and risk your life to fight Mr. 3 to the death? He is not afraid of death, but he is very afraid of being teased by others. In the end, his reputation is discredited like a clown, and he becomes a joke in Beihai and even the whole world. Seeing Judge's hesitation, the sharp-eyed Mr. 3 quickly saw his concerns. Don't worry, we are not as immoral as Big Mom, and an ally of an enemy is not necessarily an enemy. Besides, if the Ant whose life and death are unknown returns, she will not be able to attack Germa aggressively due to her relationship with the Cross Union. It's up to you to decide whether to spend your time doing nothing in Beihai, or take a gamble to reach the top of the world. This sentence can be regarded as thoroughly piercing into the most sensitive place in Judge's heart. Isn't it the ultimate goal for him to take the risk of marrying the Big Mom pirates? I can promise to develop super weapons for you, but the relationship between us needs to be closer. Judge stared at Mr. 3 for a few seconds, suppressed the fear in his heart, and made up his mind. If possible, I want Reiju to marry you. Mr. 3. I want to cooperate with you, you old bastard. You want to be my father? Not only Mr. 3, but even the 3 IJI brothers were quite frightened by his father's words. The cunning and ruthless man in front of him is completely different from Sanji, possessing terrifying power enough to completely destroy them. If this sentence caused his displeasure, Germa's fate would be very tragic. In contrast, Reiju, who was named, was surprisingly calm after a brief moment of astonishment. She had envisioned this situation long after the Sanji incident. I didn't hear you wrong, right? Not long ago, you were bothered so badly by your aunt because of your marriage, and now you still have such thoughts. Mr. Three's eyes were full of surprise. Glancing at the sexy and graceful Reiju, he instantly fell into a difficult decision. Your status in the Cross Guild is completely different from that of Charlotte Bryn. I'm relieved that Reiju will leave it to you, Judge said with a blank expression. He is not stupid. The man in front of him has a terrifying combat power comparable to that of the four emperors. Although he is insidious and cunning, he keeps his hands on Reiju, who is a woman. He must have his own bottom line and principles. If the marriage is successful, Mr. Three will become Germa's super backer. Moreover, although it is very hidden, as a person who has been there, Gaji still keenly captures the strange lust and surprise in Mr. Three's eyes on Reiju. I must have been attracted by Reiju's photos on the wanted notice, news and other information, and left a deep impression. It has to be said that Judge's intuition is surprisingly accurate. It's just that no matter how hard he thinks, he will never guess how Mr. Three got to know Reiju. Out of this indescribable intuition among men, after several deliberations, Gaji finally decided to risk the entire kingdom being wiped out by proposing such seemingly outlandish conditions. Mr. Three naturally knew what this scheming careerist was planning. For the sake of absolute benefit, he does not hesitate to use his children as trading tools. A cold-blooded and ruthless person like Gaji is rare even in the cruel world of pirates. Before that, shouldn't you ask Miss Reiju what she means? Mr. Three did not directly agree to Judge, but stretched out his palm and slowly moved towards Reiju, handing over the most important choice to the lady. After that, he stretched out his other hand awkwardly and scratched his head. I'm used to insidiousness and cunning, but suddenly acting like a gentleman, I really feel a little uncomfortable. Including the three Iji brothers, the eyes of Gaji and his son fell on Reiju instantly. Looking at her father's unquestionably determined gaze, Reiju's beautiful eyes flickered, and there was a faint wave in her heart. Soon, she put away her emotions perfectly, and looked up at Mr. Three not far away. If doing so can strengthen the relationship between the Cross Union and Germa, I am willing to be your fiancé. Reiju lowered her head, her pink lips parted slightly, and her movements were decent, showing her sexiness and elegance. It's just that the side face covered by the pink hair is dark, and it's hard to see what kind of expression is hidden in it. Ha ha ha. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju, father congratulates you in advance. Judge's tense face quickly melted away, turning into a burst of satisfied laughter. The three Iji brothers also laughed lightly one after another. Amidst the laughter of several people and Reiju's silence, Mr. Three, who was facing Gaji, raised his hand and made a signature gesture, pushing the goggles on the bridge of his nose. Different from the past, this time the finger he used to push the goggles was the raised middle finger. Ladies first, since Ms. Reiju has expressed her opinion, then it's my turn. The goggles reflected the bright light, and Mr. Three's light voice followed. Sorry, I don't want to. Hearing this, the smile on Judge's face froze immediately. He never expected that Mr. Three would do such an operation. Why don't you want to say it earlier? Why do you still want to ask Reiju? As if seeing through the thoughts in his heart, Mr. Three lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, Gaji, your tricks of playing tricks may work on ordinary pirates, but we are new the Emperor of the Sea. My ambition is to dominate the world, stand at the top of the world and look down on everything in the world. Do you think a mere beauty can shake my unwavering heart? Mr. Three spoke extremely seriously, with dark red lightning swirling all over his body, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. In order to make his words sound more convincing, he even shamelessly used the domineering look. The correct way to open the true domineering look. Although Mr. Three's words are true and false, there is no doubt that he is a womanizer. Reiju is impeccable in terms of body, appearance and personality. She is definitely one of the most ideal candidates as a fiancé. It is hard not to be tempted. But still the extremely cruel and serious problem, the time Mr. Three traveled through is too delicate. In the era of the change of the old and new emperors, the strong actions of the navy, and the uprising of the revolutionary army, you need to rack your brains desperately if you want to survive. How can there be extra energy for romance? And Mr. Three has its own principles. It is difficult to do such a pure scum act of throwing away after playing. As long as there are people who like each other, there will be something in his heart. With concern in the heart, it means that the invincible and invincible heart will have weaknesses and flaws. No one knows the cruelty of the pirate world better than Mr. Three, so before he can become the strongest in the world, he must be invulnerable. This is the way of survival that he has deeply engraved in his heart since the beginning of time travel. I'm very sorry, I think things are too simple. Judge was shocked by this strong man's breath and his heart beat faster. Is this the courage of a strong man who has awakened the domineering look? Recalling just now, he actually regarded the king in front of him as a vulgar womanizer like himself. Judge blushed and felt extremely ashamed. Reiju's matter, I just. As soon as Judge opened his mouth, Mr. 3 quickly withdrew his arrogance and brazenly made a suggestion first. It's fine as a fiancé, but since you want Miss Reiju to be my younger brother so much, then I will reluctantly agree to you. Judge. The 3 EG brothers, Reiju. So now, can the cooperation between us continue? Mr. 3 directly ignored the strange eyes of Judge and the others, raised his hand to scrub the beard of his chin, and said seriously without blushing, this is the last question. If Germa is unwilling, I will turn around and leave now. No problem, it's our Germa's honor to be able to participate in this level of scientific research. Gaji, who came back to his senses, nodded and agreed. As a scientist who is fanatical in the study of bloodline factors, it is difficult for him to refuse the mysterious box in Mr. 3's hand. Moreover, as long as Reiju can stay in the Cross Guild, the possibility of being ruthlessly betrayed after they are successfully developed will be much reduced. Although this cannot play a key role, it cannot be absent. Then, before we formally start the cooperation, there is one more thing I need to tell you in advance. Mr. 3's eyes hidden under the goggles exuded a strong killing intent, almost threatening. I hope that our cooperation will not involve any third party. Don't doubt our detection methods. If you Germa have a different intention to leak secrets to the outside world, even if I have a good relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates and don't want to become Sanji's father-killing enemy, the Crusaders will still take action and completely bury it. The whole Vinsmoke family. Scientific research, especially this kind of super weapon used in war, requires the highest level of confidentiality without any doubt, and there is no room for dissent. At this time, Ayasha, who can perceive maliciousness, is very important. In the follow-up cooperation, she will come to the Kingdom of Germa from time to time as a subordinate of Mr. 3 to understand the progress of building super weapons and perceive maliciousness at the same time. Although the possibility is slim, if the Vinsmoke family is really malicious, Mr. 3 will really take action to wipe out the Germa kingdom. The sudden murderous aura made Judge, who had experienced countless life and death, feel terrified. Don't worry, I still know the rules of Pirate World very well. He nodded solemnly, and then added, as for Sanji's unfilial son, he has nothing to do with the Vinsmoke family. Having said that, he could still clearly feel that when he heard that the Crusaders had a good relationship with Sanji, his vigilance weakened a bit. Seeing this, Mr. 3 handed over the Vegapunk technology box in his hand. The development of the super weapon is up to you, the chief scientist of the Crusades. The attraction of the technology box to Judge is so great that he took the box and stood there for a few seconds with fiery eyes before realizing the meaning of Mr. 3's words. What is the chief scientist of the Cross Union? I am Vinsmoke Judge. Mr. 3 laughed loudly, and said in a relaxed tone, even the invincible Shichibukai gather under this name, and it will be a matter of time before you will be convinced by the unparalleled personal charm of our President Buggy. Then, he turned around and waved at Judge whose mouth was twitching. After the work is done, it is natural to prepare to return to Kale Bali. As for the details of the cooperation, please come to Kale Bali when you have time, and there will be special personnel to communicate with you. Under the gazes of Judge and the others, Mr. 3's understated voice slowly floated over. Looking at the strong back that was gradually going away, Reiju stood there thinking for a few seconds, then stopped hesitating and followed closely with firm steps. Until she came to Mr. 3, she didn't turn her head to look at her father Judge, her younger brother, and the cold and ruthless kingdom under your feet.